be the Hunk City Rampage. You want to Hunk City it up, right? Very excited.
I'm excited that you loved Minecraft.
I
You
did.
really, really wanted to see if there was a payoff to that storage guy getting his dick sucked by Jason Momoa, didn't you? You really wanted to know if
I d-
if it went
okay.
there.
So I saw Minecraft yesterday,
Hmm.
everybody. Adam totally lied to me about several aspects of the movie. The
Well,
storage
no, I
guy was
look, I,
not gay. Okay. How dare you, sir?
what,
He's like, Jason Momoa comes up and he's talking to the storage guy, and the storage guy
right?
is apparently a big fan of like Jason. Okay, if you haven't seen the Minecraft movie, Jason Momoa's character like was really big in 1989 playing this Double Dragon esque video game,
Hunk
and
City Rampage,
Hunk City
yes, where
Rampage, right?
two gay guys run around in leotards and fight one another.
Well, and interestingly, you might miss it. It said that his technique, his special technique, was that he could play this two-player game by himself, and he could
Hmm.
like control both characters so they would do their combo attack at the same time, right?
Wow.
Right. So if you want to throw your gay lens on it, you can continue to do it through that perspective. Though I would say it's supposed to be like, oh, listen, he's like he's a solo flyer and he needs to learn to play with others, nicely and make friends. Right. That was his arc
Oh, it
throughout the
was?
movie.
Okay.
That was
That's
his
the
arc.
message.
Right. But so he's talking to the storage guy in the beginning of the movie. And this is how he
Yes.
gets the magic Minecraft cube that lets him go to the Minecraft world. And the guy knows who Jason Momoa is and was like a fan of him, like back in the day when he played this video game because they live in this small town. So like a bunch of people actually kind of know him. And what he wants is he wants to hang out with Jason Momoa because he thinks he's cool, based even though he's a loser now. But he thinks he's cool, and he's like, "Oh, the two of us, man, we're gonna like strut around town and like pick up chicks together because we're both so like cool and awesome and hot."
Wearing ladies
So he's literally
in
saying that
ladies' garments. He was
he
talking about
says
wearing ladies' shirts.
no. He was talking about because no. I
He's
don't know
talking.
why.
He's talking
No,
about there's like matching ladies' shirts in the storage locker, and
they're both
they're gonna get the matching ladies' shirts and wear the matching ladies' shirts together.
no.
What do you think's going on there?
He okay.
And look, in the very end of the scene, Jason Momoa literally says, "I'll make all your fucking
I'll make all your dreams
wild
come true.
fantasies come
Yes.
true."
So
Yes.
he
What
says.
do you think that's all about?
So he says they're bidding on Steve, Jack Black's storage unit.
Right.
And the
Yes.
joke is that Steve has a
Has
closet
the yes, all that.
full
Yes.
of the same outfit of the teal shirt and the blue pants or whatever color pants he wears. And
Blouses.
so the guy describes it. He says teal colored unisex blouses. Right.
Blouses, yes.
That's how he describes it.
He
So he said
very much describes it as ladies' garments.
he does well. He says blouses. He says it in the technical term, which could be either a male or that's why he says unisex. It's a
And
unisex
he keeps
blouse.
talking
Okay.
about how the town is going to be looking at them side-eyed
No,
because
but
obviously
that's
they're
right.
like gay for
No,
one
but
another.
the joke. The joke is okay, and it's funny.
They do play it, so it's
This
like you
movie,
could see it either way. You could totally see it
right?
either way. Yeah.
This movie is actually kind of anti woke in a subversive way that I haven't really heard anyone talk about. There's a lot of jokes making fun of gay stuff in this movie
Yes, this
intentionally.
this whole scene is like
Yes,
big time
yes,
gay back and forth.
in a way that I haven't really seen since like the mid 2000s. And it's weird. I haven't seen anyone pick up on this. Maybe they have. I haven't really been following it, so I don't know. What do I know? But I haven't really seen like woke people complaining about it. But no, the way the scene is structured is as you're saying, it's to be a gay joke. Like he's having this conversation with Jason Momoa that if like comes off as super gay,
Yes.
even though he's saying that he wants to hang out with Jason Momoa so they could pick up chicks. Okay. So it's not that
Does
they're
he
actually gay.
actually
It's
I
so
don't believe he says to pick up chicks.
he does. He says that they're gonna like strut around town like roosters or something in order to get ladies. Like he specifically says that.
Okay,
That is the point of it, right?
I'll have to
But
go back and double check that.
that's the well as we
Mhm.
talked about. Only
When he
only
says ladies, does he like wink
yeah exactly.
like
No, it's
you know what
only
kind of
eight
ladies we're
percent.
looking
Only eight
we're
percent of
looking
our
for the
perception.
trans ladies.
Only 8% of our perception is on the words, and the rest is on the vibe and the body language. So all the vibe and all the body language is like gay,
Is
gay, 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 gay.
totally.
Right,
Yes.
but then there's like that 8% is like to pick up chicks. So maybe you could say, well, is he just saying to pick up chicks because he's like he knows he doesn't want to like scare Jason Momoa off? because he thinks he's straight. Like, I don't know. You can interpret it however you want, right? Right?
Look, I'm
It's
winning
a
him over. Sitch
it's a
knows that
very
it's
no. I'm
gay.
saying what I'm trying to say is that the Minecraft movie had a very deep scene with a very deep joke hidden in it that has many layers of gay joke complexity to it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay,
This scene literally is the funniest part of the movie.
listen.
Like that scene does actually. It's funny because I think like it is subversive. I kept thinking, man, there's a bunch of parents in here with their kids, and this scene is like totally gay, and
Yes,
the parents totally see. Oh wow, this is like super gay.
right.
But
That's what I'm trying to tell
their
you.
kids don't see it at all.
This is
Like
what I'm
they're
trying to tell you, Adam.
yeah.
Okay, so I think you're being unfair to the Minecraft movie because to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to
Mm.
understand the gay
Oh, I
jokes in the
get it.
Minecraft movie. Okay,
Well, I mean, I did understand the gay joke. I was
but
thinking.
you're right. So you agree because the humor in the Minecraft movie is extremely subtle, and without a solid
Mhm.
grasp of like 90s, 2000s gay humor, most of these jokes would go over the typical viewer's head,
Well,
right?
if it was like if this was Step Brothers or like a Will Ferrell movie, there would be a callback on. Like there basically would be Jason Momoa with his head between that guy's knees at the end of the movie. So
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
they would have made it explicit sooner or later.
There's that joke. There was another. I'm trying to remember. There was like a third gay joke in it that I don't remember what I watched. I said, "Geez, this movie has a lot of gay jokes in
The
it
Hunk City
or something."
Rampages. I mean,
Right.
this is all in the context of Jason Momoa's character is an expert at Hunk City
At Hunk
Rampage.
City
What kind of
Rampage.
guys do
Yeah.
you think play Hunk City Rampage?
Well, but that's part of the joke. Again, it's supposed to be like in the 80s. There's
Hmm.
like a lot of like masculine things that by today's standards look aesthetically gay,
Right,
including the Hunk City Rampage thing. So you're like, is it gay? Is it just 80s? Who knows, right? Who knows?
right, right.
But okay, I saw a Minecraft movie. I was just totally fucking trolling you. It was not good.
Oh my
Okay.
God. I was
It
like,
was not
oh,
good.
I'm
No,
losing all
no,
faith in Sitch here. But I just, look,
no.
I'm
I was just
I'm
trolling
glad
you.
I played it off. I was
I was
like,
gonna try to turn the entire to be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty meme into a Minecraft meme, but I could only do the first couple sentences. I couldn't do the whole thing. But no,
well,
yes, right.
good.
Hayden
Look, I
Dill.
was trying to be nice. I thought, oh my God, Sitch has fucking lost his mind. The
I
TDS has kicked in and like fucking giving him full brain rot. Now he
That's
thinks
right.
Minecraft movies
That's
great.
right. That's right. Yeah, Hayden Dulcet in the chat is a good point. Like when there's that scene where Jason Momoa and Jack Black have to do the 69 position.
Oh
Or no,
yes,
I said
there.
right
That's
right before that scene when Jack Black is riding on Jason Momoa's back.
hmm.
Okay, that's a massive gay joke because he's like riding on his back, and then they do this shot where it almost looks like from the angle you can't see exactly where Jack Black is, so it looks like he's fucking him in the ass. And Jason Momoa has this expression on his face where he just looks
like
like
he's getting
very
fucked in the ass.
yeah, like he looks like horrified. And then Jack Black says, "Let my hips guide you." I
I
was like, oh,
yeah, the hips guide you line. Oh, just let my hips
oh my
guide you.
god. I
So
was like,
obvious.
holy shit. So here's my thought. Okay. I think
Uh-huh.
that the director of the Minecraft movie was the director of
Napoleon Dynamite
Napoleon
and
Dynamite and Nacho
Nacho
Libre.
Libre. Yeah,
Right. And that's
exactly.
how Jack Black got associated with all this stuff, probably. And I think, like, when you watch the beginning of the movie before they go to the Minecraft universe, it feels like they're in the real world and you have all these characters, like, the human characters interacting in the world. It feels to me very Napoleon Dynamite esque in terms of like the weird, autistic, awkward humor that all the characters kind of interact with each other with. I felt very much in that style. Jason Momoa character is basically just Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. He's the like almost the exact same character.
Yeah,
The older guy who thinks he's hot shit but is a big loser, and they're obsessed with like some past glory they once
he's a
had. 'Cause remember,
football guy.
yeah,
Yeah,
Uncle Rico's like, oh, if they would have just put me in the final game, I would have been, the
I
hero
know.
of the
Big
football champion.
celebrity.
Right. I bet I
Exactly.
could throw a football over them mountains. He remembers like this ridiculous shit. He's just Uncle Rico's character. So I think what happened was the Napoleon Dynamite guy, he wrote a script that was very much all kind of within that vibe.
Like no
And
stakes, no goal, nothing. Well, I guess
well,
there is stakes in Napoleon Dynamite. There's just not
sort of,
like an
yeah, but
explicit through line.
right, right, right. And then Minecraft and the studio looked at this and they said, "You can't do this. You're like insane." Okay.
Yeah.
And they said, "Here's a list of all the Minecraft references that have to be
Memes.
shoved
Yes.
into this movie. You have to get to all these points." And he
Yeah.
looked at this and he's like, "I can't do this." So he went to his friends who worked on the Napoleon Dynamite cartoon show, like one episode of it, of no writing credits. He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna just throw you a bone. Just fucking do this. Just shove all this trash in here and make this all work." And at the same, so they kind of like cobble the script together. And at the same time, I kind of feel like the director was like, I don't want to say like self-sabotaging, but like making fun of the entire filmmaking process throughout the movie,
Hmm.
if that makes sense. Like it's like, okay, here's an example. There's a black woman in this movie. Now, I want to be real here. Maybe my brain is not working anymore. Okay. When I saw the trailer for the Minecraft movie, I thought it was three children and Jason Momoa and Jack Black. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out
How
there's
did you
only
not?
one. It's only one kid. That black woman is an adult, and the girl's supposed to be like his 18 and 19-year-old sister. So I don't know. Maybe I can't recognize age anymore because I'm so old, right? I was like, I thought these were all children, so I'm very confused. But
I mean, she looks like a black woman. I mean,
I don't know. I thought
she
she was
looks
like
like
just
she's like in her 20s.
I thought she was just like a fat child. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the outfit.
Oh
It's
my
like a ridiculous
God.
fucking outfit she's wearing. I don't know why is she wearing that outfit? It makes sense that Jason Momoa is in an 80s outfit because it's like he's like stuck in the 80s reliving the glory days. It
Mm-hmm.
makes no fucking sense that she's wearing that outfit at
Yeah,
all.
it
She's
throws you
supposed
off too that they're
it
in
does.
2025 because
Yes.
everyone's dressed like fucking 80s.
She's supposed to be like a fucking realtor or something. I'm like, what is she? Why is she wearing
Well,
that
and a
outfit?
part-time zookeeper. So,
That sure. But no, but the reason I came to this conclusion is like that the black character is the most obvious character I've ever seen in a movie in my entire life where the studio said, you need to insert a black woman into this movie because
yeah.
you can't just have three or four white people running around. There has to be a black person. And so the director's like, okay, I'm going to take a black person and shove them into the movie in the literal most stereotypical way possible, where it's a black female side character whose only role in this entire movie is for something to happen. And then the camera pans to her and she goes, oh, hell nah. Zombies over here. That's crazy. It's almost like a Family Guy sketch.
Yeah,
I was
she's
like, what
the
is
eye
this?
roller.
Yes, that's all she does is they just cut to her and she goes, did you believe this? Like, it's so, I was like, oh, I was laughing and I didn't know if I was supposed to be laughing. I was like, is this intent? This has to be intentional.
You're like, this it feels vaguely racist.
It feels super fucking, it feels like it's making fun of itself. Like it just kept cutting to her going, oh my God.
Then
I was like,
they're
Jesus
like,
Christ.
okay, well, we have to give her something to do. I know. They'll look for a map that
They should
they
have,
never find or ever need.
they literally should have had Chris Hart instead of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They should have had Chris Hart.
Oh, he would
And
have been great. Yeah.
they
Was
should
he
have
in
had,
Jumanji? He was in
or
Jumanji.
not, I'm sorry,
Right?
not Chris. What's his name?
Chris Pratt?
No, the guy from Jumanji.
That's
Kevin Hart. Kevin
Yeah,
Hart.
there you go.
They should have had Kevin
I
Hart
knew who you
in.
meant.
They should have had Kevin Hart in drag and in a
Mhm.
fat suit playing a black woman.
Oh my God.
That would have been the only way to like. Oh my, that would have been genius. Can you imagine the genius?
Kevin Hart's
They
not the
had-
guy that did that. That guy
No, I
did
know it
like
was originally
7
Eddie
movies.
Murphy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
No,
but I'm just
not
saying.
Eddie Murphy. Who's the guy?
Oh,
that
you're talking about
played
Medea.
Matilda. Yeah, Medea. That's it.
Oh, that would have. We could have had Medea. Oh my fuck.
Made it a Medea movie?
Well, no,
Oh my God.
you can't do it because he would because I forget the actor's name. That guy was like a bajillionaire, so he would ask for some extraordinary Tyler Perry.
He's
Thank you.
rich off of all those movies, man. They made
Yeah,
like
oh my
28
God.
of them.
If you look up like on Google Tyler Perry's like compound, he lives in this fucking like castle. But he would ask for too much money. So that's why I'm saying you go to Kevin Hart. Okay, you get Kevin Hart to do it. Right.
Yeah.
He would do it. I believe he could do it. But so that would have if they would have done that, he should have just committed. I think he was trying to get away with as much as he humanly could because that would be too blatant. Like he's trying to do this like ridiculous making fun of what the studio wanted, but like you still have to like the studio still has to agree to it, so it can't be so blatant. This is just my headcanon because as I said, that's the only reason this black woman is in the movie is to cut away to her doing the oh my God, like fucking racist.
You keep cutting
shit from,
out
like,
every time you
1980.
yell. Oh my
Oh,
God.
sorry.
I don't know
She's
if the
going.
mic is like, yeah,
She's
cut
doing like
out
the,
again. So
oh well, I gotta change the audio settings so everyone can hear me scream. Okay. But
Yeah.
it was just, she would be like, "Can you hear this?" They'd cut to her and she'd say, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, there you go. We got that
She'd
one.
go, "Look at them whack zombies! What's going on?" Like it was just cutting to her screeching about, "Can you believe this shit?" Like I can't. It was. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't
Black
believe it.
people make the craziest facial expressions.
Yes,
It's
yes.
like-
It
no,
was like
I saw it. Yeah, I was like, oh man.
it was like a Mel Brooks movie, like levels of like making fun of itself, but still doing the thing, kind of. Not quite that level, but it felt like it wanted to be that level. So
Very sad.
I think it's funny if they would have committed to it harder. But obviously, yeah, her character serves no
Like
fucking point in the movie. Completely useless. 100% completely useless.
if the movie was made by actual racists, it would have been better. Is
It would have.
basically
That's what
you're
I'm saying. I'm saying if actual racists would have made the movie, yes, it would have been much better. So that's my theory because, like, the problem, the big problem with the movie, there's these movies that feel like they don't feel like movies that are stories. They feel like they feel like
Well, hold on. I have a question
okay.
for you
Tell me.
because on the two worlds thing, like I'm not sure if the studio forced them to make the real world like part of it, or if they could have just done a movie contained in the Minecraft universe. I know the Minecraft fans kind of wanted that. They didn't want like human beings in the Minecraft universe.
I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite. I think the director 100% wanted. I mean, all the human stuff felt the most like his stuff.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
Of course it did. Yeah. So okay, but maybe they got the guy because the studio wanted.
I have no clue. It makes no sense to me.
My question for you is: would a movie work completely in the Minecraft universe with like no human interaction whatsoever? Like, would that be as big a movie as this is going to be?
I I think you need it. I think you need at least like a 5 minute setup,
Mhm.
right? I mean, you could theoretically, but I'm saying I think you could do a 5 minute setup of like if you were just
What
going to
changed
make.
about your audio? You like changed something dramatically.
I turned the Zoom auto removal thing off so I could do my "Oh my
No,
god"
it's
voices.
not the Zoom that's cutting you out. I think it was your mic. I think you were
I didn't.
clipping on
I
your
changed
mic.
nothing on my mic, so
Put the
that's
Zoom back on.
okay.
Sounds weird. I hear flies buzzing around your head.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
you're hearing
much
the
better.
outside. Yeah, you're hearing the outside noise. But anyway, um, so it's yeah. If you wanted to do the movie like, and it was just about Jack Black, or maybe Jack Black and Alex, if you just had like, and it's just about them in the Minecraft
But they
world,
could do the voices. They don't need to be human beings. Like they do that all the time. You look, he's Kung Fu Panda, right? It's not. There's no humans in Kung Fu Panda.
I think that would be a mistake. But if you wanted to do just Jack Black and Alex in the Minecraft world, you could do it. You'd still want like your 5 minute setup of how they got there, but that would, I mean,
Well,
just be like
you don't have to
quick.
deal with that if there is no outside world and there are no humans. That's the thing, because if you have humans in it, then you have to deal with the portal and all this like two worlds stuff.
But you need humans because in Minecraft you play as a human, and there's no, well, if you're playing single player, there's no other humans around. That's like what the game is. You're this lone human in this weird fucking place.
Right. Well, the villagers aren't human.
No, they're villagers.
Okay.
So they're their own fucking weird things, right?
Okay. I
So
thought the
I do think
villagers were humans, so but
no, I don't know. So I think you do need to have Steve or a main character who is a human. I do think that
right.
I do think you need to have that.
And then you have to do the two worlds thing because you got to be like, well, how did they get in the video games type situation?
It does, but you could just be like the Portal's fine or whatever. It could literally just be, there's an entire genre. One of the most popular genres of anime right now are called isekais. And you always hear me talk about the isekai.
Yeah.
Okay. Every isekai starts off the same way. There's a person who's living a life that sucks, and then they get hit by a fucking car and die, and they wake up in a magical fantasy world. Okay. And they live their second life here.
That would have been a better setup
right.
than what they did.
They could literally have done that. And I'm kind of shocked they didn't, because isekais are so popular.
That would have been great. Yeah.
They could have just done, Minecraft isekai, Jack Black, and then the movie can focus entirely on Jack Black in the Minecraft world. Or if you want to have more than one character, you could have Jack Black and a girl, in the Minecraft world together, and maybe they, have a budding romance and relationship. They don't like each other at first, and they learn to love each other by the end of the movie, or whatever bullshit you want to do, right?
Yeah. 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 I wanted Jack Black to hook up with the black girl. That's what I was rooting
Oh
for,
my
but it
God.
never happened. What? What?
Adam was like,
Why is
Adam
she
was,
even in the movie?
Adam was like, okay, they should have only had Jason Momoa, Jack Black, and the black girl, and Jason Momoa and Jack Black should have been fighting to like bang the black girl. I was like, what the fuck is this?
It would have been great.
Did you have a movie without like a love interest, Adam? Is it possible?
I'm not sure. The reason
Okay.
why there's a love interest in all these movies is because it's relatable, right? Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
that was a huge part of Nacho Libre, and I would argue a huge part of Nacho Libre's success. How look even in the Marvel movies, it's like how many guys has Black Widow hooked up with? It seems like she's had a
All of them.
relationship with every one of them. Yeah,
All of them, yes.
exactly, exactly. They're
That
like,
was
oh
the
my
joke
god,
Chris Evans made, yes.
oh he did,
Yeah, in one of the interviews. But
yeah,
okay. So what I want to say was this movie, and a lot of movies do this, and this to me it's like a very clear sign it's a bad movie, is it feels not like a movie, it feels like a ride at an amusement park. And what I mean by that is you feel like you're in a mine cart, a literal mine cart, and you're like, it's like chugging you along to a scene, and then you look to your left and like you see a monster pop out and go rah, and then it goes a little bit forward. Then you look to your right and you see like an action scene pop up rah, and then it just keeps going. Like it
like
doesn't feel
there's
like you're.
no actual story. These things
Yeah,
don't connect except
it
by
feels like
the track,
yes,
like
it feels
the whole
almost like you're
time.
just, or it feels like certain video games where it's just like you're just being dragged from set piece to set piece, like in a very forceful way. And everything happens so quick, and there's no room to breathe, and there's no room for story or character or anything. You're just being dragged from set piece to set piece. That's how the Minecraft movie feels like to me. Because they have to shove all this shit into this movie, right? It's the
Yeah,
check
it's
boxes. They
it's
just say, oh,
awful.
you need this reference, you need this reference, you need this reference. And like, and the problem, and well, there's a lot of problems with that. But one of the issues with all this is that when you have like a movie like the Minecraft movie, where so much of the movie is going to be about the exploration of the setting of the world, which is fine. Like you have like Avatar, you have all these movies. There's nothing wrong with that. But if that's or the Lego movie is a perfect example. Okay, so much of the movie is about the world itself. That means that you can only really have like one character be like the focus of their arc because so much of the movie is dedicated to the world that you don't have time to have like four different characters with four different fucking story arcs and four different backgrounds, which is what the Minecraft movie is trying to do. It's trying to have the kid has an arc in a background. Jason Momoa is supposed to have an arc in a background. The fucking sister's supposed to have an arc in a background. And I guess the black girl is supposed to have the teeny tiniest of an arc in the background. And you can't fit all this shit in the movie. You end up doing everything and then you feel like nothing.
Yeah, there's too many characters. Lego Movie actually did it great because you went into Lego Movie thinking the whole thing was going to take place in the Lego world. So they set
Right.
up a good story with stakes, and you were involved in, I think it was Emmett. You were on Emmett's side, trying to go up against President Business.
Yes.
And then the twist was, oh, there is an outside world. Like,
Right.
so they brought in the outside world component, like in the third act, and you were
You were
completely
like,
surprised
what?
by it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. Right.
and it made sense. Like even Emmett like hearing the voices and stuff like that was cool. So, but this, I mean, that's why I'm not sure about like starting in the real world. I wouldn't have done that. I would have obviously just started in the Minecraft world
Well, you could
and
start
maybe
in the
not
mind.
even have a
Yeah.
real
Right.
world. So,
Well, I don't know. Like it'd be interesting if you, and I don't know if Minecraft want to do this, even though it's kind of what the movie did. It'd be interesting if they're part of the dilemma. If you got rid of the character, so if they're just Jack Black and like a girl, or just Jack Black, is that the part of the arc is like is escaping to a fantasy world a healthy thing to do, right? And so part of the choice at the end is, go back to the real world and face your real life, or just stay forever in Minecraft.
mhm.
And
Yeah.
and they kind of do that at the end of this movie a little bit, which is
No,
kind of fascinating.
it's not emotionally impactful.
It's not emotionally
it's
impactful
not
at all
crystal
because
clear.
well,
No,
it's not emotionally impactful because that's never been a question in the movie at any point.
no, of course, yeah.
Right.
It's not
But
set up properly.
no, there's no setup for it. And that's why a lot of people have been saying this movie feels like six different scripts shoved together, which maybe it was because there's a lot of different ideas in it none of them are fleshed out. And so
No.
maybe there were different threads and they all got shoved in together into
The thing
one
is like 90 minutes
thing.
long. They had time to do
Well,
some more.
here's what's crazy. So I looked up the Minecraft movie and the Lego movie are the exact same length of time.
Oh,
They're both
really?
an
Wow.
hour and 40 minutes. And but in my mind, the Lego movie is like much longer, seems much longer. Seems like so much more stuff happens. And the Minecraft movie seems like a blur because nothing happens. It's just like a series of action sequences, essentially.
Yeah, it's much harder. It doesn't stay with you when there's no cohesive narrative that pulls everything together.
Right, right.
Yeah.
There are funny bits in it. I like the pig, the nice pig who was evil, right? That
Oh
was
yeah,
fun.
the little kid drawing pictures. That guy was great.
No, no, no. I'm in what?
There's a little kid, the little piglet with the pictures that she kills.
Oh, oh, okay. Let me say one positive thing about this movie. We're not really going to get into super big spoilers, so I mean, I'm not really going to. But the one thing I do have to give massive credit for this movie, people fucking get killed like crazy in this movie,
Right.
like all the time. And I was like, I give a lot of credit for the director. This is part of why like leads me down to my theory about his like meta camp of the movie. People get killed left and right in this fucking movie, which is not normal for a kids movie, including a small child.
Yes.
Okay, I did like that.
And
It's
they show it. I'm
a
like,
bunch.
whoa, holy
Actually,
shit.
actually, a literal like fuck ton of small children characters in this movie die. Some
Hmm.
of them die in pretty horrible ways. I was like, I gotta give the director credit, man. He's willing to just kill children left and right.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about it more later. But
All right. Well, I'm glad you didn't keep it up. I was getting worried about you. I was like,
the
holy
the
shit.
meme, the troll. No, it's. I guess last time I said it's kind of disappointing because I feel like there were a lot of elements there to make it good.
Oh, of course. Yeah,
There are a lot
no.
of
Look, Jason Momoa would have been great. Jack Black and like a buddy movie would have been great.
I didn't even really mind Jack Black's like super camp. Like I didn't even
It
really
would have been
mind that.
better in
If
the
it,
context of some kind of character though. Like he's just
yes, yes,
you especially if you're going to well, I guess they're not really grounding into the real world cuz the real world is so stylized. Huh. Anyway.
anyways, but I wanted more Flint and Steel lines. I wanted more Chicken Jockey lines. Okay.
As you should, right?
Yes. Flint and Steel. I was kind of disappointed. There wasn't enough of that.
That's all anyone cares about.
Yes.
Everyone's talking
Chicken
about
Jockey.
how this is a movie that you got to go see in the theaters because everybody's like, "We've done that in Minecraft. Oh my god, look, it's a bucket trick."
I get yeah, yeah. I mean, it's annoying because like you could do all that shit in a movie without like spelling it out, and kids would love it. Like you don't need to have Jack Black turn to the camera and like say the thing that's happening. Like
Right.
kids understand it. They're not completely retarded. They're only half retarded.
Well,
So.
he could. I mean, I don't care if he does that kind of shit, but
Right.
the 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 adults are not getting anything out of that, right? Because they don't
Right.
know what's
Right.
happening here. They're like, "Oh, why
Well,
is
I know
what is
exactly.
it
I know everything that's
interesting about
happening,
this?"
and it's still not interesting because it's just references. Like this is a thing you do in Minecraft. It's like
Yeah,
okay,
but
I get it. Yeah,
to
sure.
kids, those references are
I
like
know.
everything.
I
Like
understand that.
you got to understand they have this feeling that we've moved the culture.
I
Hollywood
understand.
gets us. Hollywood is watching what we do.
I get all of
Yeah.
that. I 100% get it. Right. But you could have had a movie that's very different. That's about, like just make the movie. You could have almost just made the movie about the first 10 minutes of just Jack Black trying to exist in the Minecraft world. He's learning all the things. You get to see all the little references as he learns all these things. The evil pig lady steals his dog, like the Keanu Reeves movies, and he has to save his dog or something. Like this, you didn't need to have that weird like that. You
That's
could have just
that's
had like Jack Black as John Wick in the Minecraft world or something, right? That could have just been the movie, okay?
I thought of that same idea. Like the
Yes.
dog gets killed and then Jack Black totally turns into John Wick.
Yes. I mean, he kind of was. There's like the one scene where he's just John Wicking all the zombies. And I was like, okay, I'm fine with this, right?
Yeah.
Just have that.
Anyway, are we going to talk about
Anyway,
boring politics
I
now?
guess we should talk about boring. I guess we should talk about all the horrible things that are happening in the world instead of Minecraft, right?
So we had a poll on Sunday.
Yes.
And I think it was like 58% thought the market was going to tank on Monday. So they were wrong.
The market did go down on Monday. It came up again today.
Right. Well, no,
So they weren't wrong.
the market gapped down hugely,
Mm-hmm.
but closed even. So the market didn't have a crash on Monday at all.
Didn't the market? Okay, so you probably like this. I thought what happened was Monday. It opens bad, and then this rumor spreads that the Trump administration is going to pause the tariffs. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
completely fake rumor. This rumor spreads immediately. The market jumps back up again, right? And
Yep.
then it's like, oh, the Trump administration comes out and says that's fucking fake. I don't know who told you that. And then the market just went back down.
Yeah, but we closed even,
Okay,
which in the current environment is a win.
right. And then today,
I mean, we briefly even went positive on Monday. So
right after the rumor, we were positive, and then it
no,
went back.
no,
Oh no,
no.
no, after the rumor.
All after that, yeah. Like
Okay,
late in the day, we were positive. Yeah,
okay, interesting. And then
yeah,
because
no. And then
today,
today we were like way up, but we're down now.
oh, we're okay,
Well,
really?
no, we're basically flat.
Okay, because today I saw basically what happened was Trump came out and he said that he had positive negotiations with South Korea and talked about potential positive negotiations with Japan going forward, and that alone made the stock market go back up like what 3 points, 3 or 4 points or something,
Yeah, it
and
was
then
a big.
right, so that'd be the first, finally going back up a little. But that's interesting because it really it shows you that there's like this meme that is obviously retarded, or I should say, it's obviously completely based on like a partisan idea of trying to get behind this, which is that there's a like evil secret cabal of Wall Street short sellers who hate Donald Trump and are intentionally trying to destroy the market to like hurt Donald Trump or something, as opposed to just investors thinking to themselves, huh, if the price of everything goes up, that's going to make people buy less things. And if people buy less things, that's going to make the economy go down.
Investors lean Republican. I don't know why they'd
Yes,
be. What do you mean? They're selling all their stock to make Trump look bad?
it
No,
makes
they're
no
selling all
sense.
their
I know.
stock because they think we're going to be in a recession.
Right. It makes no sense. And so, but this shows, I mean, they're not going to interpret it this way, but this shows partly how stupid that idea is, because it shows you just every time, okay, every time investors don't want the fucking market to go down. That's retarded. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's some people that do, but they're the minority. Every time they think, oh, Donald Trump is negotiating and maybe these horrible tariffs won't come into effect, the market goes up immediately because people want to believe, okay? They want to believe so badly that these
Yeah,
tariffs are not going to come into effect. They don't want the economy to crash or to
yeah,
go into a recession. So,
of course.
yes.
They're dying for everything to be over
Right, right.
immediately. Look at this.
What?
Trump tariffs. White House says 104% Chinese tariffs take effect at midnight.
Well, that's going to have
Oh my
that's going to have an
gosh.
impact on
You think so?
that's going to have an impact. I mean, even if we were just doing this with China, like they would have an economic impact because we get so much shit from China.
104%, huh? I don't look, I would like to know the breakdown of what we get from China. Like how much of it is fucking toys and how much of it is actual stuff that like we need. That's an
Right.
input for some sort of production that's important, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's part of a John Deere tractor,
Right. Right.
which I don't do. How many tractors do we buy a year? I don't even know if that's important. I mean, I'm under the impression we buy a lot of crap from China.
Well, that's always the argument is like, oh, most of the stuff we get from China is like nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. I don't know. I've never seen a breakdown. I don't know if anyone's ever done a breakdown because how do you like, what do you classify as nonsense versus like things you need to have?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but okay. This is, if you bring up the watch together, this is Stephen Miran. He is an economic advisor to the White House. And yesterday he was at the Hudson Institute answering some questions, and he gives some interesting answers about the whole kind of like tariff situation. So,
It's up.
okay.
the emergency is trade deficits, then trade deficits should play a major
Kinda
role
quiet.
in thinking about how to fix the emergency.
Okay, who else? Mr.
Wow.
Bade?
Can
It
you,
is
can you
quiet.
boost up the
Yeah,
volume?
let me boost it.
Okay. Boost it.
Jeez, Louise, let's go 300%. What do you think?
Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Chairman. Gavin Bade with the Wall Street
Yeah,
Journal.
looks
So I
good.
wanted to ask about this point about negotiations. You're up here saying, keep the phone ringing off the hook. We just saw news as well breaking, I think while you were speaking, that the Treasury Secretary will be leading negotiations with Japan. But almost simultaneously, we have an op-ed in the Financial Times from Peter Navarro that very clearly says, and I quote, "This is not a negotiation, and countries that have had trade barriers for decades that are coming forward to the White House shouldn't just think that, we're going to, if you reduce tariffs, we will reduce them." So why are there conflicting narratives coming out of the administration when it comes to whether this is a negotiation or not? And very specifically, can we expect any deal before the reciprocal tariffs go into place on April 9th? If you could specifically address that as well, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. So there are conflicting narratives because everybody's got an opinion.
That is the worst answer you could have possibly given to that question.
Nobody's opinions matter, Sitch, okay?
It's like,
Opinions. Who cares?
because you don't want to hear that the reason that the White House is giving conflicting narratives about whether this is a negotiation, whether this is about tariffs, whether it's about other trade barriers, whether these are going to go through, whether there's going to be pause. You want to hear the answer to that is, well, because everyone in the White House has a different opinion. That's not what you
Right.
want to hear. That's
Yeah.
when you're implementing these sort of like colossal global changes to the entire fucking world economy, you want to make sure that there's a plan, that it's not J.J. Abrams' mystery box, that there's a plan and that everyone's on board with what the plan is. And there's some way to get to this, whatever this goal is, that's going to be a good goal for America. You don't want to be like, well, Donald Trump and Peter Navarro and Scott Bessent all have completely different fucking ideas of what they want to do. Anyway, so that's why no one could agree on anything.
Yeah.
That's not good.
And that's fine, right? Like disagreement is how you can sort of enhance your arguments and avoid groupthink, and I think that's very healthy. I can't speak to whether there will be a deal or not. All I can say is that choice will ultimately remain with the president, as has always been the case, and to point everyone to, as I did before, the history of the president's ability to create deals when nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought.
This goes. I think this strengthens my idea now. The way that I'm kind of operating of how the Trump administration works is just Trump doesn't actually tell people in his cabinet what he specifically wants. He just gives them kind of a vague idea, and then they all just kind of argue amongst each other and try to work it out, whatever they want to do.
Right. How to execute that, how to make it reality.
Well, he doesn't even tell them. I don't think he's made it very clear to his own economic advisors what is he willing to pause the tariffs if there's like a good negotiation or deal or not. I don't think they know.
He doesn't
don't
come
think
out and he
anyone
says,
knows.
look, if everyone drops their tariff to 0, we're sitting pretty and we come out winners.
Well, he's already said
and
that.
If they don't, we
Right.
rake in a bunch of tariff money instead of taxes.
Right.
He doesn't come out and make that crystal clear.
Well, Peter Navarro has said the opposite of that. He's made it crystal clear that's not the case. And then Trump
Right.
seemed to, he had not made it clear what was his thought process on it, but he did seem to make it clear today and yesterday that even if every country dropped their tariffs to 0, they wouldn't pause anything. And that wouldn't be enough because it's not just about tariffs. It's about all these other various trade barriers that Peter Navarro has been going on and on about.
Right. Aside from the tariffs, like currency manipulation and other things.
Right. Okay, let me jump up ahead a little bit.
He's like, we need a 10% tariff just to deal with the currency manipulation and other trade barriers.
Right.
If I may, sir, is the advice that you're giving the president on whether he should make a deal or not different from what, say, Peter Navarro is giving him?
Well, I'm not in, I'm not, sort of, I'm not in between the two of them in all of their conversations. However,
He has an interesting answer. He says, I'm not in between the two of them in all of their conversations. Does he mean he's just not involved in their conversations, or does he mean he's sometimes in between the two of them in some of their conversations, but not all of the conversations?
Well, sometimes it also could mean he just agrees with Peter Navarro on some things and not others.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But the way he's framed is kind of like, well, or maybe it sounds like he's saying that he does give counter advice to Donald Trump.
Well, that's the whole point of advisors. Give me a bunch of different options.
Right. But usually it's 100%. And I have nothing wrong. That's like a good thing. You want your advisors to be giving you different advice. But usually the way it works is that you have advisors, they're giving you different ideas about things. And then you, the president, whoever's in charge, they're able to take all those ideas, you synthesize it and say, okay, we're going this direction, right?
Well, there are usually ideas around how to accomplish a specific goal. You don't say like, hey, what do you guys want to do?
Right. Well,
What's our goal?
Right. Well, I think the goal is very broad. It's how do we make America
Trump
great?
Look good.
Well, okay, I'll listen. I'll give a little bit more charitability here. How do we make America great and stop the world from ripping us off? Now, everyone interprets what does that mean differently, because we have like Peter Navarro here who's obsessed with this concept that Trump seems to echo recently in some of his talks, that a trade deficit automatically means that America is being ripped off, which again, no one has ever been able to really, they've articulated why in some areas that's bad, but not how it would even be possible in every country for there to be an American trade balance in every country. It doesn't even seem physically possible.
Yeah, people were sharing around this video of Americans working in like sweatshops and stuff like that. I don't know if you saw it.
I didn't.
It's a very like compelling video, and I did see other people responding and saying, "Oh, there should be dignity in Americans working in factories." Like my thing is always, these are jobs Americans don't want to do at a certain price point, right? But at another price point,
they would
they would totally do them,
right?
But the missing component for me. And it's funny because a lot of people on the left were sharing this. Like I think Kyle Kalinske shared it. Was all those people who look like they hate their jobs are making stuff for fucking Chinese people, okay, for foreigners,
right?
And that's like a whole different component to it. So like Kyle Kalinske sharing this around, going, "Oh, this job is terrible," but I think like doing it for Chinese. I mean, just the idea that Chinese are in sweatshops making stuff for Americans to use. I mean, that's kind of like, aren't we the cool ones in that exchange?
So you're saying that like if you're saying it's like additionally psychologically degrading if you're in a factory all day making things for some foreign country, for some
right. For some other fucking family overseas that doesn't even speak English.
Right. And so like if all the
some rich person in America can get rich selling it to those fucking people over there.
Right. So like if theoretically all these jobs, all these factory jobs hypothetically could even be moved back to America, like yes, they would be making like a bunch of the products would be made to be sold in America. But if you wanted to have the magic trade balance by mathematically, like a lot of those goods, if not the majority of those goods, would have to be sold
go to China
in other countries, including China. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're sitting there just thinking, oh, nice. I wish I could have a conversation with the person that's going to buy this product, but look, they speak fucking Chinese.
Well, here's my question about the whole factories thing. Isn't this entire concept of like, okay, we need to fix trade deficits because we need to get manufacturing back to America and all this stuff. So let me think how to word this. So Trump and Peter Navarro. Well, here's an interesting thing I didn't know about Peter Navarro. He used to be a big lefty. I don't know if you knew this. I didn't know this till today. Peter Navarro used to be a big lefty. He was a Democrat. He supported Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, and he actually ran for Democrat positions in the 90s and then lost. And maybe, there's some speculation that made him embittered and all this other stuff. So he was like a very big lefty for most of his life. And then now you have him sort of on the Trump train. And it makes me wonder, okay, if he's a big lefty, did any of this really change whatsoever? Or is he really coming at this from a kind of left-wing perspective? Because to me, this whole concept of we need to bring all these jobs back to America. And they say, okay, well, these countries are ripping America off because there's a trade deficit. And you say, well, what does that mean? America's
Yeah, what
richest
does that
country.
mean?
Yeah, what America's the richest country in the world. Our business, obviously, American businesses are not getting ripped off because American businesses are making, or they were making, record profits, right? Making record profits across the board. So when you say America's getting ripped off, you don't mean American businesses. What you mean is American workers.
Yeah, no,
Right.
and I get that. I totally get
Right.
it.
American workers are being ripped off. And how do we say that American workers are being ripped off? It's because there's massive income and wealth inequality,
Mhm.
right? Which is interesting because this is what the left has been talking about for a long time. People on the right have been not talking about this for a long time. And so this entire idea of like, we need to bring factory jobs back to America is all just a roundabout way to try to fix income inequality. That's all it is,
True.
really.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is there a easier way or a better way to try to shrink the income inequality gap in this country without essentially destroying the economy first, right? Without causing so much economic pain to the people you want to help, because if prices of everything goes up and everyone gets laid off, it's going to hurt all the people you're trying to help first. So even if this theoretically has this hypothetical long-term benefit years and years and years down the road, isn't there an easier way to shrink income inequality gap without doing it through this process?
Through the tariff process, look, I think I'm for manufacturing coming back to America.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, if we want stuff made in America, I don't know why we have to sell overseas. We just make the stuff for us, and that's that, right?
Oh, so your
the only
argument
reason
is
the only reason people argue for opening up foreign markets is because the companies want to manufacture more so that they can make higher profits, right?
right.
They're the ones that want to sell to China. They're the ones that
Right.
want to sell to Europe, right? They want to sell American cars in Europe because they want fucking more money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that help Americans?
Well, helps American companies, I guess, right?
Does it help America? Well, look, I guess if it helps Americans have better jobs, but
Right, that would be the argument. But here's the problem with all this. If you don't have if nothing changes, okay, if we just have factory jobs in America but nothing changes, why does that necessitate that that's going to help income inequality shrink? Why wouldn't you?
doesn't necessarily.
Well, that's
I
the
mean-
problem. It's like if you just have a bunch of Americans working minimum wage in a factory making iPhones instead of shipping out Amazon products on the Amazon warehouse floor.
That won't happen because they have more bargaining ability, obviously, if they're not able to go over and use low wage overseas labor.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the flip side. Say the only way in which this would help American workers is what I said on Sunday, which is if you're able to create so many more job openings in America than actual labor exists in America, so that the demand for labor is so high that gives labor the bargaining position, right? So that's why
Right.
this is all just a roundabout way to execute,
Give labor more power.
to give labor more power, which is very interesting because again, it's been the Republican position my entire life to weaken labor's
Be
power,
against labor, yeah.
to complain
exactly.
about labor unions, to say labor unions
A
suck.
party switch. It's going on right now.
Right. And so now this entire system is just about trying to grant labor more power, but sort of sneak it into the Republican rhetoric by blaming foreigners instead of
Right.
blaming, the big business or the rich or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
It's
I don't know how
interesting. It's
this
all
is gonna
very
shake
interesting.
out.
Yes.
I just saw the goal that they're working towards seems completely suspect to me.
Well, the goal, like what you're saying is and I agree, bringing manufacturing back to America, I'm not against that. I don't think you can do it for all industries. I think it's impossible. I think you can do it for select industries that are based on security. I agree with, medicine. I don't want China making my medicine. I agree with that completely. Okay. That is suspect. If you want to have, steel and things related to weapons manufacturing and things like that, I also agree 100%. Anything related to robotics, AI, 100%. Bring all that shit back to America. I I don't think you can do all the things all the time.
Why do we need to sell anything overseas? Why don't we make all the stuff for us? Just us.
Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with selling things overseas if you have surplus shit, right?
Don't make the surplus shit. Make something else. Why are you making surplus shit?
Because it's easier to basically have industry set up to making like one thing or whatever
I know
their thing is. So I don't, it's not like
economies of scale is what they call
right.
it.
You can't have like a planned economy where you're essentially saying like, oh, Americans only need so many rolls of toilet paper. So we do that. Once you make those many rolls, you start making something else. Like I don't think you can function that way.
330 million Americans is enough to take advantage of economies of scale. You don't need it. The only reason you need to tap into foreign markets is because you want to sell more stuff and make higher profits. The problem with that is you're selling that stuff to China, and China's turning around and using the dollars that they're gaining to basically buy American assets. So
yeah, but you could put rules to prevent that, right? If you don't want China buying American assets, you can put rules against that. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with selling stuff to other countries as long as the profits are spread down to the entire company and the workers in a way that doesn't create massive income inequality.
Good luck with that in an authoritarian regime.
Wait, say that again?
Good luck with that in an authoritarian regime.
No. I'm not talking about, in America, not in China.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying American company. If you have American companies that are manufacturing American goods and selling them to China, if that's fine, as long as it's not just like the top people sucking up all the money.
They don't. Right? It's more difficult for us to sell stuff in China because they don't have a consumer culture, and their wealth inequality is even worse than ours. So,
well, selling that's fine. That doesn't have to do necessarily with what I said. I'm just saying, I don't have a problem with selling things to other countries, and I don't.
Yeah,
think
I get
should
that.
have that problem. I don't think you should have that problem.
I totally get that. The whole trade thing is around opening up. According to Donald Trump, we're getting ripped off because we aren't selling just as much stuff to China as they're selling to us.
Right.
So there's two ways that you can deal with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can tell China, don't sell us anything else, okay?
Right.
Or you can make 10 times more stuff and sell it in China.
I understand that.
I don't think you can do that. I don't think we can make more stuff and sell it in China. So the only thing to do is to stop buying stuff from China and start making it over here. So sooner or later, you're going to come to a point where you're like, okay, well, we have access to the American market and we make stuff for Americans, right?
But there's a third solution. Okay. The third solution is, why the fuck are we constraining ourselves to the trade deficit being the metric that we're shooting for? It makes no sense at all. What makes sense is, are Americans happy? Are American workers making good wages? That's what you're shooting for, right?
Well, I understand why the trade deficit is a thing.
If we have, like, this is the thing about it this way. If we had the exact same trade deficit with China and all these other countries that we have right now, but there wasn't massive income inequality. Okay. So everyone in the country was making, good money. There's lots of upward mobility in the country. We had the middle class was expanding instead of contrasting and was ballooning and all these other things. There would be no conversation about this whatsoever because people would be happy. It's not about the trade deficit. The trade deficit is merely a metric that somebody thinks gets us on the pathway to getting rid of income inequality. And I'm saying that's dumb. The income inequality is the goal, not the trade deficit. And you have to be careful because a lot of times in life, people lose track of what the goal is and they get obsessed with a metric they think represents the goal.
The trade deficit matters because if China is basically getting $800 billion a year in dollars, they're using those dollars to buy up American assets, real estate, American companies, American treasury bonds. That's the problem.
Right.
So sooner or later, $800 billion a year, they're gaining $800 billion a year of our wealth.
Right.
That's what we're trying
Well,
to
wait a
solve.
minute. They're not gaining our. Hold on.
They are. They own like half of Apple.
Wait. By buying assets, they gain stock in American companies, property, blah, 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 all that stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Instead of saying, well, we're just not going to sell anything to China to stop that, you just say, you could literally just pass laws that says,
say
that
you can't buy American assets.
Yes,
yeah,
that
exactly.
limits.
Totally.
Yeah, so you can still sell them however much shit they want, right? They could still buy treasury bonds because I don't think there's a problem with that. But, so you just say they can't buy property or they can only buy very small amounts of property or stock or whatever. You just put all these limitations on all this.
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so I just think
great.
that makes more sense than just saying we're not going to sell things to China. I don't think that makes sense.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Well, but that's,
Trump
could do that.
It'd be great if he did, but I don't think he will because he's going to. I don't know that he even is thinking about that. Well, no, people around him are. I mean, this is Lighthizer argument. So, yeah, he's saying this is why we have to deal with the trade deficit. You sent me a paper where he basically spells that out.
Yeah, that's Lighthizer's. But then the people around Trump right now they're kind of arguing for the same goal, but for a different reason. They're not really arguing on this sort of like stealing assets away from Americans rationale. Or if they are, they're not talking about it publicly. I haven't really heard, Navarro or Bissett really focus on that as like the reason.
Because they want to open up the Chinese market so that Wall Street can go in there and sell a bunch of shit. Like they have this idea in their heads that American companies are going to be selling, they're going to have this huge access to this huge market because Chinese people are going to buy American goods. That's what they want.
I think Trump thinks that. I don't think that's what, I think Pierre Navarro doesn't think that. I think, as I said, I think this is a roundabout way to try to fix income inequality.
I think Trump is basically saying we're getting ripped off because you guys are not buying enough of our stuff, and we want our companies over here with our factories making stuff that you guys are buying. And until you guys are buying a lot of our stuff, it's not fair. Trump has this mindset. He's got a salesman mindset. He thinks in terms of like, how much have I sold today? Always be selling. That's his attitude, right? So he's like, we got a big look, they're killing us. He sees them as a salesman and America as a salesman. And he's looking over there and he's like, look, that guy sold like 15 cars and we've sold like 2. Right. We need to sell fucking more cars. What the fuck are we doing?
No, that's what I said. I said I think Trump believes that.
Trump doesn't understand that there's only so many people who want cars in the world.
Right. As I said, I think Trump believes this idea. I don't think Pierre Navarro believes this idea. I think, I said, he's coming from it from the income inequality perspective.
Okay.
So
you know more about the Navarro stuff. I didn't really.
I'm just saying, listening to what he's saying, and I think Scott Bessent is kind of, to be fair to Scott Bessent, he keeps framing it in the realm of we need to help Main Street. So I guess he does also coming out from, I don't know what his background is.
He wants Main Street to be on the internet selling to China all day long. He's
right.
Like,
so,
we should be fucking selling to
He's
China.
Also coming at it from this income inequality perspective, right? So to me, I guess just going back to the original question, I would think there's a better way to tackle income inequality in America that doesn't require possibly destroying the entire economy to fix this problem.
They think income inequality is being driven by us not selling enough shit.
But that makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
Right.
The world consumes a certain amount of new cars a year, right?
Well, no, it doesn't make sense.
If we produce double, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense in a simpler way. Mm-hmm. If we were a country and we were buying a bunch of stuff from China and a bunch of stuff from all other countries in the world, and yet our companies were struggling and our economy was struggling, okay, then you could make this argument. But that's not what's happening. We're buying a bunch of shit from China. We're buying a bunch of shit from everywhere. And America and our companies are going gangbusters.
Yeah,
so that means that America as a country, as an entity, is raking in the money. What it doesn't mean is that the money is it's getting stuck at the top.
Workers. Yeah,
it's not going down to the chain of people that are working. So that's why I'm saying that's where the holdup is. And so they're trying to do this thing where they're saying, well, we're just going to expand. If I'm going to give them the most charitability here, they say, okay, we're going to just make so many new jobs in America that it increases the demand for labor by so much that it's going to force wages up in this very roundabout fashion.
Yeah, because
And I'm
they
just
can't
saying, I
raise the
think there's
minimum wage.
probably a right. Well, that's why it's the irony of this is essentially a roundabout way to force a minimum wage raise.
Yeah.
Is what this is. Now it's going to take years to do this because it's going to take a long time to build these factories, and also it might make the economy implode in the meantime. So maybe it would actually, which would actually prevent more factories from opening up. So maybe it's not going to actually accomplish this goal anyway. It just,
We'll see.
I wish people were talking about this conversation and understanding this conversation in that fashion, because then they could focus on the actual goal as opposed to the metric or the means that get you to the goal. Because then maybe you could have a different conversation about, well, maybe there's a better way to fix income inequality without being so risky.
They can't even really have that conversation though, because it's kind of the third rail on the right. Or
I know if the words income inequality leave Trump's mouth or Scott Bessent's mouth, it's going to trigger.
Yeah, you immediately get called a communist. So it's like,
right.
Yeah, they can't even really present that as a problem. I got no problems with rich people. I think we need rich people. I think rich people obviously are great facilitators of business. Every rich person I've ever met, like, is fucking working from sun up till sundown. Like, that's kind of why they're rich. Every like lazy trust fund kid I've ever met usually ends up losing all the money anyway. So
right, yeah.
But the problem is the bottom, not the top. The problem is there's too many people who, and it's bad for the people at the top too, because it dampens demand. It dampens a number of people that you can sell to. The reason why demand is so weak in China, and Trump thinks it's because they're fucking with us, but it's because their whole system is set up where it's like there's just not a lot of consumer demand because the people are kind of living on the edge, right? They don't have a lot of like their whole culture revolves around work and save. Don't spend on frivolous shit. And our culture revolves around fucking spending on frivolous shit, right? Work to have fun, work to live. It's a completely different mindset.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's an important distinction to make, because the kind of the socialist and the far left conception of things is not, it's not love the poor, it's hate the rich.
Yes, totally.
And it's interesting because now also there's a contingency on the right now that is basically adopting the same value of just hate the rich, hate the elites, hate Wall Street, all this stuff. And yeah, I'm not coming at it from the perspective either of like rich people are bad for being rich. That's not at all what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just that having massive income inequality, having massive wealth inequality in the country is not only I think it's just morally bad, but it's also, even if you don't care about the moral situation of it, it's just incredibly disruptive to the entire country. There's a reason why when you talk to so many people out there, there's this massive levels of instability and happiness in the population right now. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is
they don't have any money to save. They're spending everything on fucking housing.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for this. You have social media, the dating situation, all this stuff, and all these different factors basically come together. But one of the biggest factors is the fact that there's this giant amount of income inequality that's happening right now. And so, in order to have society be stable and for people to be happy, then you need to fix that problem.
Yeah.
Right. And there's totally only, agree. The money's got to come from somewhere. So yeah, I'm not coming at this from the perspective of like rich people bad. I'm just saying, you need to balance the scales, to have society not fall apart and crumble, and have a bunch of people, put Joker face paint on their face and start, taking out CEOs and trying to burn everything down. Because this is what's scary is I see a lot of people on the right who are like young, seem like young males on the right, or kind of like built into this frenzy on social media, who have this sort of like, we feel that society is not, helped us in any way. So we're totally fine with just burning the whole thing down, essentially. And I'm over here like, that's not going to help you at all. And this is kind of the irony of the whole situation is this, well, I don't know, maybe I'll talk about this later, but this is very reminiscent of the BLM stuff that we saw a few years ago in terms of the thought process behind all this.
Trump wants to lift up the middle class by bringing back factory work. Like, he has this idea in his head that factory workers make a decent living, and we can capture that magic again. And I'm not sure you can. I'm really
No.
not sure that you can. I mean, especially like once we get to the robot fucking labor force, all these factories are going to be run by robots.
Right.
So
Well,
I don't, you got to start thinking in terms of, I mean, it's just, and the Republican Party's not prepared to be thinking in terms of like UBI or
No.
some sort of subsidy when you've got people in the society that just, there's really no work for them.
Well, and also in order to accomplish this, I mean, wouldn't we have to give up the dollar being the global currency, reserve currency anyway?
I don't see that. The dollar being the global reserve currency. I mean, I don't know why that's a huge fucking deal. Especially if we're in a situation where the only reason it's helpful to have everybody want dollars is because it's easy to buy things from them in dollars, right? So if we want to buy oil from whatever country, we can give them dollars because they're desperate to get dollars. Like if they don't want dollars, then we have to trade our dollars for their local currency and buy it in their local currency, right?
Right.
And they can manipulate their currency and stuff like that. So if we are not desperate to buy oil from other countries, like if we produce everything at home, then it doesn't matter. Totally doesn't matter.
Well, here, I asked ChatGPT, what are the benefits and downsides of the dollar being the reserve currency? So you let me know if you agree. It's AI, so maybe it's making shit up.
Right.
So you let me know if you agree with this. Number one, this is for benefits. Lowering borrowing costs. Because demand for the US dollar and treasury bond is high globally, the US government can borrow or really issue debt at lower interest rates. And investors in countries view US debt as a safe haven, which helps keep interest rates on bonds relatively low. That seems to be true, right?
Well, I mean, the bond we set the bond, but whatever we want to set it at.
Yeah, but like what they're saying is that since there's such high demand for it, that's what
Right.
allows us to basically deficit spend nearly infinitely without problems, as long as there's high demand for the dollar.
Right. We can deficit spend, like we can print as much money as we want to buy products and services from America, from anyone who wants dollars, right?
Right.
If people don't want dollars and we want something they have, if they have oil and we want the oil, but they're like, don't pay us in dollars, we want you to pay us in fucking euros, right? So we might have to borrow euros at whatever interest rate that we don't control. So
So we basically control. Yeah. So that gives us a lot of leverage.
Yeah.
Essentially. Yeah, exactly.
But the euros, someone is setting their interest rate.
No. Yeah.
Euro.
If the world is trading in dollars, it gives us significant leverage. Where if they're trading in euros, it doesn't, because we have to trade out to whatever their interest rate is.
In that situation, how does the demand for the euro affect the interest rate? Like we need euros. Like are they desperate to like loan out euros?
Well, it would do the same thing. They would be able to deficit spend at higher volume because the demand is much higher.
Right.
I
mean, there is obviously, like most of the interest rates are based on the interbank lending costs that's set by the Federal Reserve. That's basically set to control inflation. They move it up or down to control inflation. Okay. So, this is what affects like mortgage rates. Mortgage rates are driven by demand, right? But it's on top of the how close it is to the bottom floor that the Fed sets. So the Fed sets the bottom of the floor, and then if there's no demand for mortgages, then they can.
Okay, hold on. We're getting too technical. Let me go through the 6 positives and 6 negatives. So I gotta get through this without like can't have a 10-minute conversation at each point. So. Okay, number 2 is global demand for U.S. dollars and assets. Countries need dollars for trade. They want to hold large amounts of reserves. This creates constant demand for U.S. financial assets, boosting Wall Street and strengthening U.S. capital markets. So that's something we already talked about, that's obviously good for Wall Street and businesses. it would be good for workers if that money was then, trickled down. If it doesn't, then it's actually bad for workers because then they just have to compete with foreign countries for assets. Number 3, trade deficits without the usual pain. Most countries don't run persistent trade deficits without crashing their own currency. The U.S. can because other countries are happy to take dollars in exchange for goods. This allows Americans to consume more than they produce and still maintain a strong currency.
That's true. Yeah, that's probably the big one.
Right. Number 4, exorbitant privilege. The U.S. can effectively print money to pay for imports, foreign investments, or even wars. Other countries have to earn or exchange for dollars, but the U.S. can just create them.
The trade deficit, though, is difficult because there really isn't a trade deficit, right? Those dollars do not go over there infinitely. They come back and buy our assets.
Right. 5, geopolitical power. The U.S. can use its control of the dollar-based financial system to enforce sanctions, cut off countries or individuals from global economic markets. Blah, blah, blah. Number 6, current stability. Having the dollar at the center of the global financial systems provides stability at home. The stronger, more stable dollar helps keep inflation in check and makes financial planning easier for governments, businesses, and consumers. So those are the 6 benefits. And then the 6 downsides it gives is, number 1, persistent trade deficits. Over time, this can erode domestic manufacturing and lead to job losses in certain industries. So it's obviously that has happened, and that's an argument about how the strong dollar has done that. Number 2, dollar strength hurts exports. I guess it's the same thing. Strong dollar makes U.S. goods more expensive abroad, which can hurt American exporters. At the same time, foreign goods become cheaper in the U.S., which can undercut local producers. Number 3, asset bubbles and inequality. Global demand for dollar-denominated assets like U.S. stocks, bonds, and real estates can inflate prices. So this is exactly what you were talking about.
Yes, totally.
This contributes to wealth inequality as asset owners benefit disproportionately. Foreign money flooding into real estate can also raise housing prices in major U.S. cities, pricing on locals.
Yeah, when that $800 billion in cash goes overseas to buy whatever schlock they want to sell us, that those dollars come back and drive up the price of stock, which if you own stock, then you're happy, right?
Right. Yeah. It's the same problem with all the people that own property are happy when property values go up, but all the young people who are trying to buy property are miserable.
Yeah, a lot of people are stoked that the market is pulling back so that they can get in at a reasonable price. They're like, holy shit.
Right. Yeah, assuming it doesn't go to the floor, but it's a different situation.
You want to bet?
No.
Put a little bet
policy,
in that we're at the bottom here. Just make it interesting.
Well, it's going to be entirely dependent on. I don't think we are. I'm going to strongly say I don't think we are because tomorrow is tariff day. I think maybe he'll be like, listen, we're going to give some kind of deal with South Korea. Maybe Japan. That's it. All the other countries, all these tariffs are going to come into effect.
Where's Alex? I'm feeling those 4 rate cuts are coming on. Yeah. I feel like I might win that bet with Alex in the chat.
Number 4, policy constraints. The Fed's monetary policy, like interest rates decisions, have global ripple effects. So the U.S. often faces international pressures to act a certain way. I think that's I don't think that really happens. So I'm not sure I agree with ChatGPT on that one. 5, over-reliance and complacency. Being the issue of the world's reserve currency can lead to fiscal complacency, overspending, ballooning debt, underinvestment in infrastructure, education, because there's no immediate penalty like other countries face. Now, that does seem to be true. So I would agree with that. Geopolitical blowback. Number 6, using the dollar as a tool of sanction and leverage can cause long-term resentment. Has pushed countries like China, Russia, and others to build the alternatives like BRICS. Well, I mean, I guess that's true, but
BRICS is never going to get off the ground.
I'd say who cares about that? Yeah.
BRICS.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone's
It's digging deep. Okay, it's trying to just equal it out. So.
You guys should all keep your savings in rubles. The Russian ruble, I think, is a good investment. As Russia's on the verge of collapse.
Okay, here let's watch a little bit more of this.
Let's talk about Wreck-It Ralph. Oh no, well, let's watch this.
However, I think I'm pretty clear that I'm pretty clear that I think America deserves better trading terms. Exactly what that looks like, I've outlined that I'm not focused on any one dimension of better trading terms. And so my opinion is that there's a variety of improvements that could take place. But at the end of the day, the president is the decider, and he is going to decide.
They keep saying that's funny because they all keep saying that, which I mean, we all know that, right? But the fact that everyone says the thing that we all know, like obviously at the end of the day, it's Trump's president, is his decision. To me, is a signal that they're all unclear about what exactly it is that Trump's going to do. Yeah, that they're all just sort of like winging it. Okay. And
Yeah.
also, this is part's like a minute and 20 seconds. This got a lot of traction, financial news. So this is when he's giving a speech. He kind of lays out 5 things that he thinks other countries could do to sort of avoid these tariffs. So we'll see. We'll see how you feel about them. I don't know if you saw this, Adam, but
Doesn't it make perfect sense though that they want to sell us a bunch of schlock so that they can get dollars and buy good American assets as like investment?
sure.
It's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's so obvious. Why are we even playing this game? We should make it a law. Oh, you can't buy any of that shit.
Well,
Then they wouldn't want our dollars. They'd be like, okay, well, we're not going to sell you anything.
it would,
anymore.
as long
Fine.
as if again, if there wasn't massive income inequality, this would be beneficial to Americans for them to do this.
It
right?
would go down because the labor cost, Americans would say, I'm not going to fucking work this job for that pittance wage. And labor would take over again. How could they not? The only reason labor is going down is because they have cheap overseas options.
I understand that. Right. No, okay. You're not, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm
What are you
saying,
saying?
as I said, American companies are making record profits. Okay. So
Yes,
that means
because-
America as an entity is making record amounts of money. The issue is just getting it to channel in the right places. Okay.
Right.
So if there was another way that you could have income inequality be managed, right, without destroying, without this stuff, the system set up the way it is would be totally fine.
So you
Okay.
tax the companies and you give the money to people who are unemployed?
I don't know
People
what you
who
do.
work
I don't
shit
know
jobs?
the answer to that question. I don't know. You'd have to try to create financial tax incentives and disincentives to try to get wages up, or to try to get people, the spooky union word, right, would have to come back, or something. Right? It
Or
would
you
have
just
to
don't
come
let
into
the
effect.
factories go overseas. You're like, look, you got to make.
They've already gone overseas. We can't go back in
They
time.
went overseas for the cheap labor, though. We agree
Right.
on that, correct?
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Of course they did. Right.
Right.
But they went back in time. They went overseas 40 years ago. We can't go back in time.
They're
and
like,
change
we
it.
don't need you anymore, American
Right.
worker. Fuck off.
Yes. Right.
Just get on your disability and just buy cheap Chinese products. The rich people in China will take advantage of their poor slave labor.
I think people there's an issue here. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The way that business functions and the way that all these markets work, it's a combination of psychology and culture. And
Mhm.
people too frequently get caught up in thinking that there's like a magical force of nature that can't change things the way they are. So you just have to forever work within the system.
No,
So
Trump
that's why-
is an example of change.
No. He's not, though. Not in this way. Because the way that he's doing this is entirely saying there's only one way to accomplish this goal of fixing income inequality is
Right.
to force manufacturing back to America. That's what I'm saying. He's kind of treating it like a force of nature. This is the only possible way to do this. That's why I keep saying you have to hold in your mind this very important distinction that America as an entity is not getting ripped off. It's the worker that's getting ripped off. American businesses are raking in the fucking money. Okay. So the American
Right.
businesses are not getting ripped off. It's the American worker who's getting ripped off.
Because they're hiring a bunch of foreign labor.
Yes. And so what I'm saying is that if American businesses are making all this fucking money, isn't there a way to, again, redress that without destroying the economy first?
Or
Or just to say we're not selling things to anyone overseas anymore.
Our culture is not equipped to say, okay, our American companies are going to basically buy slave labor overseas and then give the profits from that slave labor to American citizens for nothing. Like our society is just not.
So it's
We're not
cultural,
equipped.
psychological issue. Right.
Yeah,
You could be right. You could be
this
right.
is
That could be the
exactly why,
problem.
because Trump is like, we need high paying jobs. Like we don't
Mhm.
want to give people money for nothing. The fairness intuition.
Well, it's not a question of giving
right?
people money for nothing. The question is giving people, better ratio wages for whatever job they're doing.
So we just raise the minimum wage. Then if you're working at 7-Eleven, you make $50 an hour.
Well, that's what this is doing. This is trying to raise the minimum wage. That's all this is doing. It's just doing it in this kind of roundabout way.
I don't see it do well.
That's the only way. It's the only way what they're saying is we're going to raise the minimum wage by increasing the demand for labor, by making it so that there's so many more jobs available in America. That's all. It's just a minimum wage increase, but in a roundabout way, as opposed to just government fiat.
There's a lot of different things that working against one another in this whole situation.
I understand that. Yeah. I understand that. And it's complicated because I understand all the same arguments about just government raising the minimum wage by fiat had the same complications. We were saying, well, aren't all the same as tariffs? Aren't all the costs going to get passed down to the consumer? Isn't that going to make everything more expensive? Isn't that going to cause price inflation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So it's all this. It's literally all the same arguments. That's why this is such a weird situation to me. Is that the left and the right are actually arguing for the same goal. They're just arguing for different ways to get to the goal at the moment. But they're both seem to have the exact same issues or complications or problems or setbacks.
They want to raise wages by bringing factory work back to America.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the left wants to raise wages by just declaring that the government will raise wages.
Yeah, they
right. Or by law, essentially by fiat.
To pay more
and
money.
I don't think either. What I'm saying is I'm not sure either of these solutions are actually going to work. So.
Yeah, I don't either. I just the value of human labor is going to collapse over the next decade.
Right. Well, I'm saying even outside of robots.
Structure our whole entire society has been structured on human labor.
Yes.
So if the value of human labor collapses, we're kind of fucked.
Sure. Okay, let's listen to what Stephen Miran has to say here.
Nor reserve assets if our manufacturing capacity is hollowed out. The president has made clear that the United States is committed to remaining the reserve provider, but that the system must be made fairer. We need to rebuild our industries to project the strength needed to preserve reserve status, and we need to be able to pay our bills to do so. What forms can that burden sharing take? There are many options. Here are a few ideas. First, other countries can accept tariffs on their exports to the United States without retaliation, providing revenue to the US Treasury to finance global public goods provision. Critically, retaliation will exacerbate rather than improve the distribution of burdens. That might make it even more difficult for us to finance global public goods. Second, they could stop unfair and harmful trading practices by opening their markets and buying more from America. Third, they could boost defense spending and procurement from the United States, buying more US-made goods and taking the strain off our service members and creating jobs here. Fourth, they can invest in and install factories in America. They won't face tariffs if they make their products in this country. Fifth, they could simply write checks to Treasury. That would help us finance global public goods as well. Tariffs deserve some extra attention.
So there you go. Those are the 5 things, including writing a check to the Treasury Department.
Well, he's just saying basically give us the money back.
Right. Which, I mean, that's
why do we even trade money for it? Why don't we just tell them to give us the goods?
Yeah, right. It's basically saying give us your stuff for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting. But
I like
okay.
I thought the Republican parties were against free stuff. I like free stuff. What is this, communism? Everything's going to be free.
Also, I mean, that wouldn't really solve the problem of income inequality. If they start giving the Treasury money, that's not going to change anything. So.
Yeah, obviously. Well, it would if they had some sort of UBI or something.
Yeah, but we don't. So, Okay, let me send you. This is kind of interesting. You bring up this X thread. So, if you click on Elon's first reply, you'll see all his other replies in the chain. So Elon has come out and, I had speculated on Sunday. I had said, based on the fact that Ian Miles-Chong was obviously a toady of Elon, and I wouldn't be even surprised if there's a private DM group somewhere that he's part
in?
of.
Oh,
yeah,
please.
He's in 100%.
Oh
because
God.
Ian Miles-Chong was coming out really hard against these tariffs, and there was maybe a little bit of hints that Elon was kind of against it, and so now today Elon has come out a lot more against this. He's actually attacking Peter Navarro and calling Peter Navarro a retard. So, we could play the clip that kind of set Elon off on all this.
It's so, I mean, Ian Miles Chong is obviously a Chinese.
Malaysian.
Yeah. Well, no, but he's like working for the Chinese on this one. They're the ones that want to
Oh,
get rid of the tariff, right? That's why
I think he's working
against
for
them.
Elon on this one. So
Oh, he is?
that's my interpretation.
Well, Elon is working with the Chinese
Well,
too.
there you go. Okay,
So
you have the clip. We can play this clip first.
all right, we can do it.
It's a minute, 20 seconds.
Yeah. This is only 30 seconds.
Did you 30 seconds? What are you looking at? Peter Navarro and Elon Musk from Ron Prigadie's account.
Maybe I got the wrong one.
Minute 20 seconds.
Let's see here. What did Sitch send me?
It was the last thing I just sent you.
It's got the reader's note. Peter Navarro on Elon Musk.
Yeah, minute 20 seconds.
Why is it? That's weird. Oh, okay. It was counting down. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Oh, you had it like auto playing and
Yeah, so
you
it was
got you,
halfway through.
Right.
Let's go.
Okay.
When it comes to tariffs and trade, we all understand in the White House, and the American people understand, that Elon's a car manufacturer. But he's not a car manufacturer. He's a car assembler in many cases. If you go to his Texas plant, a good part of the engines that he gets, which in the EV case is the batteries, come from Japan and come from China. The electronics come from Taiwan. The tires come. What we want, and the difference is in our thinking and Elon's on this, is that we want the tires made in Akron. We want the transmissions made in Indianapolis. We want the engines made in Flint and Saginaw, and we want the cars manufactured here. It's like this business model where BMW and Mercedes come in to Spartanburg, South Carolina, and have us assemble German engines and Austrian transmissions. That doesn't work for America. It's bad for our economics. It's bad for our national security. We want them to come here. And with Elon, it's fine. He's a car man. He's a car person. That's what he does. And he wants the cheap foreign parts, and we understand that. But we want him home. We want him home
Peter, you
for our
expect
national security and economic security, and everything's good with Elon.
That's great.
Okay. So that's
I
what,
was thinking like Tesla's going to cost like $300,000 now.
right. So if you click on Elon's response, you can see he has 3 responses in this thread. He says Navarro is truly a moron. What he says here is demonstrably false.
That he's not a car guy?
Well, I think his claim about like how the cars are made, like what parts
He's
of the cars
like,
are made,
how
where.
dare you call me an assembler, you
Right.
fucking bastard.
Then Elon, his second response is Tesla has the most American-made cars. Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks. And he linked the study. It says study finds the most American-made cars, and I guess it's I'm getting hit with the fucking. You need to get rid of the ad blocker. It's Tesla. Yeah, it's the first 4 on the list are Tesla. So now, to be fair, that doesn't necessarily mean what Peter Navarro said was wrong. It just means that Tesla is doing the best at it as a company.
Right. So they're like 5% American made, and everyone
Well, I don't know.
else is like,
Let's see. Does it say?
is like 2%. I don't know.
Um,
It could be.
This
Let's
article
say it's 50%.
doesn't say. Oh wait, the COVID studies author notes that in the past years, only vehicles with 75% or more of the parts in the U.S. or Canada even made the list. It's a struggle for vehicles in 2023 to hit even 60% now. So I guess it's saying it's like in the 60% range or less. So there you go. And then underneath that, Elon wrote, by any definition whatsoever, Tesla is the most vertically integrated auto manufacturer in America, which is true, with the highest percentage of U.S. content. Navarro should ask the fake expert he invented, Ron Vara.
Mm-hmm.
So what that's in reference to, which I had no idea about this until I saw people talking about it on X, is that so apparently Peter Navarro wrote a book. Do you know about this? The China book he wrote?
No, I haven't read it.
So Peter Navarro wrote a book on China. Well, he actually wrote a couple. I'm trying to see what the name of it was. Death by China. He wrote a couple. Coming China Wars and Death by China. And there's this theory that the way that Trump found Peter Navarro, I don't know if this has ever been confirmed, is that he had Jared Kushner basically look up books about China on Amazon, and somehow he came across Peter Navarro. And in Peter Navarro's book, he cites an economic source called Ron Vara, and people have deduced very quickly that there's no such person as Ron Vara. It's just Navarro as an anagram. So he's just citing himself.
That's ridiculous.
And so Peter Navarro has responded saying that everyone knew it was him and it was like an inside joke. Now, I haven't read the book, so I don't know if that's a valid excuse or explanation or what, but so that's what Elon was talking about when he said he invented a fake expert called Ron Vara. And then there's another ex
Well, as long as everyone knows, it's just him citing himself.
Yeah, if you know. But as I said,
Right.
I haven't read the book personally, so I don't know how apparent it is. I mean, if you don't know,
But
that's
someone
obviously
shouldn't do that. That should be.
psychotic. Yes. So
I mean, you cite Sitch's law all the time. What's
I
wrong
do,
with that?
but I call it Sitch's law. I don't call it like ASP hit six law or something, right?
You just call it Einstein's eighth law of relativity.
There you go. Einstein's eighth law of political relativity. Exactly. And then also there's another ex post where Mauro Nafal, who's also a big Elon guy, had kind of retweeted the same thing, criticizing Peter Navarro. And Elon Musk said, Peter Retardo.
Which is funny. Very funny. It is
pretty funny. Yes.
This is why people like Elon. He is hilarious.
Oh, one final thing too, somewhat interesting, is that in Elon's post in his first thread where he said Tesla's the most American-made cars, Navarro's dumber than a sack of bricks, he added two different people. He added Peter Navarro himself, and he added the account I Find Retards. There's an account on X called I Find Retards, which is a very right-wing aligned account, which just posts people that says
stupid shit. Yeah, that's great.
Right. So now at first, I thought it was interesting because the I Find Retards account had not retweeted this at all. And it actually had retweeted a clip of Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro has been very against the tariffs too. He kind of said the same thing that I said. I guess all us Jews think alike, where he was saying that.
Oh my God.
He was saying that if Trump is,
I
know, it's terrible. He was saying if Trump was using this as a negotiation tactic, that's one thing. But if he's actually using it because he wants to fix the trade deficit imbalance, and so these are all going to go in effect, then that's stupid. And so Ben Shapiro has been saying this for the last few days, and the retard finder had clipped that out and posted this, calling Ben Shapiro a retard for having this position. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. The retard finder account is actually not aligned with Elon on this position whatsoever. Though it looks like an hour ago, actually, finally, the retard finder has now
realized that.
Yes. Well, he's gaining his publicity on X, so maybe he should be in the good graces of the person who owns X.
Right. He's like, I got some clout to chase.
Right. So he's just recently, 53 minutes ago, reposted. Elon Musk said today, a few minutes ago, or I guess it was an hour ago, said, I'd like to apologize to Bricks for calling Peter Retardo dumber than a sack of bricks. That was unfair to Bricks.
Right.
He's Elon.
That was a little dad joke-ish, so.
Yes. And the retard finder has finally weighed in, saying, I can confirm to you he is a 1010 retarded. To which Elon Musk replied, independent experts agree that he is retarded.
Does Elon just sit on Twitter all day long? Doesn't he have a company to run?
Doesn't he have Doge to like go through?
Yeah, he's busy going through your taxes.
I guess so. So he's going through our taxes. Listen, I mean, that's how smart he is. He can go through taxes and shit posts on Twitter all day calling Peter Navarro retardo. Which
maybe he's already got the Neuralink. So
you know what? That makes sense. So it is funny. I mean, it's also. Can you imagine a world like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, where he's going to be like, oh, they're going to have like titans of industry calling people retards publicly. I don't know. It's the whole thing is silly.
I think it's fine. I don't mind that.
He likes it.
We'll see how this plays out.
Right.
I think there's a bigger problem here. obviously Elon is in favor of cheap labor. He's like an industrialist.
Well, but again, to be fair to Elon, who I'm not some big Elon fan, I mean, he is correct. The Tesla is has the most parts sourced of American labor than any other car manufacturer.
Well, that's good. In this
So-
day and age, though, that's the way you build things. Someone else builds the component. Someone has a factory to make the wheels, right? All they do is wheels. They make wheels for every single car in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
It used to be the car manufacturers made everything, right? The wheels, the tires, the fucking door handles, the lights, everything, right?
Mhm.
That was the car manufacturing process. Now it's not.
Right.
So, and evidently it spanned the world because whoever made the fucking headlights was like, I'm going over to China for that cheap ass labor.
Right.
It's too expensive to make lights in America. Make them in China.
So to further show that exactly what I said was completely true about Ian Miles Chong. Ian Miles Chong yesterday posted a video that's been making rounds. It's Milton Friedman coming out against tariffs. Obviously, Milton Friedman, right wing or an economist that people on the right have been pointing to forever, essentially my entire life. This is the guy to listen to.
Here's my favorite quote from Milton Friedman. I just brought it up. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon in the sense that it can be produced only by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than an output, the part they always leave out there.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and there's this famous clip, you've probably seen it, of Milton Friedman talking about like how all the little parts to make a pencil, you need the wood, the lead, the rubber, the metal for the little tip thing. You need all these little elements, and how because of the amazing free market and global trade, you're able to basically have all these different parts come from all over the world combined to make a cheap pencil that an American consumer can buy. Right. Yeah. And that is the argument, there's the benefit for all these systems in place, is that it allows Americans to buy cheap goods. And so Ian Miles Chong posted that video, and Elon Musk has reposted the same video on X. From Ian Miles Chong. So it says from Ian Miles Chong at the bottom. He's reposted the video. So people are saying this is Elon Musk's direct appeal to Trump to not go through with the tariffs.
He's just negotiating.
Okay.
Well, that's what I hear. That's what everyone hopes.
Nobody actually knows, I don't think, what's going on. So
nobody does know what's going on.
We'll see, yeah.
That's why you can't. It's hard to tell if what they're trying to do is even going to work, right? But then not knowing exactly what they're really even trying to do adds a whole nother level of mystery box to it.
Right.
It's like, holy shit. But hopefully it turns out better than the second season of Severance. We get some real clarity.
So it says currently right now, I just pulled up, the Dow is trending down. So I don't know. From what it opened.
We're down almost 2% on the Dow.
Right.
We're 2.5 on the S&P. Nobody ever pays attention to the Dow because the Dow's only 30 stocks. The S&P 500 is a far better metric. So they pay attention to
the S&P 500. Okay. So that's gone down further.
Yeah. 2.65 down 134 points.
Right.
We're at the 4,900 level. A lot of people are saying there's support at the 4,700 level. So I don't think we've tested the 4,700 level yet, but obviously we're much closer to 4,700 than we are to where we were at the top. What was the top at? 56. So, I mean, might be time to get in there.
Well, as I said, it's all going to be tomorrow, because this is all the market reacting to the threat of the thing. The thing hasn't actually happened yet. The thing happens. Well, it actually happens tonight at midnight. Donald Trump has said tonight at midnight, China will be hit with 104% tariffs. So I guess we'll find out. I don't think the market is going to react kindly tomorrow to the tariffs going into actual effect tonight at midnight.
The top was 61.44. So we're in that how far are we down? 18.5%, almost 20%. So 20% would be bear market territory. If we close below 20% down on the S&P 500, we'll officially call it a bear market. Oh my God.
And what is the number? That's
actually
20%
right now we're 19.71% down from the top.
Oh, so we're close.
Yeah.
So we're close to that 20% is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
as soon as that happens, all of the financial papers will splash pictures of bears and they'll put bear market.
And they'll have a bear like mauling Donald Trump.
They will.
On the cover. The people will be AI generating that scene of
do you remember why it's bears and bulls? Why it's like a bull market versus a bear market?
My understanding is that bears swipe down and bulls go up with their horns.
It's the direction of the attack, exactly. So
Right,
we're officially attacking down.
There you go. What's the bear movie where the guy's getting like attacked by the bear?
Cocaine Bear? Great movie. No, I've never seen it. I don't know. It could be good. Could be bad.
It's the Revenant, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie.
Oh yeah, the Revenant. That's exactly.
Yeah, there's that scene where he's getting like mauled by the bear. People are just going to AI Trump's face into that if
that
the
would
bear
be
market comes. So.
Yeah, that would be a great picture for CNBC tomorrow morning.
Right.
Picture a still from the Revenant.
Right. Okay, so here's Scott Bessent. Let's see if how he makes us feel. This is today. Makes us feel about the economy today.
We're joined now.
I do listen. The one thing not the one thing, but one of the things I will give the Trump administration a lot of credit for is even the fact that I don't think anyone knows what the fuck Trump's going to do. It does seem like his administration is way more like going out there and talking to the media at far greater volume than Biden or other past administrations. So I do give them a lot of credit for that.
What's up with this smirk Bessent has? He always has a fucking smirk on his face, like he knows better than you.
That's just his resting smirk face.
He's like, what the fuck? Why are you questioning me?
Right.
Well, the market's down 20%. That's why they're questioning you. The fuck? You're the Treasury Secretary.
He should come out like, in like funeral garb. He has like a little veil over his face.
Oh, that would be
He's
so
holding
good.
like roses. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, though, help us just understand this, and maybe it's a very nuanced answer because there's.
Oh, I don't know if you have to turn down the watch together because it was like super loud for.
I've already been on it.
Oh, okay.
I already know what's up.
Look at Adam. He's on top of this.
Sort of a different component parts to this. So the president said yesterday with Netanyahu, quote, that these tariffs can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations. We also had Peter Navarro, as Becky mentioned, and you just talked about, saying that the whole goal of this is to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And then there's been the discussion of trying to raise revenue as a function of the tariffs. All of those different ideas, to some degree, oddly enough, are at odds with each other. Meaning, if you're successful,
oh my God, they figured it out,
at creating revenue from the tariffs, you're not bringing jobs back to America necessarily, though that could be an offshoot of what happens. I'm trying to understand.
What if we use the tariff money to actually build factories in America and hire Americans? Build some fucking bridges and some monuments. Let's put another face on Mount Rushmore, right? I have an idea. Donald Trump.
Wait, but is it going to be the government is going to make a government-run factory, or is it going to? Okay, so we're gonna. So, I mean,
we're going to put Donald Trump's face on Mount Rushmore, and China's going to pay for it.
So Donald Trump's big ploy here is he's going to start having public socialized factories that are controlled by the government.
Trump is like, I'm getting the wall money now, and China's going to pay for the wall.
Gotcha. I mean, Scott Bessent's not going to be in favor of that. His whole point was we need to shrink the government and expand the private.
This motherfucker doesn't look like he's in favor of anything.
That's true.
This smug piece of shit.
That's true.
Perspective, whether these really are negotiations, they're not negotiations, what success at the end of the day actually looks like.
Well, Andrew, that lot to unpack there, and let's just go through it piece by piece. That when you if we put up a tariff wall, the ultimate goal would be to bring jobs back to the U.S., but in the meantime, we will be collecting substantial tariffs. As I've said, I believe on this show that if we're successful, tariffs would be a melting ice cube in a way, because you're taking in the revenues as the manufacturing facilities are built in the U.S., and there should be some level of symmetry between the taxes we begin taking in with the new industry from the payroll taxes as the tariffs decline.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a separate question, and maybe
does that answer the question?
I think that the tariffs decline as they produce in the United States, and we tax the revenue from the business. Why don't we just raise all the corporate taxes?
That's what this is. Yeah. Corporate tax hike. I mean,
well,
I guess the counter,
right?
The counter that I hear, I think you've also vocalized, is the Trump administration can't answer this question as part of the negotiation tactic. Right. That's sort of the answer to that. I don't know if I buy that. I think they could. I don't see why it lowers the negotiation, why it lowers Trump's position in the negotiation in his leverage.
You just come out and say, bitch, we win either way.
To just say, to tell people, yeah, if you don't want this, come give me a deal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're open for negotiation, or we'll take your tax money. We're good either way.
Now, to be fair to Trump, he has sort of said that, though there's a lot of mixed signals here, but
this is just like that scene from Minecraft.
This is exactly like that scene with Minecraft.
On the teal blouses and hitting the town together.
Exactly.
A lot of mixed signals going on there.
Right.
Directly to the CEOs and business leaders who are watching this broadcast, along with perhaps policy leaders and others who are frankly running other countries. I've talked to a number of them who say, you know what? I'm going to sit back and just watch all of this play out. I'm not going to make any decisions about whether I'm going to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. or, frankly, how much I need to negotiate with this administration, this is now other countries, just yet, because depending on how the markets play out, depending on what you think is going to happen in Congress, depending on what you think is going to happen with the courts, all sorts of other things could happen first before I would need to make an actual decision as to either negotiating over the tariffs themselves, or if I'm a business, investing back in the U.S., because who knows what's going to happen, not just in 6 months from now, but in 2, 3, or 5 years from now, when maybe my plant would actually come on board.
That's what they always say. We can wait this motherfucker out. We got midterms in 2 years.
Right.
He's out in 4 years. They're like, bitch, we got plenty of time.
We're online.
So, Andrew, that I think that may be what some of the countries are saying in public, but I can tell you I've seen the call list at the White House, and it's substantial. We were having a discussion last night about which countries to prioritize, and I think you are going to see some very large countries with large trade deficits come forward very quickly. I think we can if they come to the table with solid proposals, I think we can end up with some good deals. And, part of the calculus on that may be that some part of the tariffs stay on. And I actually think, as I said, that over the weekend, President Trump has maximum negotiating leverage right here, right now. And I think it would be a mistake for anyone to think otherwise. And many of...
okay, when he said that, it made me wonder, because it's true that Trump does have maximum leverage right now. And I wonder if the reason he paused there, because it made me think of this, isn't this whole situation like Trump has maximum leverage now, but isn't that the whole point? He has maximum leverage at this moment, but the longer this goes on, the more his leverage goes away.
You'd think, yeah.
Because as soon, like, Trump has maximum leverage right now because he basically has, as I said, he's the Joker. He's holding, he's got the buzzer, he's got the bomb strapped around himself, right? You got to do what he says.
Once you blow yourself up, it's over, right?
Right. But then, but as soon as, like, the bomb drops, okay, tomorrow, and the tariffs come into effect, and if prices start to jump up, over the next couple of weeks, and then companies start squeezing, and then if this goes on for another week, another 2 weeks, layoffs start occurring, prices of everything starts going up. The longer this goes on, it seems to me the less leverage Trump has. That
He's just going to blame everyone else. That's what he always does.
Well, maybe, but it doesn't change the fact that he has less and less leverage. Now, the flip side of that is to say, well, aren't all these other countries going to be going through similar things? Maybe, right? Maybe they'll be able to find additional markets for their goods. Maybe they won't be. Maybe they'll just dig in. Right now, we see, I think people have kind of like a main character syndrome issue with this, and we'll see, because there definitely will be countries that I think will 100% cave because they either don't care or because it's just so financially advantageous to them that maybe agreeing to all these demands doesn't really impact them negatively at all. I don't know if Vietnam just says, okay, we get rid of all our tariffs and we do whatever the fuck you want. I don't know if they give a shit. But with other countries, there's this big contingency right now you're seeing in America of people saying, hey, I will follow Donald Trump to the ends of the earth. I will jump off a cliff for him. It's better to take short-term pain right now in terms of long-term game for my family, my children, whatever. I'll grit and bear it through. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't think that there'd be other countries where their populations would have similar thought processes, and they would kind of frame America as the bad guy in all this and just say, hey, let's just power through this, and we can, make Trump, fumble on this one.
Yeah. Well, they pride themselves on being prepared for that kind of stuff.
Right. What is this picture you just sent me?
It's probably it's probably AI.
This is a real picture. Is this like people are sharing this around saying Trump is yelling at Elon about the tariffs?
Wow, look at this. Somebody asked, Grok, is this a real photo?
Mm-hmm.
And is it recent? Hard to confirm without seeing the photo. It's funny because it kind of looks like it's a bullet hole. It looks like they're looking through some kind of, I don't know what the framing is. But like they're behind some kind of ice sculpture there. I think it's AI. So.
No, but so as I said, is the context of this picture someone posting this picture on X saying this is Trump and Elon arguing about tariffs? Is that what's happening?
They just said trouble in paradise. Here, I'll send you the.
Okay.
I'll send you the link. It is funny that someone asked Grok if it was AI, and Grok was like, "I don't fucking know."
Oh, this is from yesterday.
Grok can't even tell if it's AI.
Well, here you go. So according to community notes, I wish almost everyone was part of the community notes program because it lets you see proposed community notes, and they're usually it's usually very useful to see the proposed notes, even if they don't go through. So this is not an AI generated picture, but it is a picture from last month.
Oh.
So this is not about, well, I don't know what they're talking about. This is from March 14th. So this is not a picture that has anything to do with the current trade negotiations.
It is a funny picture, though.
Well, someone already pointed out, it looks like Trump pointing at Elon, like the screaming woman pointing at the cat meme.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. But
oh my God.
Not quite.
Grok is amazing.
What did Grok say?
Grok did a Dumb and Dumber meme of Elon and Trump that oh my God.
Right.
Here's your Dumb and Dumber for the day.
Beautiful.
Elon is Jim Carrey.
Beautiful.
Anyway, yeah, look, I don't know how this is going to go. I don't think Trump knows how this is going to go. I don't think Bassett knows how this is going to go.
Nobody knows how it's going to go. Yeah. Right.
How much market pressure they can take.
Now
look, the market, I don't think the market knows how this is going to go.
No, nobody knows how it's going to go. But your prediction is that Trump crumbles. Right. That Trump doesn't have a high tolerance for pain, for market pain. Right.
Yes. Yeah. I think Trump is going to, it's all fun and games when it's just the screeching woke progressives like yelling about you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Calling you Orange Hitler and stuff.
Right.
But as soon as people on the right, like people who are your constituents, start calling you Orange Hitler, I think his tolerance for that kind of pain is going to be very non-existent.
Oh, we'll see. Tomorrow's going to be the day, right?
Will the tariffs drop tomorrow? Is that the situation?
Tonight at midnight, supposedly.
Okay. And China's getting 104 tariff?
104%.
The thing is, I mean, as a business owner, I mean, it would be better. Obviously, this is being done terribly. I don't know why this stuff wasn't said as soon as he got into office, so businesses could start preparing. They could be
Because
like,
this plan wasn't generated until,
recently,
2 weeks ago.
The latest version of Grok generated
until Grok came out with the plan. Right.
Because, if I'm a business owner, I'm thinking, okay, well, I got to start sourcing. If you run an auto parts store, you're thinking, well, fucking 90% of our product comes from China. What are we supposed to do?
Right.
Like, people are going to be coming in for parts for their car, and you're going to be like, oh yeah, we can't get that. Or what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
You raise all your prices by 104%?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
They're all going to eat the cost at them.
I'm going to call some auto repair shops and ask them about it. Go, hey, how are these tariffs affecting you guys? I'm going to do some real man on the street journalists, some shoe gum journalism. Okay.
The other story today was the big Supreme Court opinion that was based partially around, it was based entirely on, but it only answered partial questions about Trump's ability to deport people under the Aliens Invasion Act, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Right.
Deporting all these people to El Salvador, the Supermax prison, without them being able to defend themselves with judicial review.
And I'm sure Amy Coney Barrett didn't become a total Benedict Arnold and completely stab everyone in the back, right?
So
that would never happen.
Now, this is a very interesting opinion because I'm seeing people say that this totally vindicates Trump victorious. And I've seen people say this totally is a slap in the face to Trump. Trump is a big loser. Right. I'm seeing both people I'm saying two different groups of people say two different groups of things. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Right. So try to look through the opinion, try to look through articles. This is what seems to be what's going on here, is that what the court said, it was 5-4 with Amy Coney Barrett on the
Benedict Arnold side.
Oh. Yes. And so what the majority said was, in this, I guess it's easier to explain why it's bad for Trump first and then why it's good for Trump second, because that part is so much more complicated that I don't really fully understand it. It's very highly legally technical. So the way it's bad for Trump is that all the courts, 9 justices, said that Donald Trump cannot just deport people to El Salvador, to an El Salvadori prison, without them being able to defend themselves in court.
Okay.
That is not allowed, right? So I'm definitely agree with that 100%.
Because we're not in a war or something like that, right?
Well, no, they're just saying that people that the Fifth Amendment says everyone, not just citizens, everyone has a right to due process, and that's they have a right to habeas corpus due process, where they can have the government has to tell them beforehand, hey, we're going to do this legal action to you. And then that person has a right on an individual level to go to a court and defend themselves against those charges.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's what the Supreme Court has ruled today. They said, this is what they said. Now, so that's definitely a blow against the Trump administration's ability to just start sending these people to these prisons. Now, the court didn't rule on the full issue. They didn't. And now, because the case wasn't about this, the case was really about that the DC court had basically put a 2-week pause on the Trump administration's ability to deport people to this. I shouldn't even say deport, to imprison people in this prison in El Salvador. And so it wasn't actually adjudicating necessarily whether it was right for Trump to even use this act in the first place, or, the merits of, what they could use to make these deportations or whatever. It was just kind of about this one simple part of it, because it was an emergency hearing. And so The court said, yes, the Trump administration has to give these people a right to defend themselves in court, but it did say, and this is where the Trump people are claiming victory, it did say that it nullified the DC's court's hold on the proceedings. Now, my understanding is it didn't say that they nullified their hold on the proceedings because how dare a lower court do this? That's not what it said, even though it's what a lot of people are on the MAGA side have been saying. What they said was that these people are able to defend themselves through habeas corpus and not through other legal mechanisms. So under whatever the complicated legalese argument is related to this, it means that they're only able to defend themselves in court in a specific venue. And the specific venue is wherever they're physically being held. And so they're saying that it was wrong to bring these cases to the District of Columbia. You'd have to bring this case to like Texas or Louisiana or wherever these facilities are that are holding, these people in order to deport them or imprison them.
So they're making a standing argument?
They're making a standing in a venue argument, yes. And the Supreme Court is saying that they have to be in those courts. Now, that would be a boon to Trump because obviously the thought process, and it's probably true,
go to the
is that
high judge in Texas.
Right. Exactly. Like the reason that the plaintiffs kind of want to go to DC and get the specific judge everyone's complaining about is because they feel like, and they're probably correct, that those judges are going to be more left-wing biased and thus are going to be more likely to rule against Trump. Where if you go to a judge in Texas or Louisiana, they're going to be more right-wing biased and thus more favorable to Trump. So,
yep.
So that's what's going on right now.
Bring him to me.
Argument. So now, so what the dissent was about saying, kind of making this complicated legal argument about, well, they should have other avenues of defending themselves beyond whatever the habeas corpus proceeding entails under the Administration Procedures Act, and thus should be able to, I guess, have different venues like in DC or some other place. So, I'm sorry, the Administrative Procedure Act. Yeah, that's correct. Now, I'm not going to pretend I know all the nuances of what those two proceedings entail because I literally just was reading through this, an hour before stream. But that's what's going on. That's why both sides are kind of claiming victory. From my perspective, I mean, first of all, I'm just happy that people are getting some level of due process because to me, that's like totally psychotic that people can be imprisoned and sent to a prison in a foreign country with zero due process. And I'm glad that Supreme Court is saying there has to be at least some fucking level of due process to this thing. So
it is kind of terrifying. Like, especially if you're talking about mistakes, because mistakes can happen to Americans too, right?
Of course. Yeah. Well, then it's even creepier now because when the Trump administration's lawyers are basically saying that once they send someone there, they have no way of getting them back. It's the claim they're making, which doesn't really make sense, but that's the claim. Yeah.
There's no flights out or something.
Yeah, I know, but that's the claim they're making. And so what they're suggesting is that if they accidentally pick up a citizen and send them to this jail, they can't get them back because they're just, we accidentally sent the citizen there. They're just gone forever. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? So
I just left my ID in my other jacket.
Right. So now the dissent does talk about all these things. None of that stuff was ruled on in this case. So obviously there's going to be more cases going forward about whether it's even right for the Trump administration to use the Aliens Act in the first place in this capacity and whether they followed the specific due process and blah, 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 blah. So that's all going to be worked out in the future.
Cool.
Okay.
That's it?
That's it. Let me look at some supers here.
Oh my goodness. Let's read some supers. All help. All hail the supers. Wow, look at this. There's like $100 super chat there. You didn't even bring it up.
I didn't. Well, I had closed the window, but Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $100. Says a trade deficit means below and beneath nothing. A trade deficit does not facilitate that position at all in any way. One has absolutely nothing to do with the other at all. My dog stopped barking because you watered the garden. These people are just retards.
Maybe your dog was worried about the plants
there you
dying.
Go.
So look. As soon as you watered it, the dog was like, okay, thank goodness.
Right,
I
right.
saved the garden. That's what the
Right.
dog was doing. No, so I guess you're responding to the dollars going overseas and then being used to buy American assets. Well, take it up with Lighthizer. That's his argument. Seems logical to me, though. The dollars don't go over there forever, right? They come back somehow.
I think, to my understanding, is that it is true. It is true that, yes, people in foreign countries will buy assets in America, and that will bid up those prices. The part I don't buy about that argument, that I don't know if you were making this, I mean, it sounds like you're making this argument, is that, well, we should just completely stop anyone from doing all that stuff. And I'm saying, I don't know if that's the way to do. I don't think that's going to help the American worker. I don't think it's going to really help anyone if you still have massive, wage income inequality. So.
You talking to me or him?
I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay.
Talking to you. Gracias Tedemont for $50 says, how the fuck, in the name of God, is Adam both an MMTer and a degrowth fuck the US owning the global dollar? Jesus Christ will absolutely fuck the American worker with this approach.
I mean, I'm not an MMTer.
You're not?
And
wait. You've turned against MMT?
When you say MMTer, people think that you sign off on like the jobs guarantee program and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of policy prescriptions. So,
right.
And obviously I've come to realize a lot of the things that we talk about aren't really MMT at all. They aren't like unique to MMT.
Right.
So, I mean, I literally brought up a quote by Milton Friedman, right? Are you calling that MMT? Like, if you believe that you can't take the deficit down to zero, that you should grow the deficit / money supply to maintain growth, that's not necessarily MMT if it's signed off by Milton Friedman long before MMT ever
right.
came
But I mean,
into
does Stephanie
existence, so.
Kelton, I assume she would agree with that Milton Friedman quote. She's not against that quote.
Yeah, of course she is. Like, it's basic economics.
Right.
Yeah. So, but just because Stephanie Kelton signs off on a Milton Friedman quote doesn't turn it into MMT.
No, I understand that. Right. But anyway, okay. Beyond whether you're an MMT or.
Right.
Did you have another reaction to
the D? I'm not. Is that really degrowth? I mean, I'm basically saying, why aren't we growing America? Like,
yeah, but you're basically talking about capping American growth to.
No, I'm not. Holy fucking shit. Don't say that.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
I misunderstood your position then.
A degrowther believes that there's limited space, that there's limited supplies, that like the economy can't grow infinitely because of commodities. Commodities are the issue. I am not degrowth at all. I think obviously you can grow an economy infinitely based on knowledge. That's why it's a knowledge economy. You're growing the economy based on putting limited resources together in infinite ways, right? There's a better way to combine resources to make an iPhone, using less resources, using resources more efficiently, right? So yeah, look, I'm for growing the American economy. I think we should have robot labor. We should make skyscrapers that go to the moon. Maybe put an elevator that goes all the way up there. We should have regular flights to fucking Mars. I don't understand why we have to include China in this equation. Like, why, why aren't we building a space program in America instead of focusing on selling fucking tchotchkes to China? Like, why is selling tchotchkes to China suddenly going to be a better growth vehicle for America than building our space race?
Well, okay. Well, two things. Number one, you can't build an elevator to the moon, Adam. Okay. Because the moon is not always in the same position. So come on. You can't do that.
It always faces the same way.
That's true. It's going to rip the fucking bridge off, or it's going to destroy the Earth because you've locked the moon in some sort of weird orbit pattern.
You just put it in a little track, a little channel.
I see.
It's like,
okay, I got you.
You have a little channel, so it basically goes through the channel.
Yes.
Yes, no problem.
You make the building out of elastic. It just stretches whatever, around the earth. Yeah, sure.
You understand what I'm saying, right? Like,
Right.
why
Okay, so
are we
that-
devoting
that's a
all of
joke.
our resources
Right.
to
Okay.
fucking making stupid fucking tchotchke for China when we could be devoting those time and resources to doing cool shit over here in
Right.
America, right?
Right. You have it like a drawbridge. Okay, that's true. You could do it like a drawbridge. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, that's a good point. You just have it not connect all the time. That's a fair point. Okay. Anyway, you just have like a little moon drawbridge. Yeah, like when it's in the right
Yeah.
orbit,
The
like it locks
drawbridge
in.
isn't synchronous.
Yeah, right. When it's in the right like position, it locks in, and then when it's not, it like opens up. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Call me a degrowther. How dare you?
Okay, but here's the confusion. Okay, so I think I understand. Just to be clear, okay, because what you were saying was, and this is where the degrowth accusation comes in, is that you're saying once America produces enough goods for Americans, it should not produce more of those goods to sell to China or in some other country, right?
Sure.
And so that's where the
we got better
idea
things
is like
to do with our fucking
Right.
resources.
Right. So, and this is where just to be clear here, so this is where the accusation of like the degrowth is, because it sounds like just from saying that alone, before you add the second part, it sounds like what you're saying is, okay, you're putting a cap. You're saying once we've produced so many widgets, you just stop because it's not worth producing widgets to send to China. But then what you're
Hell
saying
no.
is once you reach whatever the number of goods is for Americans, then you should shift those extra resources into making rockets to send to the moon and to
Roads.
build the space elevators and all these other things. is
We
what you're
need
saying.
fucking golden roads. It's going to take a lot of mining to get enough gold, but we got to fucking have. I want a fucking emerald city. I want a city made of all emeralds. Like, why aren't we fucking buffing out our place? Why are we selling tchotchke overseas?
Because I think what you're suggesting would require a large scale of government economic planning working in unison, which people don't generally want to do in America.
We're decoupling from China, guys.
Okay.
We're gonna make our pad over here in America badass. Okay, we're gonna have a freaking elevator to the moon. China can do whatever the fuck they want. That's cool with me.
No, but like what I'm saying is once the factory makes enough widgets that Americans need after the first 6 months of production, like you can't force the be like, okay, now you're going to be making space elevator cables, right? Like,
this is exactly what China did, because China's like,
because they have an authoritarian government that tells the business what to do.
Look, they literally built a bunch of empty fucking cities. Okay.
Yes.
If they built those cities over here, they wouldn't be empty. We got a freaking housing shortage. People be moving into those places. It'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
So why the hell? So look, China gets it. They're like, look, we'll build cities over here that are empty rather than build cities in the United States.
I don't think you want to advocate for building empty cities like they do in China. I don't think that's a good economic solution.
You understand, I'm not saying it's an economic solution. Obviously, we should manage our resources better. But they're saying, look, we're going to keep our resources here.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the difficulty I have with what you're suggesting is in China, they can do it because they don't have free markets. It's an authoritarian government that tells the businesses what to do. So that's why I was saying, if you had a centralized government planned economy, where the government just says, okay, you spend 6 months making widgets for cars, and then once we have enough widgets, then you spend 6 months making elevator cables for Tesla moon elevators, right? Then yes, you can do that. I think it's much harder to accomplish the goal you're suggesting under a free market system.
No, it's not. Because look, every company reaches a market saturation point. They don't like it because they're like, look, I'd much rather sell the same thing I'm making over and over and over again. So I just would like to expand my market into China. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. But if you force them, if you say, look, you've hit the top of the market because you only get to sell to these 330 million Americans, they're like, okay, well, I got to obviously do some product development and find out something new these 330 million Americans want, right? How about a time machine, right? How about something fucking cool? How about a flying car?
I understand the argument and I understand the what you're saying. My counter argument to that would be to basically add something which would be a very tremendous shift to the way that all businesses in America operate or think about how they operate, I would want there to be a much more dramatic need for it. And there to not be other solutions that we could do without basically upending the entire way that businesses work. And
So you don't want to cut off China.
I don't think it behooves us to cut off China or any country, because you're suggesting cutting off all countries, not just China. Like if we're just going to cut out China because we're like, fuck China, they're fucking with us. I'm on board with that. But you're saying cut off, you're saying cut off every country in the world because fuck all countries, and we're going to just make space moon elevators. And I'm saying, like, I understand what you're saying, and like there's a way that would work, but that's such a dramatic change to the way of how business works, and that would be very heavy-handed. Like that'd be a massive government intervention into the free markets. That for me to be on board with that, I'd want us to be in a far more like dire situation. That solution would be like, okay, like we're fucking, rock bottom here. We really need some like massive changes to kind of fix the entire way the economy works. And I just don't think we're there. And I don't think that solution is necessary. I think there's other ways to fix income inequality in America.
I think people are just opening up the markets. They want to open up all markets so our business owners can sell their tchotchke overseas.
Yeah, because part of the way that business operates and humans operate is we've all seemed to realize it's easier for like Tesla to just build cars, and then it's easier for SpaceX, even though they're owned by the same person, to build rockets. Like as opposed to saying, well, no, Tesla builds rockets and cars and widgets and tchotchkes and space moon cables and does everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's much easier for
can do that.
It seems like it's much easier for most companies to be masters of one or a couple handful of things as opposed to trying to master everything.
Right. No, I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
I understand how it works.
Okay. There we go. We got to bring manufacturing back to Earth. That's true.
But what if there's cheap labor on the moon? We could go out there and exploit it.
Yeah. What if we get the Moonanites to do the labor for us? Yeah. I like that.
I'm flipping you off so hard.
Yes, exactly. Brian, for $50, thanks so much. Brian says, assuming that the tariffs are in place because of the threat of China invading Taiwan in 2 to 3 years, will you accept the tariffs to bring manufacturing for the war effort? If not, would you think there'd be a better way to alleviate the threat? Yeah, well, I would. That's why I'm saying, like, if we were just doing this with just China, I would have a completely different view of it. And I think that's the way you can't do this. If the goal, and I think I said this on like last Thursday, if the goal is to shift focus to weakening China, this is not the way to do it. This makes no fucking sense, because the way to weaken China is you have to make a coalition with all the other countries and lock China out. We're doing the opposite. We're locking ourselves out, and we're going to have it so all the other countries aren't going to make coalitions with each other. This is all with, was Japan and South Korea. Are they going to make their own trade deals with China? I don't know. If they can get a better deal from China than America, who the fuck knows?
If we piss off moon cable, fuck them.
There you go. If we piss off every country on Earth and everyone tries to push us out of all their deals and ignore us, we're going to be going alone against China when they invade Taiwan in the next 2 to 3 years.
We got the AI, we got the robots, we got the moon cable. They can fuck off.
If we were just engaged in some massive tariff war with China, I'd have a very different view of this. I think a lot of people have a very very different view of this. You could make a lot of moral reasons for this, so I don't agree.
Oh, Alex right in the chat says, yeah, Adam is coming down off mushrooms or something.
Is Alex going to agree to your bet of the 4 rate cuts?
Look, I'm obviously joking around because I don't think anybody really knows how this is going to shake out. They're fucking. How many people are on the planet now? 9 billion people?
Mm-hmm.
Like all of the players in this game are all still moving, right? Like they're all going to, nobody knows what direction this is going to go. And that's one of the reasons why the market is caving right now, is because there's like massive uncertainty for how this is going to shake out. So, and I did read Lighthizer book. I've been reading a bunch of stuff on tariffs. I started reading that.
You got to read Peter Navarro's book.
No, I don't. I think
don't
I'll
wanna
skip
read
that one, but
No.
I've been reading that other trade book, and it just, when you start, this is why I don't believe in planned economies. Planned economies are stupid because there's so much information. Like the whole idea that anybody can predict how this is going to turn out is just, it's laughable. So look, I'm just joking around because it is so laughable. We'll know in 6 months. We'll know in a year. I think I believe in capitalism. I believe in democracy. I believe that we have a good system where power is dispersed enough that even though people are fucking losing their minds about Trump is not infinitely powerful. Maybe he gets us a good deal. Maybe he gets us maybe he gets us something he thinks is a good deal and other people think is a good deal and is a fucking terrible deal and completely crashes the economy. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll turn it around. So, and I don't fundamentally, the game that China is playing is a fucking power game. It really is. Like we're playing a completely different game than them. They're playing a game about global dominance, and we're playing a game about fucking having Americans on Mars. It's just not even, they're not even in the same ballpark as us. So I don't understand why opening up the markets to China is like essential. But that's what Trump's doing, right? Trump is like, we need a trade deal. We need to sell more stuff to China because he's got a fucking salesman attitude, which is just dumb. Anyway. My mushrooms are wearing off.
There you go. Charlie54 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, guys, Crystal Ball brought Pisco on the breaking points today to give legal commentary on the SCOTUS deportation ruling.
No
This is
way.
hilarious. Imagine if Sagar brought on Viva Fry. Oh my God. That would be hilarious.
Shit.
That is pretty funny.
I saw Pandering Politics too was on some list of like the fastest growing commentary people or fastest growing political channels.
Right.
I think he might be at 1 million subscribers already.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Ubercross for $50. Thanks so much. Says the implied right of the TDA folks is substantive due process from the 14th Amendment. Their only legal recourse is habeas corpus, but they must be given a chance to file it before they get shipped out, which is why Amy joined the dissent on BC.
Look at all these $50 super chats, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. Seriously.
You
Mr.
are.
Ubercross, J-Mac, Brian. Don't call me a degrowther, Brian. Come on. Be nice. Be fair.
I'm coming back. I'm just reading the 2051s first. Don't worry,
I hate
everybody.
that. I hate that fucking degrowth shit. Anytime somebody says, oh my God, we're going to run out of shit, I think.
Right.
Well, think how big cell phones were, man. There was a lot of plastic in there back in the 80s. Now they're fucking tiny.
Right. Avon Go for $20 says the point of a constitution is to establish principles which constitute a particular state. Universal principles would definitely make it incoherent. If such is included in our constitution, no one should take it seriously.
Yeah. True. We don't give those same protections to other people.
Well, wait, hold on a second, Bob Mango. I'm assuming what you're talking about is in terms of whether people get Fifth Amendment rights if they're not citizens. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Yeah, it is in terms of a particular state. It's in terms of how we treat people that are existing within our state. I completely disagree with you. Yeah, well, it depends how you frame it. I agree that we can't say, hey, we have some universal principle of how we think the world or the law should work in America, and then we're going to go become the empire that takes over the rest of the world because we feel like everyone has to live under our rules. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. But if you're existing in our country, yes, the rules apply to you too. Otherwise, what you're suggesting is insane because you would get a situation, which you had for most of human history, where we say, hey, why don't we just start importing slaves from other countries? They're not American citizens. They don't have any fucking rights, nor should they. They shouldn't have rights. So we'll just import a bunch of people from other countries and have them slave cheap labor. We can bring all the factories back to America because we have a bunch of slaves in here making people's iPhones and Nikes. And you can just own them.
This is a great idea. This is an amazing idea.
There you go.
I'm surprised. You're
I'm really nailing it. Yeah.
You're expanding your mind. Did you do mushrooms?
I did. I'm not saying they get the same. Obviously, they don't have the exact same rights. They're not
They
going to have
get
the exact
no
same
rights. What are you
They
talking
don't have the exact
about?
same, like, they're not going to get Social Security, all these other things. But to just say that they have no rights under the Constitution, that doesn't make any sense conceptually. J-Mac, thanks so much for our $50. Says, shut up about silly things like tariffs. Did you see my favorite media channel, How to Kill a Franchise, release another video? Adam is on a roll. 2025 videos, Adam to Sitch 0. Also, I made EFAP in City of Heroes. These are real issues, people.
I saw that.
There
That was
you go.
cool. That was totally
There you go.
cool. So City of Heroes is like an interesting game.
Right.
I don't know. That's like a new game. I tried to look City of Heroes up, but it seemed like it was an old game. So I'm catching up. I'm catching up on my media stuff now. Yeah, Sitch, when are you going to make a video?
What if I make a Minecraft video?
Do it. I
Okay.
actually, don't go looking for my Minecraft video because I actually unlisted it today because I was going to perhaps fix it.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch it yet, so.
I'm in full on experiment mode. So, but I got when you make videos, you really have to make them with some kind of hook. So yeah.
Margin, Jesus Christ. Margin's been like spiraling out doom pilling on Twitter. It's pretty depressing.
Margin? What?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. It's like I've said for years on this channel, I am 100% against people having illegal immigrants do labor in this country. And that I think the way to fix that is to not only go against, not only to get rid of illegal immigrants, but to drastically penalize businesses that are hiring these illegal immigrants. And that you should be paying people and Americans whatever the wage it is required to do those jobs, to pick the fruits or whatever. And that's going to be the cost of whatever it is, because you either believe in free markets, which means you have, citizens in your country not doing slave labor, or you don't. That's been my position since the beginning of this channel. So I don't know what kind of like brain rot is to be like, oh, well, that Sitch because he's against slavery, but he's contradicting himself because he's in favor of importing a bunch of illegals in this country. I've never said that. Anyway.
We're in favor of slavery on this channel, but it's just got
Adam's
to be robot.
Adam's in favor. Okay, that's true.
It's got to be robot
slave labor.
Jeez, let me finish my sentence.
That's true.
People think I'm really in favor of slavery.
Right.
No, robot slavery is fine. Let the humans do the mushrooms. Let the robot slaves do the work.
Right.
It's gonna be great. We got the trans lobby in our fucking chat now here. M8566 says for $5 says, I identify as a $50 super chat. What's this?
There you go. I like that.
And then Orion comes in here, member for 35 months, says, I identify as a $1,000 super chat. Well, look. How do you feel about that, Sitch?
Listen, we don't accept trans monetary philosophy here, okay, in this stream.
What happens when I try to spend that $1,000?
You're either born a $1 bill or a $5 bill, okay? It doesn't matter how that $5 or $1 bill feels. However it's printed is what it is, okay?
This date was going great when I thought you were $1,000. Now that I found out you're a member chat.
Sketch for $5 says, is the Minecraft movie about to become the Barbie movie round 2? Quick draw pentagram and sacrifice a goat. We need to summon Doomer. No, I don't think it's going to be that.
Is Doomer going to come in and protect? I thought Sitch was going full Doomer. I thought Sitch was going to argue in favor of the Minecraft movie.
I had contemplated dragging out for like a week that I secretly liked the Minecraft movie to add.
Well, it's just destroying your credibility. I mean,
well, obviously. I know. That's why I didn't want to do it. That's why I just thought it'd be funny to do it for like 10 minutes. But
yeah.
J-Mac, Circuit 4, thanks so much for that $100.
Look at this.
Thank you.
I think we got $200 super chats in this stream.
Says it came out in 2004, Adam, but servers closed in 2012, but someone leaked the code and it got into the digital wild. There are a few private servers that are free to play. One even got blessing from the publisher, NCSoft, and the guys running it have continued.
Oh, okay. I get this.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing.
I used to play this game Warhawk on PS3, And it was the same kind of situation. I started getting emails. Oh, we're closing the servers down. You guys can't play anymore. So
I know it's terrible.
I know it sucks. Your game goes dark. You're like, fuck. But I think there are people running like rogue Warhawk servers still. So
yep.
I don't know who the company is, but
fucking
that's
Ubisoft
awesome.
did that to me. There was I really liked, I don't remember which one. I think it was Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood multiplayer was really fun. And then I wanted to
Warhawk
play
was a blast.
I wanted to play it with my friends at some point like years later. And it's like, oh, you can't because the server is shutting down in like a month. I was like, oh my God, what's this bullshit?
Yeah, servers. Look, why do we need to sell tchotchke to China? We can't even keep our fucking game servers going. What
We
the
can't
fuck?
even
What
keep
kind
our
of life
game
is
servers
this?
going. That's true. That's a good point.
It's fucked up.
It's a great point. So
yeah, it's fucking lame.
Danny for $2 says Adam seems like he would use the Jenny mod in Minecraft.
Is that like for naked girls?
I'm guessing. I don't actually know what that is, but I'm guessing that's what it is.
Maybe.
I mean, how good would it look? You got like little block people. You got little block tits. I don't know if that would look particularly appealing. So, oh, okay. You're
Lara Croft is sexy.
Okay, I don't know if you've. I mean, you play Minecraft. You've seen the graphics. So I guess to be fair, you can.
You and I played together.
Right. You can. There are.
Got on our teal blouses and we did the Minecraft town.
That's a good point. To be
what
fair,
were people saying?
You can increase the graphics substantially through like mods and shit. So there you go.
Did we stream the Minecraft? I don't know. I think we streamed Portal.
No, we streamed Minecraft.
Okay.
We 100% streamed Minecraft where I let you die to the zombies at night. I hid and watched you die.
It was terrible.
How the fuck do you spell tchotchke? That's a good question. Yeah, Adam, you're not allowed to use that word, you fucker.
Why?
That's cultural appropriation. That's Yiddish. You can't
use
Yiddish.
What's a tchotchke?
You can't use Yiddish.
Why?
Because you're not Jewish.
Use whatever the fuck I want. I don't believe in cultural appropriation.
You're a cultural Christian, okay? You're not allowed to use my
terminology. I don't
terminology.
believe in cultural appropriation.
Right. Your little tchotchkes.
Our whole religion is based off of cultural appropriation. We took your whole fucking Bible and said, yeah, that's our first book. We're going to make it better.
Is that like a common enough term that people know what tchotchkes are? I don't know. I know
I've said
Yiddish
it like
terms.
35 times.
I understand that,
stream,
but
so.
You're from California, so you
Let's
probably
look
have a lot
up
of Jews around you.
Tchotchke?
Tchotchke.
Everyone knows what.
Do they? Tchotchke, for those the reason you can't spell tchotchke is it's spelled with a T. TCHOTCHKES. Tchotchke.
Okay.
Because it's a Yiddish word. So
Minecraft. That's funny. I was trying to think. I was trying to think of an angle on a Minecraft video. Like I set mine to unlisted, but I was like, I could fix it. I could make it better. Where I fucked up was in the intro. Because in order to like get a video out there, and look, I did the Mickey 17 video got a lot of new people watching it. Good. You guys watched it, but most of those views are from the algorithm sharing it. So, so you got to kind of like, milk it and get people to watch the video. You got to think of videos like a movie, like a script with a beginning, middle, and end, like, some sort of comforting resolution and stuff like that. So I really fucked up on the intro, and I was thinking I'll just rewrite the intro. But then I started thinking, what is a better hook for the video? And then I thought I should make, what if Minecraft was written by Nazis? What do you think?
That's you know what? That's close. That's close. I had this conversation with Sam yesterday because we watched it, and that's close to what she wanted.
She wanted the movie to be written by Nazis?
Well, no, she liked she liked the idea of having like the reaction shot of the black character who would be like, "What's going on here?" Or I don't think I could have. What's going on here? And so somehow this transformed into a conversation of like, that should be Transformers. The Transformers movie should be recast, but instead of having Shia LaBeouf, it should be like Kevin Hart doing, like a very stereotypical speech, or like the Medea or something. So I said, let's just have it be done by racists. There you go.
I went down this. Look, you can't do this. This is, I mean, I think it would be a hook, and I think people would click on that video. They'd be like, what if Minecraft was written by Nazis? What the fuck is this, right? Like, you could literally put Steve in the thumbnail with like a fucking Nazi mustache or whatever.
Right.
Like, I think it would get clicks, but then I started thinking about it. I was like, okay, well, obviously the gold obsessed sorceress is, I mean, she's Jewish.
That's
right?
a problem. That would be a problem. Yeah,
I know.
true.
All of a sudden you're basically forwarding all of these negative stereotypes. So it's funny. I think it would get clicks, but you can't make that video. It doesn't work.
As a Minecraft nerd,
mm-hmm.
okay, as an official Minecraft player,
Mm-hmm.
how dare they slander the pigmen like that? In
As
the
being just
actual
gold obsessed crazy
in the actual
people.
game of Minecraft, the pigmen do not attack you unless you attack them first.
They did put that in the movie, but it was a bit late.
Not the
in game.
pigmen. They put that in there for the
Oh,
iron
they
golems.
did. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Which is true. But the pigmen are neutral. They won't attack you. They're not, and there are enemies that will just attack you in another, but not the pigmen. They are neutral unless you attack them first. Or I think they do have gold, and if you steal their gold, they will also attack you. So that's where that concept came from.
Ah, interesting. So as long as you leave the
how dare
gold
they?
alone, you're fine. But now
Yes.
they want to steal the gold.
Now
I
they
did
wanna
watch
steal
a
the gold.
video, like a film theorist video.
It's very offensive.
I watched a film theorist video from when Minecraft, the trailers first came out, and they pitched it. I mean, this was one of the reasons why I want to see it, because they pitched it like they had an idea that I was like, okay, well, that's cool. That'd be a great movie. But then they didn't do anything like that. They just kind of lazed out and did the standard Hollywood shit. So
I think in new Minecraft, they do unless you wear gold. Oh, really? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't played Minecraft in like a few years, so unless they've completely changed things.
yeah, they have like vanilla Minecraft and like
Back in
spicy
the-
Minecraft.
There they
and
do. Back
they
in
have
the
all
day,
these
the
different levels of Minecraft.
pigmen were neutral. So, oh, and then the other thing, unless they've changed this too, which I can't imagine they did. Though I actually don't have a problem with this change. They changed. There's a scene with an Enderman, which is cool, but they changed it so in the game, when the Enderman finds you, if you look in the Enderman's eyes, it just screams autistically and beats the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really annoying to like kill because they just teleport all around, punching you in the face. But in the movie, they change it so they like go into your mind and they like make you hallucinate people you like telling you that you suck.
Yeah,
Which
I saw that.
That's kind of funny. I like that. That's an interesting change. I don't have a problem with that. I actually like that change. That's pretty cool. I didn't like that the kid defeats the Enderman by autistically swinging an axe around like a retard. And that's how he defeats the Enderman. I didn't like that.
Yeah,
didn't
we didn't
appreciate
see
that.
any kind of skills.
Yeah, that was lame.
I kept thinking of Napoleon saying, "You need skills.
Right.
You
Need
need
some
skills."
skills. Need some skills. Yeah.
But he's got no skills. Can't
Right.
even draw cool
Sam-
ligers.
There you go. Sam Josh for $5 says villagers are people. Minecraft has literal chattel slavery. That is a fact. That is true. That is true. You can use the villagers as slave labor to accomplish certain tasks.
Sitch was trying to gaslight us all, though, so that's why he couldn't come clean on the villagers. He was trying
What?
to pitch Minecraft as like a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
Because I said there are humans, and you were like, "No, there are no humans.
Well, they're not humans. They're villagers. Do they look human? Do those guys look human to you?
Nothing in Minecraft looks human. Obviously,
They're not
even
human.
though they all look
They're-
blocky.
Okay. Drew the Dogman for $2 says,
Are you going to make a Minecraft video? I think you should commit to a Minecraft video.
I do want
think
to
it would
make
be
a
good.
I don't know exactly what angle
Do it up.
to hit it from, though. So.
You should. Everyone would be fucking stoked.
Drew Dogman for $2 says, pull my money from the market betting horses today. Wow, there you go.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, it's about the same odds, right?
No way. What are you
Boof
talking about?
Ski McGee for 20 months says, if the economy isn't going to shoot back up right away, wouldn't this be a great time to loss farm, sell now, buy back in a month, write it off? Yeah, obviously, if it all bounces back, then yes, this would be the fantastic time to buy the quote dip, right? But it's risky because you could buy the dip now, the tariffs could go into effect tomorrow, and then it completely craters, and who knows? I mean, I don't think it's obviously things are going to come back. Some things will come back eventually, right? Obviously. But everyone wants to buy near the floor. You don't want to buy now and then the Dow drops or the S&P or whatever drops, another 20, 30, 40%.
He's
So-
talking about selling though, because if you sell at a loss, you get to write it off your taxes. So you get to say, look, I made less money. And then theoretically, you would buy it back from here and it would go way up and you'd save a lot of money on your taxes.
Oh,
So
I
let's
see
say
what you're
you
saying.
made-
I see what you're saying. Right.
Let's say you made 100,000 in income and you took 100,000 loss in the market, but really you took it because you sold, but you bought right back again. So you're really in at the same place, right? You've logged that $100,000 loss. So,
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right.
which does sound like a great idea. That's a good accounting
Yeah.
move right there.
Sure, but as I was saying, like ideally, you would prefer to buy back closer to the floor. Now, I mean, you maybe don't want to risk
we're
that.
at the floor.
but-
What are you talking about, Sitch?
Okay, maybe if you think if you think we're at the floor, feel free to buy whatever you want.
This is I might do this. I might sell. Well, I mean,
Uh oh, not so confident.
just a lot of the stuff. I mean, you would have to have bought in super recently not to be massively up on everything. Like you're gonna book a gain if you bought back in 2020 and you're still way up. You're gonna book a gain.
Sure.
Like you're only gonna book a loss if you bought like at the top, which
Right.
was like 6 months ago. So
Right.
that's the problem with this plan. I finally found the problem.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Adam, slaves good if they are serving us. There you go.
Well, I mean, human slaves, no, but robot slaves, yes.
One armed biker for $5 says Adam, for the love of God, put that Russian corruption book in your list on the website. There's no way anyone can find it by just the author's name.
I haven't updated my website in like forever, so I've read
Right.
probably like 100 books that are not on there.
Well, look, you should update it.
Which one are you talking about?
The one you always talk about, the oligarch guy who got arrested.
Right, yeah. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Rex Vectum for 19 months says Congress could have done this with some kind of federal corporate law about domestic manufacturing that supersedes state fiduciary responsibility law. That is true. That is true.
The Russia Conundrum, How the West Fell for Putin's Power Gambit and How to Fix It. That's it.
There you go.
By Mikhail Khodorkovsky. That book is amazing. Sitch, if you ever want to read a great book, that's a great book.
Right. Oh, I missed one. Lethal Strain for $5 says it will take a generation to get U.S. workers away from the quote, I want to be an influencer, to the quote, I want a dignified factory job mentality.
Oh my God. You're so right. Like,
That is a good point.
are you
Yes.
kidding me? Oh.
Yeah. I don't think the Zoomers and the Alphas necessarily want a factory job.
Well,
So-
I mean, my generation all wanted to be actors and actresses and filmmakers and stuff like that. So that's the exact same thing as being an influencer, right?
Yeah.
I think it's just
But
every
it actually seems
generation.
more feasible because there's a lot more influencers now than there are like celebrities when you were.
Of course.
growing up,
Yeah.
so.
Look, the democratization of fame.
Now, obviously, that goes from it's a little bit more feasible. Obviously, your chances are still relatively low. So,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Potato for £2 says, why is income inequality a bad thing? Well, I would say there's two main reasons. One is a moral reason. If you just morally think that it is bad, that it's morally wrong that someone should have all of the wealth and have all the resources and access to everything, and everyone else is basically just scrounging around in the dirt and has a shitty fucking life. From that perspective, I think that's bad. From a less moral or an amoral a perspective that doesn't have anything to do with morality, there's two issues. There's one, in capitalism, you need to have people who can buy things. You need to have people that consume things. So you'd want to have less income inequality so you have more customers, more people to buy things. And also, the less income inequality is, the more you're likely to have people that are going to school, doing jobs, more likely to produce new products, new technologies, new innovations that are better for society overall. The more people that are involved in the system, the more people that have access to resources, the more likely they're going to have the next great innovation. You don't know exactly who's going to create the next great big thing in the world. So there's that perspective. And there's also the perspective of if an income inequality gets too high, the entire society collapse because the quote lower classes are going to come and kill you and burn the cities down and take all your shit and destroy everything. So those would be the reasons why.
Kill the people, but you keep the stuff, obviously.
Right.
Don't burn the stuff down. It's good stuff, right?
Right. Noel screaming the void for $10 says for the last decade when the stock markets took a dive, so do our sales. But Saturday it was crowded and we had a great day. My Etsy store, Second Life dolls. It wasn't Christmas good, but it was close. That's interesting, though. I would wonder if the reason for that is everyone's trying to
The
buy
tariffs,
shit
yeah.
before the price of everything goes up. They're like, oh my God, I got to buy all my tchotchkes and I got to buy all my non-tchotchkes before the tariffs come in. We got to
supposedly
rush
the
into
import
stores.
Supposedly the import data was off the charts too, because everyone's
Right.
like, holy shit, buy
They're
fucking
stocking up.
6 months supply from China now before
Exactly.
it comes in.
Exactly.
We also look, we've always read the $20 and up super chats first, so we won't miss
Right.
your super chats. We read all the $20 and up first, and sometimes even during the show, and then we go back and read the
Right,
less than
right.
$20. So
Right.
we've always done it that way. Always.
Always.
Why?
J-Mac.
Because we're greedy and we want
we're greedy fucks.
$20 super chat.
We want to promote income inequality is what we're saying.
Yes, exactly. We're hoping for more $20 and up super chats. So, but we love you guys who can only super chat $2. We love everyone. So, and all the people who can't super chat at all.
Tato says that really has nothing to do with income inequality. I have a good life between income inequality. I have a good life, even though income inequality between me and Elon Musk is extremely high. Well, then I guess we're using different definitions of what income inequality is. If we had a situation where it's like everyone in the country is middle class.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And like, is everyone in the country is middle class, and then you have like, a handful of people that are like Elon Musk, then yeah, income inequality is not going to be a big deal. But that's not the way it works.
If you're spending 50% of your
let me finish. The way it works is you have the middle class shrinking and more people going into the, I don't know what the correct term is, the lower classes, the poverty class, the lower economic classes, where people are like, oh my God, if I have like $1,000 surprise expense, I'm going to go into
$100.
Yeah, I'm going to go into debt, or 500 or 100, right? I'm going to go into complete debt. Okay. That's income inequality too. So
they already are.
Like, you can't just frame it from the mindset of like, oh, middle class to like the rich. It's everyone. But
they used to say that you shouldn't spend more than 20% of your income on rent. Now people are lucky if they can get rent that's not 50% of their income, right? By the time people bought all of the necessities of life, they have zero money to save. They can never get ahead. They can never get a cushion. We don't want a society where 20% of the population is living in this situation. That's fucked up. That's totally fucked up. So I'm glad you aren't in that situation. I hope you're not. I hope you're spending less than 20% of your income on housing. I hope you're in that situation, but look, a lot of people aren't.
J-Mac for $50. Thanks so much. J-Mac says, my son wants to work as a waiter at his favorite restaurant and do streaming as a hobby, and my daughter wants to be a zookeeper. Parents need to direct their kids on the correct path and mock influences so the kids realize how retarded. Influencers, so they retarded. The kids realize how retarded they are. There you go. I mean, I agree with that.
I totally agree with that. Yeah. Look, and I don't think of myself as an influencer. I don't think you don't think of yourself as an influencer, right?
I think of myself as the little Muppet that makes fun of people. Walter.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, we like hanging out with each other. We like hanging out with you guys. So, I mean, and we're not obviously. It's funny because we see so many of these people come into our spheres of influence, and they're going on Tim Pool's show. They're going on all these big shows, right? They're obviously trying to clout chase and move up the ranks and stuff like that. So that's just never really been our attitude.
I mean, I'm too lazy, but
yeah, look, I'm an artist. I want to make things. So I genuinely love doing content creation. So, and now I do want to do more. I've had my nose to the grindstone on the comic for so long, but I'm like, most of my life has been involved in watching movies, making movies, talking about movies, writing movies, all that kind of stuff. So now I'm just kind of trying to get caught up. I know Andor 2 drops on the 22nd. And I went back and I watched the season 1 of Andor, and I went back and I watched Rogue One. I saw Rogue One in the theater and I liked it. So I'm glad to hear. This is so weird, Sitch, because it's like every time I watch a movie now, I wonder, does the internet agree with me? Like, is Rogue One some fucking hated thing, right? Obviously, look, I disagree with a lot of people on the internet over the prequels.
Rogue One's pretty mixed, I thought, over on the internet.
Well, it's Rogue One is a super interesting case because Rogue One did kind of do a retcon, but it was like a retcon that not a lot of people got super pissed about. So there, look, it's the internet. Someone's going to get pissed, right? You can never say like everyone loved it.
Right. Well, back in the day, you'd have a property do a retcon, and usually it was for like some writing reason. They wanted to do something in the story, or they wanted something to be easier to write about, so they retcon something. Right. And like people would complain about that. Nerds would complain about that. I'd complain about that if I was some big nerd for a property and I liked the original way it was done.
Right.
I even, I remember my dad was a big Star Trek nerd. He was complaining about like some of the retcons in the new J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie. But now I think people get more mad at certain retcons when either A, they perceive that the people doing it have no respect for the original franchise, and B, if it's done for some kind of political woke reason.
That's a great point. I'm so glad you brought that up.
And the Rogue One retcon stuff, like I don't think they were perceived through those two lenses.
Neither of those two lenses, and it was something that I guess, can I spoil it, or is it?
Rogue One is from like
it's from
10 years ago or something,
exactly.
right? Like
So the thing that they retconned was perceived as like kind of a flaw in the original Star Wars. Like culturally, they were like, how does a Death Star have this weakness? Like, don't they have some sort of quality controls? Like all these different shows made fun of it, like for literally decades. So they're like, okay, well, we're going to go and fix this like thing that everyone
we're going to fix a plot hole, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or a potential plot hole.
Right? A plot hole that people fucking have made fun of for fucking decades, which I thought was cool when I saw it in the theater. I was like, oh man, they cleaned up. So
yeah. Well, that's another good point too, is that it's perceived as fixing a plot hole. So
yes, a lot of times though, obviously, Snow White was perceived as fixing some problematic
evil sexism, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
different. It's a very different vibe. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, yeah. So it is for woke reasons, or for what was the other one? What was the other reason you had?
Oh, disrespect, not caring about the original franchise.
Yeah, totally. Changing things willy-nilly as if they don't really even understand. Out of character changes, that kind of stuff. Rogue One, they were dealing with all new characters, so they didn't really have to deal with that.
Right. JMac for $10. Thanks so much. Says justice for the Bothan spies. Yeah, that was another thing that was retconned too. Because if you remember the original, they're like, many Bothan spies died for this information.
Oh, yes.
And Rogue One, there were no Bothan spies, I don't think. So they were like, what the fuck?
Why couldn't they should have worked some in. Why not?
Right. So
just one Bothan spy.
Okay.
Wasn't her dad Bothan? No.
No, the Bothans are not. They don't look like. Aren't they like furry or something?
Oh.
Okay.
Deport Rachel Zegler.
There you go. Albert for 26 months. Deport Rachel Zegler. Pirates Playground for $2 says, look at openness index for 5 minutes and see how factors. I don't know. What? What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure.
What is the openness index? You're talking about for like the big five, or is there some stock thing? Openness index is a metric that measures a country's degree of openness to international trade, calculated at the rate of a country's total trade, exports plus imports, to its gross domestic product. Oh, I'm unfamiliar with the openness index.
Did we miss some of these? Brian, for $2, any hope for the new Superman? I did. That was one kind of letdown in going to see Minecraft. I did see the new Superman trailer, and I was like, what the fuck?
That came late. That's super chats later. We're not there yet. But.
Oh, okay. Did you see the
I Superman did. They did trailer? Play that. They did play that. Though I had seen it on X beforehand.
No, it was like they didn't have the robots in the one on X. I didn't.
The one
see
I
that.
saw on X was the full.
Oh, it
thing.
was? Okay,
Yeah.
the dog carrying him back to like the
Yeah.
Crystal Palace and stuff.
I don't like any of that.
Yeah, what the fuck? I was like, Man of Steel, my ass. What the fuck?
Well, it's interesting. Listen, I'll give it a shot. I'll see
Oh
it.
yeah, I'm gonna
I'll have
see
an
it.
open,
I'm
I'll
definitely
have an
gonna
open
see it.
heart
Yeah.
and open mind. I mean, it's James Gunn, Guardians of the Galaxy guy, but that opening shows to me that there's a disconnect between what I think most people think Superman should be and what James Gunn is going to do, which makes sense because obviously, I mean, it shows you like perfect like producer mentality. People they don't really understand what makes a property good. They just go, "Oh, James Gunn, that guy, was very successful for Marvel. He did the Guardians movies. People like that. Have him do Superman." Right? That's the thought process, and it's like, okay, but if James Gunn is going to try to do Superman the way he did the Guardians movies, I don't think that's going to work.
No,
because they're very different properties.
Yeah.
They have very different aesthetics to them. They have very different characters to them. You can't just do Superman as like Chris Pratt, Star-Lord. That would not function. So,
oh my God, I never even, if he's
Right.
going to do Superman as Star-Lord, oh my God.
So
That's fucking a huge
now,
punch in
again,
the face.
it's just a clip out of context. So, as I said, I will keep an open heart. I'll keep an open mind. I'll watch it. We'll see. But not exact. I didn't like the crypto pulling Superman through the snow thing. So,
I just, the big talk about how, Superman is invulnerable. So it's hard to create conflict around that. I always thought it was just the cope because just because you're invincible, immortal, whatever, like the cope is how, or the way to create conflict is just to put you in binds where you're like, I gotta help this, two unthinkable situations. You can still have
Right.
that character even though they're not going to die. Be in that situation, it's even more tragic. So
of course.
yeah, beating up Superman, like having Superman break a bone, is not really something I think audiences are going to
Oh, look, One
find
Punch
endearing.
Man is a fantastic story,
Yeah, it is kind of the same thing, isn't it?
and it's about a character who's invulnerable and can easily defeat every person. So, yes, you can write those stories.
Yeah. Seems like lazy, not. Well, let's just make Superman human.
Right.
What the fuck?
Mongolian leprechaun Superman from Saturn for 20 months says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, I just thought of an idea for a Sitch face reveal. You could dress up as Green Dog, the beached surfer dude, or Chakin the Forever Man. How do you guys feel about these choices?" I have no clue what that's even referencing. Green
Yeah, I
Dog,
don't
the
either.
beach surfer dude. This is a old game I've never seen from the Sega era of things. And Chachka the Forever Man is also some old game. I've not played either. I didn't have a Sega growing up. I had a Super Nintendo. So I missed out on all the Sega stuff. I wanted a Sega. I wanted a Sega because I played the Aladdin game on Sega and on Super Nintendo, and it was much cooler on Sega because you got a sword and you got to kill people. The Super Nintendo one was very lame because you jumped on people's heads. And I was like, wow. But my parents were like, fuck you, we're getting a Super Nintendo because Mario is less violent than whatever was going on with Sega. And I said, boo-hoo.
I had an Atari, and when the Sega came out, I was playing a completely different game.
There you go.
That did not involve video.
You were playing the game of trying to get women's panties to drop.
I was playing the panty drop game.
Right. I was like
That's
6 though, so that'd be weird if I was playing that
exactly
game.
right. I was playing that panty drop at 6. What
Yeah, I
happened
know, with
the
your fucking
babysitter?
babysitter, you fucking creep. You creep.
That's the only time in life as a male that you can sexually assault someone and get away with it.
There
Sis.
you go. Terrible. Alex White for $5 says, I didn't think Trump would nuke the markets with tariffs this early. I thought this would be a 2-year thing, but here we are 3 months in. I may lose. There you go.
I did. Oh, you thought it would be later?
Lethal Strain for $2 says, build an earth tunnel like Total Recall. Look it up. There you go.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
An earth tunnel.
Now you guys are thinking.
Interesting.
This separation of trade might be a good thing.
There you go. It's going to get everyone being creative, right?
Yeah, totally.
Necessity. You need all that necessity to breed
Build the
this,
Hyperloop.
to breed all this ingenious invention. Yes.
Yeah.
The Rooster for $5 says, base Trump. The deep state tried their best to crash the economy, but it turned out it was just a big rug pull. Peter Zion was right again. There you go. There you go. Totally. Brian for $5 says, tariffing China would help on shaking off some manufacturing from China, but what would you do to incentivize manufacturing in America?
Well, aren't American companies producing? Like Apple is an American company, right? But they're manufacturing everything in China.
Well, that's the thought process from Trump is that if you just tariff everything, you're going to incentivize companies to build in America so that their products are not tariffed, I guess, and that would be worth it. Now, I don't know what percentage number Apple would need their products to be less in order to actually make that financially make sense, considering that they pay people in China nothing, but 104%, I would imagine that's the correct. I would imagine it would be more beneficial to have a factory in America than 104% tariff in China.
Do you think there are products that we can only make because they're taking advantage of basically slave labor?
Well,
because of the arbitrage on
I think we can make anything, but it's if you say we can't make it at the price we're making it at. You know, when you go to the home goods store and you buy an Easter ceramic rabbit for $5, I don't think that could be made in America. Like that has to be made in some sweatshop somewhere to get that price point.
Right. To get the price point that obviously you can make it in America and at a higher price point, there will be wealthy people that can still afford it. But can you sell enough of them at that price?
Oh, to make it even feasible. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, you're probably right. Like a lot of the tchotchkes, a lot of those things wouldn't exist because they would not be profitable to create.
Yeah.
Or they'd only exist in very high-end boutiques somewhere.
I mean, famously, Henry Ford said, I'm going to pay my workers enough so I'm basically going to create a market for my product. Yes.
Right.
So you have to have that same kind of situation. And this is where wealth inequality kind of gets in the way because you're able to make all of these products that are only profitable because there are extremely wealthy people, right? It used to be that wealthy people were the early adopters. Like they bought the first models of Tesla that were like $100K a Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next round is slightly cheaper. The next round is cheaper. Supposedly sooner or later, Elon Musk was going to get to like a $10,000 Tesla that anyone could afford.
Right.
So I don't know. Look, and this is why I'm joking on a lot of this stuff is because I don't think anyone really knows. I think Sitch thinks he really knows. I think he knows. He thinks it's going to be doom and gloom, right?
If the tariffs come into effect as they are.
Yeah.
The point.
But if we're forced to decouple from China, do you think it's going to be like?
If we were only decoupling from China,
economic apocalypse.
If we were only decoupling from China, it would be financially difficult, but I do think the country could do it and we would come out maybe stronger on the other side.
Okay.
You cannot financially decouple from every country in the world. That's what I'm saying is doom and gloom and retarded. And it's going to end with...
Why not?
Because it's not feasible. It's not economically possible. At least in the short term, it's not economically
feasible
possible.
Is it possible or like feasible is different than...
Well, first of all, it's not possible like to literally do everything in America. It's not possible. Okay.
Right.
It's not feasible in terms of we could do as much as humanly possible in America, but everything would cost so much that it would who's going to be able to afford this shit? Or is it no one's going to do it because it doesn't make sense to do it economically?
I don't know if it is
without massive government, the government just shoving money into these industries in order to lower the prices of everything.
Like maybe
which we don't want anyway.
Maybe it is impossible. I don't know that it is though, because I know they do come out and they talk about, well, you wouldn't get avocados year round, and I think, well, maybe people will adjust. They don't eat avocados year round.
Well, then you're making my point. You're just saying, people just adjust to it. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You can't do it. People are just gonna have to change their entire habits around certain goods.
Nobody's gonna die because they can't get avocados in December, though. Like it's not.
That's a
like,
different. That's fine. That's a different argument than what I just said. That's a completely different argument than what I'm saying. Okay, if you want to make the argument, whatever, things will change. People won't have access to goods. That's fine. They'll learn to cope and deal with it. Okay, that's a different argument, right? I think that's true. If we have to go through this, people will learn to fucking deal with it because we're humans and humans learn to deal with anything, right? But that's not an ideal situation. At least in my mind, it's not an ideal situation unless there's some kind of good benefit to all this, which is unclear to me that there is.
The you're big into avocados, I can see. So
I actually don't like avocados, but
really, oh my god! So what do you even care? You're like, fuck the avocado
because I'm talking about a principle. I'm not talking about the specific good. I don't care about avocados.
The principle is sovereignty.
Okay.
Zero Puck says we need avocado toast.
There you go. I've never liked avocado toast.
You could be completely correct. It could be impossible. There could be some rare earth mineral that is essential to something in the power
we just
grid.
We just saw the whole thing with MRIs. We can't. They need some fucking mineral from China to fucking do MRIs.
Right. Yes,
right?
but
yeah.
I don't know if like we could be swimming in that mineral, but just nobody's taken the time to develop it. Now all of a sudden somebody's like, oh shit, we got that mineral in fucking Tennessee. I'm opening a MRI company.
Yeah,
and they
do
go,
have that
go
mineral
to town.
in Tennessee. Right, sure.
Yeah. But that's why I'm saying, look,
but,
you could be right in that.
This is why this is like retarded to me.
Mm-hmm.
We have you're not addressing this, okay? No one is addressing this. We have the actual resources are coming to the country. We don't have a resource problem. We do not have a resource problem. We do not have a fucking resource problem. This solution that you're proposing or these other people are proposing are to deal with a resource problem we don't have. What we have is a distribution of income and wealth problem. That's what we actually have. So that's why I'm saying it makes no sense to me to do a radical change for a resource problem we don't fucking have to try to address an income problem that we do have.
Because it would just be easier to raise the minimum wage or raise wages.
To do something else. Because isn't it better if, like, from an American perspective...
Well, you don't solve the security issues.
Well, that's a different issue, which I agree with the security issues, right?
Okay.
But isn't it better from an American perspective? Okay, what's better? That everyone's middle class, okay, or the bottom line is that most people are middle class, but you can't actually buy 50% of the things you want to buy. You can't buy avocados. You can't buy your little tchotchkes.
Well, then you're not middle class.
You can't buy your video games. No, this is the way it used to be back in the 50s, right? Middle class was like you had one TV, you had one car, right? The cost of luxury items was like, 10 times higher, but the cost of other things was lower. Like food was lower, going to the doctor was lower, school was lower, right? And then what we have right now is we have everything flip-flopped. So now the cost of luxury goods has dropped down so that people can own 3 TVs, but the cost of like food and doctors and schools and all this other stuff has gone through the roof.
Yeah.
And property has gone through the roof, right? So we have this inverse where luxury goods became cheap and necessities became expensive, right? That's not good. I don't think that's good. But so what I'm saying is, why, like, if we have, like, what's better? We have a situation where we say, okay, we're going to go back to where luxury goods are expensive and you can't really buy the things you want to buy, but you're middle class, or a situation where we say, well, actually, everyone's middle class, but you can buy whatever the fuck you want. We still get our cheap goods from other places across the world. Isn't that the better solution?
Is everyone's middle class?
Everyone's middle class and they can still buy the shit they want to buy.
Well, if it's still being manufactured by
in some other country,
by slave labor in some other country,
sure,
I think people will still have ethical issues.
Well, that's a different question. If you just say it's immoral to have anyone in a poor country building things, okay, that's a completely different fucking question. And you could say, well, maybe we shouldn't do it for those reasons, but that's not really what the Trump administration or people having this conversation are talking about.
Well,
as I brought up on Sunday,
you and I fundamentally disagree about. I think that like the better wages and all that stuff, I think that's just a cover story for trying to open up other markets. I think really what they're trying to do is open up other markets.
I don't I don't know what Trump wants to do, but from listening to Besant and Navarro and these people, they are, at least the way, they could all be lying. They could all be fucking lying. But at least what they've been saying for years is that they're trying to solve income inequality. They've just been saying it in a right-wing framing.
Right.
Okay. Except for Navarro, who's been saying it in a left-wing framing until recently. So.
Well, that's great.
Okay.
If we can grow our middle class at the expense of income inequality in China, I think we should do it.
There you go.
As long as we can deal with the national security threat.
Brian for $2 says, I'm pro sweatshops. There you go. Flamenco TV for $2 says, no rights for lug nut Americans back at the bus. Terrible.
Oh, terrible.
Terrible. Ace for 4 months says, guys, do you think the Democrats will ever moderate on culture war issues? I think on one hand,
you got a sigh out of him.
You got to sign me because, on one hand, we were kind of heading in that direction because everyone's like, whoa, Trump, annihilated Democrats. Like, Democrats need to rebrand, blah, blah, blah. If Trump ends up destroying the economy, do the Democrats feel like they need to address, they need to rebrand, right? Or they just be like, well, I'm just not going to destroy the economy, and then they get elected. We were heading that direction. I don't know. I can't. It's all the calculations have been kind of thrown off now. So
Trump, they don't need to rebrand if Trump destroys the economy. Obviously, people are going to be like, well, I'll take my 401k being high and trans women in sports. Yeah, I'll just
I've already seen
the trans women in sports.
I mean, yeah, you've already seen like the people who have been saying like jokingly, but they're saying I'll take DEI and pronouns in the bios and have 401k. That's like,
yeah, I was joking about that.
Right, a lot of people were talking about that,
and somebody thought I was serious. I was like, no, I'm not serious.
Right. So I can't predict that. Politics is like private businesses. If you have a lot of competition, that's going to force the parties to continually innovate and reassess where they're going wrong. Mm-hmm. If there's no competition, because the other business is like sucking shit and imploding, then the other business can do whatever the fuck it wants, and people just have to buy that product.
Yep.
So
you can be as wasteful and inefficient as humanly possible, and still people are going to buy.
2 weeks
what
ago,
choice do we have?
If you asked me this question 2 weeks ago, I'd say all signs are pointing to the Democrats, going against wokeness. We definitely saw a bunch of Democrats kind of trying to, kind of start this internal Democrat civil war about are we going to be woke? Are we going to be anti-woke? Are we going to be more common sense? Blah, blah, blah. All the calculations have changed now. So who the fuck knows?
We had Coke versus Pepsi, but suddenly Coke became like Mr. Pibb.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck?
J-Mac for $10 says the Bothans were for the Death Star too. Oh, well, there you go. Return of the Jedi. But I'd rather seen a spy thriller following their story than the snooze fest we got with Rogue One.
Oh, wow. J-Mac didn't like Rogue One.
I didn't like it either. I thought it was kind of boring too.
Oh, okay.
But that would have been very interesting. I agree. A story about like a more slow, dramatic spy thriller of someone trying to sneak the Death Star plans out, as opposed to the big action. Rogue One had the same problem as Minecraft. It just feels like you're being shuttled from action set piece to action set piece to action set piece. You have a large cast of characters, so you can't really focus on any of them. They had that stupid female protagonist character who I thought had a very lame character story background arc and all that stuff. But
that's what you didn't like about Rogue One?
Yes. That was the one, right? I'm not mixing it up. That's the one where she's like, I'm a rebel, so I rebel. Right?
That was in the trailer.
That was in the trailer, but was in the movie. But that's the character.
Never made it in the movie though.
Okay. Because they knew it was cringe and they took it out.
Yeah, she was not part, like she was reluctantly part of the rebellion. Her turn to the rebellion is like, what, you get whiplash.
Yes.
You get a fucking neck brace. It's so quick.
Yeah, her characterization was terrible.
Yeah, her characterization is not great. I did like the fact that Cassian Andor was supposed to like kill her dad, which actually introduced some conflict between the team, which
right
was interesting. But
Zero Fox, there's 31 months. Thanks so much. Says Wick will debate lawyer buddy Lactoid TV on Ukraine Russia this Friday on Tim Pool's Culture War. Also, lunar deportations soon. Adios, moonbacks. There you go. Mm-hmm. That's true. Keep the mooners on the moon.
So what is the premium Star Wars? If Rogue One is a snooze fest, what is like the action-packed Star Wars that you're
Beyond
obvious?
me or J-Mac?
You. Well, J-Mac
Well, I mean,
can
obviously,
answer too, obviously.
I mean, I'm strained to say I've liked anything Star Wars outside of the original movies. At least in the movie department, I like some of the cartoon shows were good, and some of the video games were good. But outside
Empire
of the
Strikes Back, they spend half the movie trying to fucking fix the Millennium Falcon. How's that exciting?
Because to me, maybe it's because I'm an old man, okay, but to me, having enjoyable, interesting character interactions is more interesting than like a bunch of things flying around the screen, blowing themselves up that I don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like lights flashing on a screen. Okay. To me, it's about the characters and the character interactions.
Yeah. I don't see how Rogue One didn't have those character interactions in the same way that the original trilogy did. Like literally you had the guy who like he's supposed to kill her dad. Didn't have any complexity like that in Star Wars at all.
To me, as an autistic nerd, the thing that makes Batman and Superman interacting interesting is that they're very different characters. They're both very strong personalities. They have very different philosophies and worldviews, and they're supposed to be on the same side. And so when they're confronted with an issue or problem, they're going to have conflict about how to resolve things. And that to me, in their interaction, their dialogue, and the way that they fight with each other is more interesting than Superman and Batman punching each other for 20 minutes where Batman picks up a toilet and hits Superman over the head with it. Okay, that's not interesting.
I 1,000% agree with you on all of that. The thing that made Rogue One interesting was there was that conflict because you had Cassian Andor, who is like a diehard rebel, is on a mission to save this girl's dad, and the rebels are like, he just fucking kill him. We need to get him out of the way.
Right.
Which is obviously he's like, this is her dad, right? So he's conflicted about that.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
In the story. Now, where's that conflict in the original Star Wars anywhere?
Hold on.
Who's like, oh my God, I have to
You watched Andor. Nasty. You watched Rogue One and Andor again, right?
I did, yeah.
Did you watch Andor before you rewatched Rogue One?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the issue. If you watch Andor first, so you get all this characterization and all this understanding of this character of Andor, and then you watch Rogue One, it's gonna have a completely different like effect on you.
No, that's
if you've
ridiculous.
Just seen Rogue One and you're like, I don't give a shit about this Andor character.
No. Cope.
You don't agree? Okay.
Cope.
Okay.
I can erase. Look, I didn't even like Andor that much. There's like they do a weird thing in the TV show where it's like 3 acts broken up. And in the first act, you're supposed to make me fall in love with Cassian Andor. And he does this weird thing where he completely abandons his sister. And I think, when they have the perfect opportunity, right? We're supposed to see this guy's, the whole series of Andor is supposed to be his journey from being like a normal person to being a rebel, right?
Right.
And he even says in one episode, he's like, or he says in Rogue One that, I've lost things. They've taken things from me. It's the perfect opportunity to use the sister, but they don't. They never use the sister. So it makes me think they just cobbled it together as it was going, as they do so many times on these TV shows. But look, I can erase all of Andor from my mind to watch Rogue One. And I do think the characterization of Cassian is in there, and that's why they said, hey, we should make a series with this guy, because
right
obviously this guy was very liked.
Listen, I'm gonna rewatch Andor, but first I'll rewatch Rogue One. I've seen it one time when it came out, didn't like it, so I'm curious.
Well, you don't like anything
with a new perspective. That is true. I don't like anything. I mean, that is a good point.
I'm just they do something complex in there, which I'm super in favor of, getting characters that are supposedly supposed to be working together. I mean, this is what they did in Guardians of the Galaxy that really fucking worked, right? All the Reavers, they're Reavers in Serenity. I don't know what they are in Guardians of the Galaxy. The cannibal people, like they have conflicting goals with Star-Lord.
J-Mac for $50, thank you so much, says, my hope is there's a universe out there where the Star Wars movies followed the books. Chewie's death is still so visceral to me. I read it over 2 decades ago. Mara Jade is a great character, and the Yuzhong Vong were terrifyingly compelling.
Well, that's cool.
There you go.
A lot of times I think people look at the original trilogy with like nostalgia goggles, and I never have nostalgia. Like, I know it's nostalgia drives a lot of people. Like, if you had a nostalgia meter, 0 to 10, I'm like maybe a 2. Like, I don't see things from my fucking.
So you're going to take the
and
controversial stance that Rogue One is better than the original Star Wars movie.
Now, why you got to straw man me? I never said that.
Okay.
I talked about a specific point inside Rogue One. There is a fucking complexity into the character in Rogue One.
So you're saying it's
that
good?
Doesn't fucking exist in the original.
Gotcha.
Do you agree or disagree?
I don't remember the movie well enough to comment.
Right.
I remember
because
not liking it when I saw it.
Because you went into the original and you were like, oh my God, I have my nostalgia goggles, and this is totally ruining the nostalgia I have for these other films. So I can't look at it objectively. That's what happened.
That's not what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
That's not what happened.
You're like, oh my God, this is terrible. Where's the nostalgia?
Adam is mad that I said what I said about Andor, so now you're trying to get one up on something. That's not what happened. All that good faith and nostalgia for Star Wars died when I went and saw the first
prequels.
Movie. Okay,
yes,
it's all gone. By the time I saw Rogue One, that was all gone. I did go into it not thinking it was going to be good because I don't have high expectations for anything Star Wars after the prequels. So.
But look, you went into the prequels wanting that nostalgia though, and I didn't go into the prequels wanting that nostalgia. That's the difference.
Yeah, but the prequels, you agree, were objectively awful. So
yes, but
it doesn't matter whether it has nostalgia goggles or not.
There were two different factions though. There were the factions that went in and they had the nostalgia goggles on, and there was and they were like super pissed at the prequels, and then there were the people who didn't have nostalgia goggles who were just like, this is objectively a horrible movie.
Well, then there was a third faction, the people who had nostalgia goggles and tried to mind meld themselves into thinking that the prequels were actually good. So
yes, and I did experience. I actually went to the prequels with some people that were in that camp, and it was very terrible.
Yes,
listening to them talk about like,
but it was the same thing.
C-3PO and R2-D2.
It was the same thing with the Force Awakens. I saw the Force Awakens with people that were big Star Wars fans. They all came out of the movie. They loved it. And I was just like, I was the odd one out. Like, I didn't like that movie. I thought that movie was not good.
Which one?
There's a lot. The first sequel movie, the first J.J. Abrams sequel movie with Rey.
Oh, okay.
I did not like that movie. Came out of the theater, immediately did not like that movie. I was with a bunch of Star Wars fans. They all loved it. I was like, okay, I guess.
Because they finally they're like, we've been waiting decades for our nostalgia fix, and we finally got it.
Exactly, right.
Well, look, where are you on the nostalgia thing? Sounds like you're close to me, like 2.
For Star Wars, I have a low nostalgia too. I'm the person who said, listen, I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. That was like my favorite show. I've watched it. When I watch it again, it's not good. I understand it's not good.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I don't have nostalgia goggles. Things were better in the past, Adam. It's objective science. There you go. That is, I mean, that's the source of the nostalgia, obviously. And it is objective science. Better. People always, they rose-colored glasses for, especially anything that's in their 20s. They've done studies where people who are younger than 20 talk about how life will be in their 20s, and then people who are older than 20 talk about how life was in their 20s. Like, there's 3 different things. There's one, there is just nostalgia that's based on something that's not real. It's 100% a factor. There's 2, I forget there's a term for it. I don't know what it's called. There's a blurring effect that, especially when it comes to movies and stuff, only the good ones kind of usually stick out in your mind, and you forget all the trash that came out. And so then it kind of creates an illusion of like, oh, well, stories and movies and games were better 20 years ago. But it's like, okay, well, you're forgetting all the trash that came out. You just remember the gems. But then there's a third thing, which it can't actually be true, because this is true with art, with anything of art, with movies, with television, with games, with music, with anything. There are trends in time periods that all these things go through these different cycles. And there are certain cycles where movies are popping off and fantastic. And there are certain cycles where movies suck. It's, if you look, there's like that time period from like the 1990 to like 96 or something, where you'll see like the amount of like good movies that came out in like those 6 years is like insane. And you have like Fight Club, Jurassic Park, like all the like classic 90s movies like came out in this like 5 or 6 year window back to back. And it was just like crazy. And that's not nostalgia, that's real. So obviously there was some magical trend, the stars aligned to produce some kind of outcome.
We always go through
So-
that. I mean, that's how the
Right.
Renaissance came into being.
Exactly,
Right? We
exactly
fucking went
so.
through the Dark Ages, and then all of a sudden, people were like, "Let's perfect something or other."
Right.
Right.
So
Obviously,
if you're
the
nostalgic for
Renaissance of movies was around. Look, they had Close Encounters. They had 2001. They had Star Wars. All massively different. Different styles for a science fiction movie, and it kind of made science fiction the like premier type of movie making for a long time.
Right,
yeah.
right. So my point is, if you're nostalgic for like a time period, you could be like correct. That could have been one of those time periods where it was all like great stuff. So
Totally. JMac wants to come on now. I don't know what your schedule's like. Send JMac the link. I'll talk nostalgia. JMac for $10 says, Adam, nothing you've said has upset me more than your nostalgia straw man.
oh my god,
I will
look at
debate you
this.
so hard on this. You don't even know. Right? Like
Okay.
JMac can
I'll
come
send
on
the
if he
link.
wants to talk Star
I'll
Wars.
send the
So
link.
I only brought it up, JMac, because
I gotta go to
there
the bathroom before he comes on. So you
Go
tell
ahead.
him, you try to fix the bridge. Okay, that you're burning.
rebuild the bridge. I only brought it up because somebody said that there was like more, or that I think Sitch said that he liked complex characters, complex characterization. And there's a thing in Rogue One that is, I don't know how you can't call it a complex characterization, where the character is basically assigned to kill a woman's father that's in his fucking team. Like maybe kill him. They pick it up in the television series too, talking about killing Andor, but they don't do it well. In the television series, the Andor television series, the guy who says tells one of the team, like the rich white girl, to murder Andor. In the very beginning of the season, they set him up as like a huge Cassian Andor simp. Like they go to him because he is like the go-to guy that they super need. But it's a setup that they never pay off, because then they just say, kill him off. So anyway, I can, here, I'll read some more super chats. Let's see. Colobus for $5 says, Chad GPT, Falcon needing repairs probably takes up 12 to 15 minutes of screen time spread out throughout the movie, give or take. 15 felt like 50. So true.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
hilarious. They got to fix the hyperdrive. Come on.
They gotta fix the hyperdrive.
That was George Lucas. Like George Lucas grew up in, obviously he did American Graffiti. So he grew up, fixing cars was a huge part of his thing.
right.
So he's like, look, I'll just make a whole movie around it. Obviously, the reason why a lot of people like Empire is because of the twist.
Well, it's
Were there a
beyond
lot
that.
of twist movies before
It's beyond
Empire?
that. Empire's a very good movie.
Yes.
So
Talk about character complexity, right?
yes, character complexity, character structure, the drive. It has a very driving like feel to the whole story. You're just like, you feel like you're progressing forward in the story at a very good pace.
Mm-hmm.
So not too fast, not too slow. Volman Go for $10 says, applying the same principle universally obliterates the point of the Constitution. The more your Constitution treats legal state and illegal non-state things the same, the more meaningless it becomes. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, what is
I don't even know what that means.
translate
but
for me?
You're gonna have to translate that. You have to dumb that down for me and Adam. We're too stupid to understand what you're saying. Liam S for 33 months.
look.
Thank you.
You already sent him the link.
I did send J Mike the link if he wants to jump in and yell at you. Liam S for 33 months has started a movie a day in 2024, and since then have watched 450 films. Wow. Trying to cover all the top rated, but any under the radar gems to recommend. I mean, if you've watched 450 films, I feel like you've probably seen anything I could recommend. But
What?
Liam S. watched 450 films.
I started a movie a day in 2024, and since then I've watched 450 films, trying to cover all the top rated. But that's interesting. I have a list. I guess I could run through it. I think there's like about 60 films on it.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all films that I was thinking. See, but I can't just review movies, because I'm just going to be making movie review videos and getting like 1,000 views, which is going to start feeling like torture at some point or other. You have to have a hook when you make YouTube content. Otherwise, you get massively fucking jaded.
Ace
Right?
for five. Yes. Ace for $5 says, what about people not voting because they think both parties suck and the GOP wins again because they have more members? I mean, what about that? I don't know. I'm not sure I understand the question. Well, I mean, if people don't vote because they think both parties sucks, then that is a competitive. It's going to force whatever party's losing to change to try to appeal to those voters in a competitive market. So, hello, JMac. What's up?
Finally, you've come.
Can you hear me?
Enough talking.
You're a little
shit in
bit
the
quiet.
chat.
You're a little quiet.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I was having a weird thing with my audio. I don't know if it's picking my mic up. Let me see if I can turn it up a little bit.
Boost that. Boost it.
How's that? Is that a little better?
That's better. That's
A little better? Okay,
That's
cool.
much better.
Cool.
Not much better. I mean, could be a
Wow.
lot more. I
Look
think
at this
a little
guy.
more up.
A scale of 1 to 10.
I don't want
On
to.
a 2 nostalgia, or
Are you on a 10? Go full nostalgia on us, and let's see how
go
it
full
sounds.
nostalgia. I find it funny that the oldest person here is the one who is claiming the least amount of nostalgia for things in the past. Typically, the older you get, the more you pine for those old golden days.
I don't like to look back. I don't like to reminisce.
I get it.
Adam is a
I like
dyed
to
in the
look
wool
forward
lefty.
to the future.
And lefties don't like to look in the past. They're not nostalgic.
I get it. I'm always having these conversations and arguments with my family about technology and, how man is playing God and, all that stuff. So I get it. I understand. But the thing that with entertainment specifically, and it's kind of funny because my wife and I.
First of all, what did I say that was a straw man? You said I had a nostalgia straw man. What was that?
The nostalgia straw man is pointing towards that being the reason why people are they look upon movies of the past, or like, for example, the original trilogy as being a reason why that they're better. And you brought up the Rogue One with you said it had a complex character arc with what's his nuts?
Cassian Andor.
Yeah. And the thing that I would push back on is it's not so much the concept of a complicated character arc, but it's the execution. And you can see this too with how long and bloated movies are and how they're written. You can look at the scripts, and yes, lots of them have concepts that should work on paper, but the way they're executed, and I would argue this with Rogue One, proved to be incredibly mismanaged.
Okay.
So when I say like things, when I push back against the nostalgia claim that, oh, well, people have rose tinted goggles or they're just pining for the past, I push back on that because, and since you said this, and I agree with this, is that people always remember the good things, but it's never the bad things that they remember, which is kind of ironic because typically human psychology is the opposite. Usually it's you always focus on the negative things happening, at least in the present. But when it comes to looking at the movies of the past, yes, there was, I mean, especially between the 60s and 90s, 60s, 70s, and 80s had a lot of just slop and shovel movies that's being pushed out as quick as possible. But the old canon films are like that, right? You can always watch them on the Best of the Worst with Red Letter Media. But the thing is, when you have the examples that are so high in quality, and then you compare them to the quote unquote blockbusters of today, the quality of the writing, the plot, the characters, like almost every metric, save for maybe special effects, because obviously technology has gotten better. But with every metric available, they're just better. You know, when you're comparing
hmm.
the good movies of the past to the good movies of today, not like, oh, this movie sucks. Like we're talking about, main studio blockbusters that should be on par with like the Jurassic Park. Like if you look at
Hmm.
Jurassic World and Jurassic Park, I mean, they're not even in the same league remotely.
Well, it's hard to say because everyone has like every decade the pacing and style of movies changes pretty substantially. And so like for me, like I could say, oh well, there's a cutoff at some point in like the 90s where I would maybe agree with you, but that might just be because I was born that time period. So there's a style and pacing that I'm used to and accustomed to, which I wasn't accustomed to, because I didn't watch those movies until later. Where because now like even movies, even if there's less good movies, the good movies are paced much quicker than movies were in the past. So I don't know if I can just say universally that like the best movies in the last 10 years are still worse than the best movies 20 years ago.
Star Wars was ahead of its game in the pacing department because it did completely speed it up. If you see Star Wars next to obviously 2001, like the pacing is massively
you
different.
can't compare that.
Yeah, you can't, especially when you think
Well, no,
about
but
movies.
2001 was more the original form of pacing, and George Lucas
No.
was like,
I disagree.
Wait. You could say that Star Wars is paced much quicker for other movies in that time period. I would agree with that. I'm just saying, don't use the other one. That is a historically slow paced movie. That's just not. Don't just use that example. I don't know what other movies came out in that time period.
What do you mean?
2001 is intentionally.
2001.
2001 is an intentionally slow paced movie, even when it came out. That is. I'm just saying, don't use that as a. That's like using a very extreme example. So don't use that as an example. Is all I'm saying.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, what I've seen, like Casablanca, obviously is fucking. Like, which is more slow paced, 2001 or Casablanca?
2001, easily.
Really?
Crazy? Yes.
Oh
What do you mean?
God.
Tell me a scene. Is there a scene? There are multiple scenes in Casablanca where nothing happens for 10 minutes and it's just music.
First of all, it's been a long time since I've seen Casablanca, but it seems like there's like scenes where someone is just playing the piano for like an eternity. You're like, what the fuck am I watching here? Like, it's one thing to watch like a spaceship like docking with another spaceship, but to watch just someone fucking playing a piano.
Mm-hmm. I don't agree.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway. I just checked the average lengths of movies, and I disagree with you. I think that, and pacing is also not just about raw length. It's about how the plot is depicted, how the characters interact, dialogue. I mean, how many times have people talked about a movie that was only like 90 minutes and said it felt like 3 hours? Pacing is mostly about the delivery.
Yeah, but he's talking about how stylistically there was a pacing that everyone kind of agreed on was correct for the audience and the movie makers. That changed, evolved over time.
Well,
one of the movies that broke that pacing was Star Wars.
Well, the average length of movies were up until about like 1960s was about an hour and a half. Like that was just, I mean, look at the original Snow White, and that's a very, very concise movie. And I would argue that there is a lot of movies that come out today, I mean, that I unfortunately have been exposed to, that just slog. And I would say Rogue One is one of those movies. I remember watching it because I watched it with my brothers and my dad, and we're all big Star Wars nerds, and we were all excited about Disney buying the property because we thought it would be the second coming, because obviously the prequels were not that good. So we're like, oh hey, Disney's got it in their hands. They're doing really good with stuff. They'll save this and make it amazing. And of course, obviously we know what happened. But when we watched that movie, I remember just like, oh my God, it was. Sitch, did you say it was like one action set piece to another? And there were so many. Every time there was a lull, like whenever they get captured by what's his name, the guy with the voice, save the dream.
Right.
It's like it was this roller coaster of boredom, because even in the action scenes, it's like, I know I'm supposed to be all pumped up, but I just did not give two shits about any of the characters.
That's how I felt.
Except for the droid. The droid was the only one that I actually liked.
Droid was great, obviously. Yeah. Excellent robot.
Yeah.
What is it? K2SO or something?
Yeah, K2SO, yeah. Yeah. And it's it's a fascinating, it's a really fun character. It was really well executed, really well acted. And the effects on him were really good too. So you have all those, and yeah, it makes him work. But obviously,
also the fact that it's like Imperial droid, so he's got like this advantage everywhere they go as he completely blends in.
Well, yeah, it gives them, it fits into the story. It doesn't feel ham-fisted. It doesn't feel like it's a plot hole. Yeah, it makes sense, and it adds a fun twist to it. But yeah, like half the cast they could have just cut out, and I think, I mean, hell, the lead, Jen Orso, is like, I hate her. Not personally, obviously, but her character is just so goddamn bland. Ray gets a lot of hate.
I don't think she's great either. Like,
but she's the leading lady.
Well, look, I'm a story guy. I'm totally a story guy. Okay.
Sure.
So setting aside the performances, which could be fucking terrible. Like, you could have a movie that has fucking awful performances, but think, oh my God, this is like an amazing story, right? The detail of the story that they're going for could have been poorly executed.
Sure.
So just plot wise, the guy is basically abducted by the Empire. So he can work on their super weapon, right? His family's taken away from him. Like, all of that kind of complexity. Is that stuff in the original Star Wars? You're basically saying, okay, it plays out like a drama, which a lot of people have said about Andor, right? They're like, this isn't Star Wars, this is a drama.
No, you can have a drama. I don't subscribe to that belief. I think you can take the world of Star Wars and basically put it in any type of genre. I feel it's just like
right.
any universe. I mean, like I pitched the idea of the Bothan movie being about like a spy thriller, and it'd be really interesting to see those characters and how they struggle to get that. In a similar fashion to Rogue One. But
I mean, I may have an advantage because I recently watched Rogue One, so you may have seen it just in the theater. Like, I didn't remember a lot of Rogue One at all from the theater, so rewatching it, I was like, oh, there's a lot of detail here that I forgot about.
Yeah, I remember a lot of it. That's just because how much I hated it. My hate is a
yeah, but I'm trying to isolate why exactly you hated it, because when you say, like, if you say it's boring, there's a lot of character complexity in there, obviously, that if you're not into drama, the people like backstabbing one another or
I know I'm into that. I feel that the execution was horribly flawed.
Well, look,
in the same way. Well, let me
execution is like a subjective thing, I think.
I disagree. I think the execution is the objective thing. Now whether or not it resonates with you, that's a subjective thing. We talk about boredom or excitement, like what one man's boredom is another's excitement. Like, that's going to be the subjective part. But when we talk about the actual craft of what is being put on screen, I mean, as a story writer, your whole goal is to lead your audience or your readers, whatever the medium is, from point A to B to C, and to do it in a sequence of ways that not only make sense, but also keep people wanting to know what happens next. Like, that's the whole point of storytelling.
This is a problem, though, with the 7/38/55 rule, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because the story is only 7% of it, right? That's the script, the words, the actual words. And then if the actors come in and they don't emote right, they don't have the right body language, then you can have like the most amazing plot development in the world, but if it's not executed correctly, that's where movies tend to fail. So, but that's kind of what I'm trying to tease out is, I guess it was the performances for you that were not there, not necessarily like the driving conflict of the story.
It was the superficiality of how everything was delivered to the audience. It was, and Disney's been doing this. It's kind of funny because
superficial. Yes. What do you mean by that?
So what makes something superficial is when you have action for the sake of action. You think of the Transformer movies. I don't think anybody would ever say the Transformer movies, as far as like the quality, like make them good movies. They could be fun, they can be enjoyable, they're loud, they're bombastic.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Come here, argue about Transformers being good.
I completely agree. But this is where I'm just like, in Rogue One, there's like a character. There's like a subtext between the characters where the characters literally have to lie to one another and keep secrets from each other. So if that's going on in Transformers, I mean, it would be far more interesting, right?
Well, they did have that. I think in the third one, there was like a betrayal plot of one of the Transformers. It was written in an incredibly shallow way. I think that if Rogue One had isolated their focus on that as a main central plot piece, then I probably would have enjoyed it more, because this whole time while I'm trying to get invested in select amount of characters, you have all this other stuff happening that it's almost like this this messy, misfocused lens going from here to there, where me as the viewer who might be interested in one facet of the story is getting whiplash, being pulled in all these other directions.
Okay.
And like one of the key things that I mean, and as a huge Star Wars fan, like if I had nostalgia glasses, this would have worked for me. But one of the things I hated the most was the end of the movie with Darth Vader. Like that it was so funny because my brothers and my dad were like,
Darth Vader's terrible. The execution of Darth Vader
agree.
is terrible in Rogue One.
100%. And that would be something that would be key jangly for those of the nostalgia persuasion.
He makes literally like a dad joke in the fucking movie.
Well, and it sucks. It sucks too because his voice is he's so old at that point, and so he has like this. Oh, you can tell like he's straining to do the Darth Vader cadence and voice.
I know it seemed like a different. It seemed like a different actor. It didn't seem like James Earl Jones. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the like. I find, what does he say? Oh God, it's so fucking cringe.
Oh, don't choke on your aspirations.
That's it. Oh my God,
don't choke on your
it.
aspirations.
Doesn't
as he's choking him.
Does a dad joke?
Please,
well, he is a dad, so it makes sense, right?
Isn't that a problem with the prequels? Because in the original Star Wars, Darth Vader did make a couple puns when he killed people, I thought.
So he doesn't make puns, but he does get a little cheeky. Like I find your lack of faith disturbing, Commander.
But look, that makes sense in the context of the scene, though. That's
no. Isn't there a scene? Isn't there? I could have swore there's a scene where he like walks out of the room with a dead guy in it, and he says something like a pun or something.
In which
no,
was it an Empire? I could have swore there's some.
No, Empire. He says pray. In Empire, he's talking to Lando, and he says, I've altered the deal. Pray, do not alter it further. Something along those lines.
Maybe I'm misremembering. It's been
he always had these comebacks, but they never kind of bordered this pun territory. At least, not that I can think of.
Okay, fair enough.
The final scene of Rogue One is amazing, where Darth Vader comes in and like basically eviscerates everyone. But the scenes up until there are just their murder. I'm like, oh my God, they're destroying the legacy of Darth Vader now.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, and like I'll still say Rogue One is the best Disney Star Wars. Like I've always told people that, in my opinion, it's the best that they've done.
Well, it is like a real movie with like real stakes and like real characters and shit like that. I don't like Gen S so much either, but
when I'm doing my rating,
right?
Yeah, when I'm doing my rating, it's right there in the middle because of the sequel trilogy. And
he said
episode 2.
He said, "Apology accepted," and he walks out when the guy's dead.
Yeah.
Yes. You're right. Yeah. You're right. He doesn't make puns, but he would make quippy, like chuckle, like "I'm so evil. I'm like laughing as I murder you." Like,
well, that also serves as a tool for his underlings as well. He is very flippant about their life as far as their use goes.
The real reason for this is because the characterization of Darth Vader in the originals is very different than the characterization of Anakin in the prequels. They don't necessarily line up properly.
No, 100%. Not at all.
No.
So you can't really imagine Anakin murder the younglings, making jokes to people as he murders them necessarily.
Well, it's funny because if you watch the anime, I think the Clone Wars by the guy who did Dexter, Genndy Tartakovsky or whatever. Yeah, like you can see that Anakin kind of going into that because he is a lot more fun in that series. But yeah, he's a miserable cow in episode 2 and 3.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Wooster was giving me blasphemy for not liking the prequels. Look, there are things I like about the prequels, at least episode 1 and episode 3.
Wooster likes the prequels?
There's a lot of people who do.
God, and no wonder his takes are bad.
Look, I'm sorry. I am a huge Star Wars nerd, but my kids, we were watching all of them, and my daughter, which I'm going to chalk it up to the fact that at the time she was 5 or 6. She really liked episode 2. And I told her, I was like, I'll watch this once with you. I was like, but if you're going to watch it again, you're doing it on your own. I'm not sitting through this shit again because it's miserable. It's like, oh my God. It's one of the only movies like that makes me actually cringe while I watch it. It's just horrible. But
did she watch it again? She got older.
Well, Janet watched it in a while. She went through a period of watching the Star Wars trilogy, like the prequels specifically, over and over, which I guess makes sense because I think the younger you are, the less you're more about the visuals, way more important to you. I mean, and then the older you get, and your brain starts to work and put pieces together.
And you're like, what is this?
It's so.
Well, it is. It's true. That's how it is. I mean, there's movies that I love as a kid.
You still want to see good visual effects. I mean,
Visual,
Like, you're
yes.
like, oh, the visual effects don't matter. Look,
no, they do matter, but
doesn't mean anything. Look, they
this
could have just sticks that are
This-
painted. They would be fine.
this is going to, well, there's obviously going to be a balance between the two. However, there are movies you can go back and watch that do not have good effects that are still timeless and universally accepted. So there has to be something that's going on where it's like, okay, yes, we watch this and we know it's from the 60s or 70s, and yeah, I can see the rubber or I can see the string, but something about it is still resonating with the viewers, and so it has to go beyond the effects. Movies that are like just special effects powerhouses, or if that's all they have, they're really big at the time, and then they tend to fizzle because technology continues to progress.
No, I completely agree.
Correct.
Look, I'm a story guy. Like, the visual effects are added on top of the story. If the story sucks and it's got amazing visuals, I don't give a fuck. Like, but if it's an amazing story, with okay visuals, like, I'll forgive. But best case scenario, amazing story, amazing visuals. Look, you want amazing everything.
I don't know. Jaws.
Why can't we have both? Right?
Jaws. Even when I watched Jaws as a kid, I was like, oh, that shark looks shitty, when it finally comes out at the end. But that's still one of those movies that I can watch again and again because of the characterization and the story. That's, how they're going on their arcs and encountering the problem they have to overcome. I mean, ultimately, stories are there to kind of give us that journey through the POV of the characters we're watching. So if I hate the characters, or they're poorly written, or they're making decisions that are contradictory to what I've been shown previously, I personally get completely disconnected.
Well, that's the biggest problem with Rogue One, is that her characterization completely changes. That's why they took out the rebel thing from the
I rebel.
Yeah,
This is a rebellion,
awful.
isn't it? I swear, sometimes trailers are probably in a way of a test screening for them. Like what was the line they took
nowadays? Yes, totally.
The Madam Web. Wasn't there a line from there like, she died researching spiders in the Amazon or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's funny because I had a huge debate with one of my friends, and there's always going to be a disconnect between people and how they view media. It's just, you're never going to get rid of that. But you have people. And my brothers are the same, and my dad are the same. They're incredibly more attuned to the visual presentation or the medium of movies. Whereas I am a lot like you, Adam. I like the story and like the characters, like what's going on between those interactions. And my buddy, I was talking to him, and we got into this big debate about The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. And because I think it came up that the second season was coming out for the series, and I was like, oh God, I hated that game. And he goes, what? You hated that game? It was a masterpiece. And we just got into it, And a lot of it came down to just our individual approaches to the storytelling or how it was delivered. I mean, he's objectively wrong, obviously, but I could at least understand where he's coming from.
We have to figure out what it is.
Yeah,
you have to figure out what it is he likes, there's obviously there'd be something that sticks out in his mind that he likes that you don't care about. But he could be objectively right in terms of it was well done, but to you don't care because that's not some element of the story that affects you emotionally.
Yeah, but being married has had a big impact on how I talk to people about what their preferences are with media, because my wife is very much
trash case.
No, I'm not going to say that. This is going to be on a video at some point.
Mm-hmm.
No. But she is very much the like I said, the aesthetics or the superficial. She's what I would call like kind of just like a fan. She just enjoys,
Right.
Whereas me, I'm more neckbeardy with everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever there's a movie that we watch, I mean, for one of her presents on Valentine's Day, I gave her these coupons where she gets to pick a movie and I can't criticize it. Like, that's how much of a disconnect.
Oh my God, that's pain. Painful.
I know. Oh, she's used it on some real oh my God, horrible, horrible things. And I just basically biting my tongue till it bleeds because I can't say anything.
Oh, that's so awful too.
She picked this one Nicolas Cage movie where he's like a lieutenant. I don't even remember what it was called, but it was one of the worst. And I remember at the end of it, I just look at her and she goes, you can criticize it if you want, because it was so fucking bad.
That's part of the fun.
It can be. If you go into like a bad movie knowing it's bad, yeah, then like ripping on it is definitely part of the experience. I mean, that's what The Room proved, right? If you have a bad enough movie.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, and I go easy too. If it seems like my wife enjoyed the movie, I'm like, oh, I'll just keep this to myself.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
obviously having like two completely different experiences here.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to learn that, Sitch. If Sammy's she's liking those Transformer movies, you might just have to, just let her enjoy the pretty colors.
Listen, Sammy's a masochist. She likes it when I make fun of her trash taste. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
And she ribs me just as much. Okay. So she's got that spicy Latina energy, right? She's gonna snap back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the passion, right? The relationship, the arguing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Did you guys ever read the Star Wars books at all? Like, or do any like the extended universe?
I have not been tainted by one Star Wars book. No, I'm a movie person, so I think whenever people lean on outside media, I think that's cheating. Like,
I don't think
film media is like getting the brevity in there.
Cheating. Look at this.
No, I go ahead, Sitch.
I read Tales of the Bounty Hunter. I read one other Tales book. I actually did read. Actually, I probably read about 10 Star Wars books when I was in middle school. I read some of the ones where Luke was evil and Mara Jade and all that stuff. I remember I liked them all when I read them. I mean, I haven't read them in 20 years, so I don't know if I would still like them now, but I liked them at the time.
So, yeah, some of them don't hold up, but there's quite a few that are still enjoyable. Did you ever play the Kodar games?
No, I didn't.
Oh God,
everyone talks about them being so good, and I've never played them. But
the first Knights of the Old Republic is probably the best Star Wars story I think that you can consume in a visual
everyone
media.
says that. Everyone says those are peak Star Wars. So,
well, cool. Glad I got to come on. Thanks for talking to me, guys. Adam, just remember your words.
No hard feelings, right?
Yeah, your words can hurt, Adam. Don't forget that. Okay.
I have to be. Look, I need to realize that I have to be. Got to pull my punches.
Well, remember when you speak in absolutes, because only a Sith deals in absolutes.
True.
Right. Well, I've always felt a kinship with the Sith anyway. So
that's also true.
Yep. All right, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Take care. Yeah. The Wooster for $10 says the retarded alcoholics at Reddit letter media have convinced a generation of millennial boomers that the prequels were bad. Revenge of the Sith is the best Star Wars movie by meme quality alone. Well, by meme quality, I agree.
Yes.
Obviously.
If that's the criteria is memes, then sure.
But if you mean, I don't know if you actually mean Reddit letter media like Reddit, because look,
he
Reddit,
means he's making a joke.
If you mean red letter media, the reason why red letter media's videos resonated with people was because they agreed. They didn't convince people that was the case. There was a lot of people out there that fucking agreed with them and were like, these guys are articulating my exact feelings in the movie theater.
Exactly. Yeah. That's 100% true.
Yep. Look, if I would have I saw Star Wars when I was a itty bitty little baby, and I loved it. I fucking loved it, obviously, because I was a little kid. All the little kids in fucking preschool talked about it. But if I saw the prequels in that same situation, I'm like a 10-year-old kid, I would have loved them too. But unfortunately I didn't see him in that situation.
There you go.
I saw as an adult who was like, what the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm. Wooster for $20. Thank you. Look at this proof of the bad taste. Says the Minecraft movie is such a breath of fresh air. I'm so happy that they're finally moving past the woke shit and making things audience wants. Audiences like fat, funny black women. They just don't want to be scolded by them. Well, that's true. That is true.
Oh yeah,
so
that is true.
Right. That's what Sam wanted. More of that. That's her. That's where her tastes are. So
I thought she was a great character.
Right. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
You see all these zombies coming at us? This is zombies. Did you also like how they establish the threats of the zombies and the pigmen in the beginning? Like, oh my God. And then it's very quickly these are jokes. They're not threats at all. You could just slap them away. I was like, oh, okay. Interesting.
I think they should have killed off the black lady immediately, and then
then
you'd really see the threat, right?
The
you'd be like, holy shit. And then everyone could have been like, look, the black person got killed. That's a meme, right?
Right. Yeah. What if the human character died and they dropped all the experience orbs in the game, and then Steve picks those up and he's like, these are useful, and they're like, how did he know about this? It's like, oh, you think you're the first
Oh.
people to come to the Minecraft universe?
Now you're talking some
Like,
characterization.
oh
there.
my God.
That's exactly the kind
All of a
of thing
sudden,
that I
everyone
wanted.
pauses and they completely look at Steve in a different light. You're like, you thought he was just like the friendly, lovable, wacky guy. And now you're like, how many people has he seen die?
No, he should wait till they're not looking and then pick them up.
No.
Then,
He picks up the
look at them like
you're wrong. No. He picks the joke. He picks up the experience. This will only be for Minecraft players. No one will understand this. He picks up the experience orbs. And he's like, these are useful. And they're horrified. They're like, oh my God, our friend just died. And then he opens his coat and you see he has like rows of potions, which you need experience to make, and enchanted items. And he's like, how do you think I got all these?
right.
And they're like, oh my God.
I was thinking
Anyway.
more he would keep it a secret and
I understand.
look at them.
Yeah,
while
like
they're
waiting
not
for
looking.
them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I got you.
Really,
I got you.
milk Steve is kind of like, is this guy on
Is he
our
a killer?
side or not?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right. You know what's weird too?
Do it kind of Get Out style.
There's a scene. Spoilers. There's a scene where Jason Momoa shoves the diamonds in his coat,
Oh yeah.
and then at the end of the movie, they never come. Like, where were those diamonds?
No payoff. Yeah.
There was no payoff. Sam had a good idea. She said, well, first of all, she had a good idea. She said Jason Momoa should have just been their uncle. It made no sense to have him just be a stranger. They should have all been a family.
Totally.
And then the diamond payoff could have been that that he comes back with diamonds and he's like, yes, I've brought these diamonds to the real world. I'm rich. But then they get sued by the factory in the beginning because he blows up the mascot. And so he has to use the diamonds to pay off the lawsuit at the end.
That
So
would
he
be
doesn't-
great.
There you go. There's your
That would be great.
There's
that
your
would be
payoff.
real, actually a plot.
right. Well,
Yeah.
not a plot, but it's like a setup and a payoff joke. But Colt Hammer, thanks so much for the $14. Says, can y'all do a stream where you rank all the U.S. presidents in a bracket, NCAA basketball type or format, and choose the best ones? I think your political viewers would love to watch that. I don't think they would love to watch that, actually. And also, just to be real, I don't think I know enough about every president to even give something other than like a meme ranking for all that shit. Which, I mean, maybe that would be funny to just do, president meme rankings. But
How is that not a plot? Would that not be a plot point if he has to use the diamonds to pay off the thing?
I guess, I think of it more of a setup and a payoff joke as opposed to like.
Well, I
mean, is that a plot
what is
point?
your definition of plot? I mean, the plot is basically the setups and payoffs.
I guess in my mind, plot is things that are working towards like the overarching resolution of the story. I mean, maybe that's, I know that's
So
probably not the real
you're
definition.
talking about just things that are like points in achieving the goal.
Like, what is the goal? What are we doing to move towards those? Move towards that goal, right? That's generally I think of plot. Like if you have like a one-off like bit where there's like a setup for a joke and then there's a payoff to that joke later. I don't necessarily think of that as like the plot.
Well, he's poor. He needs riches. He gets the riches, but then he has to use them for something different. Definitely. It was interesting to me because I thought, well, how do you define plot if that's not part of the plot?
Right. Well, it doesn't really matter, but you don't get stuck in Sitch's law of defining plot. But Jay Greenlee for $5 says, just use 12 Angry Men, perfect pacing, almost entirely set in one room with people talking, amazing movie. That is true. 12 Angry Men is a fantastic movie, both the original and the remake. And it doesn't feel boring and it's paced very well.
Because there's characterization, character conflict. Movie tape, Linklater is the same way.
Exactly. But see, that's my point, is that so much of, I think what's interesting to me, and I think it's also what's interesting to most people too, is character drama, character conflict, character interactions, all these things. So.
Right. Yeah.
I think the issue is like having like compelling, like having action scenes is great. I like good action scenes. Like fucking grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. But you need to have character, in my opinion, you need to have character investment to really care about the action sequence. Otherwise, you're just like, I don't know, you have two people randomly fighting each other.
I totally agree. This is like the Mountain and the Hound situation that we've always talked about.
Right.
In Rogue One, what is the big like action scene that everyone is like, oh, it's all about this action scene.
I know.
Rogue One is all about this. Is why people don't like Rogue One, is because it's fucking boring drama.
I think it's also because I've grown up watching anime, and anime fight sequences outpace anything I've ever seen in Western animation or even Western filmmaking. And I don't, so like to me, the bar for like a good action scene in my mind has been ruined by anime. So maybe that's why I don't really care that much about a lot of action sequences, that I don't care about the characters. If I care about the characters, then I'm emotionally invested. But otherwise, if I just see an action sequence in a movie, it never, like, it will never compete with some like amazing, anime fight scene I saw at one point. So PI for $2 says, Adam, you're high if you think Casablanca's long.
Is it a short movie?
I haven't seen Casablanca in forever, so I can't really comment on Casablanca specifically, but okay.
The pacing in Casablanca, I think there's scenes where they're like sitting around and like walking from place to place, and I mean there might even be inserts of them opening doors. Like,
yeah, that's a lot of old movies did that.
Yeah, so I'm just like, what?
Yes,
I think we're talking about completely different things here. I mean, I'm talking about the actual pacing, the shot for shot pacing.
And I'm telling you, even with all that, still paced faster than 2001.
Right. Well, in modern movies, obviously they say, well, let's go to the park and then cut to the park. In Casablanca, they got him fucking calling up the taxi to fucking get a ride to the park.
Sure. Well, as viewers get more used to watching movies and media over time, you can cut a lot of stuff out that people understand. So
I mean, look, people are just arguing for the sake of arguing here. I think we're saying the exact same thing.
Right.
Obviously, pacing was much different at one time and changed dramatically.
Aspiring whale psychiatrist for 18 months says, been a while since I've been able to catch y'all live. Just moved across the country. Been fun catching up though. S class is best class and 18 reigns supreme. Well, there you go. Thanks for coming on. I hope your move went well.
Yeah.
Let me check the Streamlabs. See if we're missing anything. We are. Kiwi Farmer, thanks so much for $25. Says, afternoon, gentlemen. I mentioned breakthrough news before. I think they're botting engagement. They're tankies, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. S-Class is best class.
Who's botting engagement? That sounds
breakthrough
horrible.
news. It is, I don't know. It is weird. It's hard to always tell with these things. There'll be these channels that, like blow up or don't blow up. And you're like, or there'll be channels that will have like massive subscribers. I'm looking at breaking the news, and they have like just no view count. What you'd have to do, I guess, is you'd have to look at like, were they popular at one point, and then it just falls off. And oftentimes, like people just don't unsubscribe from the channel. So the subscribers will still be really high, even if their views are like really low. I don't know if that's the case with this one channel.
That happens quite often, yeah. A lot of people start new channels because of it. Like if your old subscribers grow up, like get jobs and shit.
Right.
And your channel basically dies, yeah.
I mean, you'd have to look at one of those like growth charts to see what the channel was. Because if you sort their videos by popular, you'll see almost all their popular videos were from like a year ago in that time period. And everything else, they had no views. So they had like 1 year of like really high views, and then that was it. Even though I will say, and this does make me think that they could have been botting subscribers. Even if you look at their peak videos, they have way more subscribers than you would think for the amount of views that their peak videos generated.
Oh, okay. So they probably were botting then.
Because they have almost 1 million subscribers, and yet their top videos only have 1 million views. And that's rare. That's actually really weird. They have almost 1 million subscribers, and they only have 4 videos that have over 1 million views.
How many subscribers do they have?
Almost 1 million.
Wow.
And they have only 4 videos that have 1 million views. That is weird. That is very strange. So I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised based on just looking at this alone. I would think that they were botting subs. Well, and also, you know what? It is weird too. Actually, unless something crazy happened, maybe they were botting views, because
I would never bot subs. That's so ridiculous. Like, what's the fucking point?
Look at how weird this is. So I go on their channel and I hit popular. Okay. And their most popular video a year ago, 1.3 million views. Here's why U.S. elites support Israel no matter what. Like, it makes sense that video get very high with the tankies, right? I scroll down And this is where things get interesting to me. I've never seen something like this before, ever. Okay. I scroll down and I see this video. Army vet. It was a blatant fucking lie 1 month ago. 200,000 views. Okay.
How many comments?
Right. But then it says the next popular video was from 4 years ago and only has 100 views. How is that even possible? How's there a drop off from?
Well, it's a year difference, so
No.
They
I'm
could have
saying
made
if
a bunch of videos in between there.
No,
and
no, no,
private
no.
them.
Maybe. Unless they got rid of a bunch of videos. I didn't consider that. Because
Yeah,
normally you
look.
wouldn't have a videos go from 200,000 to 400. Like that's an impossible jump. So unless
This
they
might surprise you, but a lot of people private videos that just are unsuccessful. Like YouTube is about trial and error, right?
Yeah, but why wouldn't they private all their videos from 4 years ago that have no fucking views on them? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, that
right?
does. Yeah, then that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Well,
why
wait,
didn't
let
they
me-
private that one? Yeah. They
Wait.
privated all the successful ones.
Like, yeah, because then, well, hold on. If I do, oh my God, they have so many videos. Because let's say if you were to scroll through latest.
What is this channel? I don't even know what
Breakthrough
we're
News.
talking about. Breakthrough News?
No, that you know what they might have. Well, I don't know. They might have done what you're saying because if you do it by latest, like yeah, there's like huge chunks in the timeline of their videos.
I've had
So I guess
videos go viral that like we're sitting there for like a year and then it just randomly goes viral out of nowhere. So
Right.
a lot of times people, I mean, there's conflicting philosophies on that, right? Like if they're like lottery tickets, you want to leave them live, but a lot of people are more interested in how they look, like they're crafting an image. So they're like, I don't want anyone seeing I got a video that had low views.
Well, no, because it seems like what they did was they made a bunch of videos 4 years ago and those videos did nothing. And then there's like a big chunk, and then they started making videos a year ago, and those videos supposedly took off and were very successful. So either they just did a break and they came back and somehow did well, or maybe they got rid of a bunch of videos. I don't know.
They probably got rid of all their racist videos.
Someone would have to do a deeper dive than me. Figure that
I
out.
asked you immediately and I was going to look it up, and then I started looking at the chat.
Don't worry about it. Sell it for $2 says, I have an economics textbook that says threatening tariffs is bad because if the other country calls your bluff and you don't implement them, you lose credibility. If they don't budge and you implement them, it hurts you. That is a very, very clear and obvious danger to this whole situation. So yes, that's what everyone's worried about is that, well, everyone's worried about two things. They're worried about either the countries won't budge or the countries will budge, but the demands that the Trump administration is asking for don't make sense or are even consistent. So there's nothing to budge to. So I think that's what people are worried about.
Yeah, then they're worried that Trump is not going to budge. Trump is just going to be like, fuck you. He's going to, his massive ego is going to get in the way of him actually saving the country.
You think Trump is going to budge. That's where you're parting from the pack here in terms of prediction models.
He did budge on Ukraine. I mean, ultimately,
that is
he got
true.
pounded into a fucking reasonable position. So
that is true.
What's different? What's different about this? I guess, yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say because the reasonable position is that Putin is trying to take advantage of him. So his ego is aligned with the reasonable position. Is his ego aligned with the reasonable position here? Maybe not. That could be a problem.
That is the problem, yeah.
Because Xi, he might be in a position with Xi that he's going to cut off his nose to spite his face because he doesn't want to give Xi the win, right?
Right. Fondue for $6 says, I don't think the tariffs will be called off. I remember the Union Trump saying we need to build more ships. I immediately thought that meant he was not going to deal with the Jones Act's protectionism all the way. That's probably a good indication. Arrhythmus for $6 says, an interesting anecdote about U.S. manufacturing. There are some industries where manufacturing in the U.S. is actually pretty competitive. I've been fielding quotes for injection molded plastics for my company and have found the pricing is nearly identical between the United States and China before factoring in tariffs. The reason to do plastic manufacturing in China probably has more to do with supply chains for other non-plastic components in the products, as well as final assembly and packaging costs rather than the absolute cost saving of the plastic parts themselves. I suspect there are a lot of industries where the U.S. is competitive but loses due to supply chains. Maybe. But see, that would be, to me, that'd be like a very smart way for the administration to do the same thing, but correctly, would be to figure out what those industries are, and then you tariff those industries, or you change the barriers for those industry to facilitate people buying in U.S. where you can. So, Arvind for George says, you guys have still not explained how bringing highly automated factories in the U.S. with fewer human jobs per factory is worse than not bringing any new manufacturing to the U.S. for our current situation.
Explain it. It's easy.
You explain it if it's so easy.
You just do it.
Oh, okay.
Zippity zip.
You guys not explain how bringing highly automated factories to the U.S. is worse than not bringing any new manufacturing to the U.S. Well, it's the thing that's not, I'm not saying it's worse. I don't even know. It's not my position. My position is do that for things that A, it makes sense to economically, or B, you have security reasons to do this, right? That's my position. What I'm saying doesn't make sense is saying we're going to try to bring all manufacturing jobs from the entire world to the United States, which I don't think is possible. And you're going to try to do it all at once in one massive blow, which is going to crater the economy. So then how is private business going to have the money to be opening new factories in America? At the same time that they have to, cut budgets left and right, fire people left and right, the price of everything is skyrocketing. And you're like, okay, now that the economy's in the shitter, you should go be building a bunch of new risky factories in America, which why the fuck would they even do that? Because they're all going to assume that Trump is going to cave on the tariffs because the economy's fucking the toilet. That's what I'm saying doesn't make sense. Fondue for $2 says the second Clone Wars, the 2D Clone Wars series was my favorite show outside of the OG movies. Yeah, the 2D Clone Wars series, I mean, I'll be real with you. The only thing I remember about that was how incredibly fucking based General Grievous was. And I will never forgive George Lucas for ruining my boy, General Grievous, from being one of the most talk about badass action scenes. Okay. Talk about having a character that's based entirely on action. I'm going to go against everything I've just said about storytelling. You have a character that's based entirely around design and action, has zero fucking character. And he was so fucking cool, so badass. Oh my God. General Grievous in that Clone Wars cartoon was one of the most badass villains of all time. I think he has like one fucking line. He doesn't even barely talks. And he's just this like unstoppable Terminator character. So fucking cool. And I'll never forgive George Lucas for totally ruining him and making him a fucking loser. Never forgive George Lucas for that. Trash.
He's barely in the movies. Should be.
He's in the third sequel.
Yeah, but he should be like a prominent character.
Well, they just introduced this guy. It's so weird in the movie. They just introduced this character. No one knows who the fuck he is, why he's there, what he's about. He's just and on top of that, he's just lame. He's just completely fucking lame. Fondue for $6 says also the Anime Awards is looking like it's going to have Freren and Apothecary Diaries in almost every category. I like these shows, but I don't know how I feel about a full sweep though. I've never seen the Anime Awards, so I would be kind of shocked. I mean, I would have thought Dan Dan seemed like it was like the runaway hit. I mean, I know everyone liked Freren, but I would have thought Dan Dan would have been the runaway hit for a lot of these things this year, at least for. And it was Spy Family. Was the last season Spy Family this year? I have to go through it. That'd be interesting. I'll go through that with Sam. Maybe we'll do a video. We should do a video, me and Sam, on the Anime Awards. Okay.
That'd be great.
Fun,
That'd
right?
be super popular too, because everyone on YouTube fucking loves anime. Oh my
That's
God.
true.
Fucking
That's
just
true.
get like 1 million views on that thing.
There you go. I don't know about that. Maybe we get 1 million views if Sam dressed up like a sexy anime character. So.
Right. You need an angle. It needs, how do you work Nazis into your title? And then you're good to go.
I don't know if that's the angle.
What if this anime that I really like was written by Adolf Hitler?
I don't think that's the angle. Right.
No, that angle doesn't work.
Here's my question. Did Mashl's opening win the anime award for the year it came out? Or did it come out? Oh, no, I guess that would be part of this. If Mashal season 2 does not win for its opening, then all those people are fucking retarded. That Mashal season 2 has the best one of the best anime openings like ever crafted. Okay. You gotta listen to this, Adam,
Let's
after the
hear it.
stream. We can't play it on the stream. I don't
Why?
know.
Oh,
Because it's
damn it.
copyright.
Fucking,
Watch,
hate
Adam's gonna hate
copyright.
it.
I hate copyright. What do you mean? I love all anime, even the
Okay.
bad stuff.
I would say for openings this season, Mashal season 2, top, and then after that, I would say would be Dan to Dan would be second place for this season. So okay.
We should do a watch party where everyone can just watch me just grimace in pain about how bored I
Right.
am.
There we go. You'd like Mashal. Mashal is about a world. It's about Harry Potter world where everyone has magic, but they're racist. So if you don't have magic, they like kill you.
Oh,
And so
great.
there's a
There's
baby.
killing. I like that.
There's a baby who doesn't have magic powers, and he's abandoned in the woods, and his old man's raising him. And since he doesn't have magic powers, all he's been doing his whole life is strength training. And he ends up having to go to magic school for some like preposterous reason. But he's so physically strong that he can like trick people into think he's doing magic because he's just so strong. And basically it's like,
that's good. I like that.
it's kind of, but his like personality
It's
is
like,
very,
look, I'm making this car levitate.
right, exactly. But he's just picking it up. Like, and his personality is he's very like innocent and kind of goofy. So it's basically like Saitama. If Saitama was in the Harry Potter universe where everyone has magic and he just punches really good. It's a great, Mashal is one of the greatest animes. Fantastic. Okay.
Is there a lot of fan service?
There is not. That's the one
Oh,
downside.
damn.
That is the one downside.
Man.
Right.
Maybe they'll remake it or something.
There you go. The Woot for Wootman for 23 months. Thank you so much. Says one more month until that sweet, sweet golden pyramid. It feels like yesterday when I said to myself, hey, sweet Sitch is streaming. Little did I know. Little did you know you'd be sucked into a world, an entire world, a generation, all for that golden pyramid. Well, thank you for being with us for so long. Wootman.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He's got the amazing Clone High. Back when Clone High was so good. Still one of my favorite cartoons of all time, Clone High Season 1. Got that little
Beautiful.
avatar. Jack Posobiec. Yes, the real Jack Posobiec, everyone. The real
Again?
Jack Posobiec.
God, why is he so cheap? Only super chatting
$5. The real
Yeah.
Jack Posobiec says, your lack of faith. I find your lack of faith in Lord Trump disturbing. There
I
you
keep
go.
trying to tell people that you don't give a fuck about Trump, but they think you're
Right.
obsessed with Trump. I don't know what it is. It's
There
like,
you go.
it's ridiculous.
Well, a lot of people, as long if you're not just like sucking the dick, you're like, oh, well, you're crazy.
I mean, I'm not out here sucking Trump. Like, nobody
Right.
gives me a hard time. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm. Ace for $5 says the worst part about anime becoming mainstream is having to listen to everyone's horrible opinions on it, i.e., hearing you guys talk about it. Wow, that makes me think Ace has some shit anime taste. If that's the case.
Oh, really?
Wow, terrible.
That's aimed solely at you, Sitch, because you're the one that constantly talks
Ace
about
doesn't like
anime.
Mashal. That's God. How do you have a soul if you don't like Mashal? Doesn't like Mashal. Doesn't like One Punch Man. Doesn't like Mob Psycho.
I only
That's
like one
degenerate.
anime.
Jesus.
And
What's
that's
that?
That's the one with the high school girls.
You like Kill la Kill.
Kill la Kill.
Kill la
That's
Kill is a
it.
fantastic anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Can't
mean,
go
you like it
wrong.
because it's both got a shit ton of fan service and a good story. So it's like the perfect thing, right?
They go together. Yeah, it's
I know.
perfect.
Hand in
Visuals plus
hand.
story.
Right. Wow. Look at that.
I just have to imagine. I'm like, okay, these are college girls. Okay, these are college girls.
Send me your
They're not,
anime list, Ace. I want to see whatever. If you're putting Overlord as top anime, I'm going to understand why you understand everything. So, anyways, thank you guys for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations, and we'll see you all on Thursday.
Take care.
Well, I guess
everyone.
we'll find out if the market crashes. Right, every day. You can't say that Trump's second term isn't interesting, right? Every day you're just like, what's going to happen tomorrow?
People are waiting for, something to break, but I think people are getting a little out of hand here. I think we're at the bottom, but I could be wrong. Right. This is not financial advice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, see you on Thursday.
Take care, everyone.
There we go.
All right. That was fun.